Chapter 452. The flame domain released by Yi Yuanyang was extremely violent. It was only a step away from the divine domain. If he chose to ascend to godhood, he could easily promote to a god of fire in another plane. Although Zhui Yifan released the war domain, but he was firmly suppressed by the flame domain. The space was almost burned and distorted by the flame surrounding him, making it almost impossible for him to budge. If he wasn't careful, he would be burned to ashes by the flames. Amazing! What a terrifying flame domain! That's the holy son of the Tai Yi sect for you. The Tai Yi sect has many geniuses and experts. To be able to become the holy son of the Tai Yi sect, he's naturally very strong. But I didn't expect him to be so strong that even the personal disciples of the great elders of the Battle Demon sect can't take action. What a monster! When the warlocks of the major forces saw this scene, their faces changed dramatically, and they stared at Yi Yuanyang with dignified looks in their eyes. In the Battle Demon sect, the complexions of the true disciples were unsightly. Yi Yuanyang's strength was far beyond their expectations. Zhui Yifan, Zhang Hanshan, and Zhou Feng were personal disciples of the three great elders as well as the strongest Starry Sky warlocks in the Battle Demon sect. The three of them were quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts who were expected to promote to the Moonlight Warlock rank within 1,000 years. Yet such experts were suppressed by Yi Yuanyang to the point that they couldn't even launch an attack. Yi Yuanyang's strength was simply appalling. Zhang Hanshan and Zhou Feng frowned slightly when they saw the incomparably ferocious flame domain in the arena. Their eyes were filled with fear. When Zhong Sunan, who has been promoted to a true disciple, saw this scene, he felt a chill in his heart. If he was swept by the flame domain, which was infinitely close to the divine domain, he would be instantly engulfed and burned to ashes. Lu Wuchen's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. Lai Heng, however, showed a carefree smile. Yi Yuanyang, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to this point. You really have some skill. However, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Zhui Yifan let out a fierce roar and flicked his finger. A blue level 6 artifact, the Heaven Water Bead, suddenly flew out. A long blue river swept towards Yi Yuanyang with a terrifying power that could devour everything. Wherever the blue river passed, Yi Yuanyang's flame domain was completely extinguished and instantly collapsed. Level 6 Secret Treasure. This treasure is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that the person using it is too weak. Yi Yuanyang looked at the blue river sweeping towards him. He smiled faintly and did not dodge. The blue river instantly engulfed Yi Yuanyang and eroded him crazily, turning him into black smoke. Zhui Yifan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and the warning signs in his heart intensified. Countless scattered flames in the air instantly condensed into Yi Yuanyang's body. He casually blasted a palm on Yi Yuanyang's back, and an extremely violent flame power instantly entered Zhui Yifan's body. Zhui Yifan's body swayed, and he was sent flying like a broken rag doll. Flames rose all over his body, and he directly spat out a mouthful of flaming blood and fell to the ground. He was seriously injured and could no longer fight. The level 6 artifact, the Heaven Water Bead, also fell directly from the air because no one was controlling it. Lu Wuchen frowned slightly. He reached out and grabbed Zhui Yifan out of the arena. He scanned Zhui Yifan with his huge spirit force and found that although Zhui Yifan's physical body was seriously injured, his soul core was not injured. Lu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief and directly poured a bottle of potion into Zhui Yifan's mouth. A Battle Demon sect disciple quickly stepped forward and carried Zhui Yifan away. Yi Yuanyang turned around, looked at the many true disciples of the Battle Demon sect, smiled contemptuously, and said provocatively, "That one really disappoints me." The Battle Demon sect is known as the #1 internal fighting secret method of the 10 great sects, yet the disciples of the sect can't even resist 10% of my strength. What a disappointment! Who else dares to fight me? the true disciples of the Battle Demon sect focused their attention on Zhang Hanshan and Zhou Feng. In the Battle Demon sect, the two strongest Starry Sky Warlock rank experts were the two of them. Zhang Hanshan and Zhou Feng's complexions were ashen, and they clenched their fists in silence. Their strength was similar to Xiaofan's. Facing Yi Yuanyang would only be asking for humiliation. Yi Yuanyang smiled faintly, then his gaze focused on Shi Shui and he challenged, "Fine, since the Battle Demon sect Starry Sky Warlock rank true disciples don't dare to fight me, then I'll give you a chance to save face. Junior disciple Sister Shi Shui, I want to fight you, please grant my wish." Yang Feng, who was sitting aside and quietly watching all this, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes shimmered with a cold ray. Yi Yuanyang dares to challenge her, how audacious. She's a Moonlight Warlock. So what if he's a Moonlight Warlock? Xiaofan is also a Moonlight Warlock rank expert. But he was still easily defeated by Yi Yuanyang. Although Fairy Shi Shui has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock in just 30 years, but her foundation may not be solid, and she may not be Yi Yuanyang's opponent. Obscure fluctuations reverberated among the leaders of the major forces as they communicated with each other. Although they didn't dare to discuss the 10 great sects face to face, but they had no problem communicating through secret methods. Lu Wuchen frowned, his eyes flashed coldly, and he stared at Yi Yuanyang, his heart full of anger. Shi Shui has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, and her foundation was unstable. Once she was defeated by Yi Yuanyang, it would leave a psychological shadow, and her future cultivation might become more difficult. If there were no mishaps, Shi Shui wouldn't have much of a problem becoming a Bright World Warlock in the future. Lu Wuchen knew that the Tai Yi sect came here not only to humiliate the Battle Demon sect, but also to strike at Shi Shui's confidence and make the peerless genius of the Battle Demon sect fall on the path of growth. Junior disciple sister, why do you need to step in? Yi Yuanyang, originally, I didn't want to bully the weak. But since you're so arrogant and want to fight a Moonlight Warlock, then I'll let you have a taste of the Battle Demon sect's secret method. Mo Wuheng snorted coldly, got up, and walked towards Yi Yuanyang. With him as the core, fearsome Moonlight Warlock rank aura spread in all directions. Traces of purifying light suddenly lit up in the hall, purifying Mo Wuheng's life force field. If Mo Wuheng's fearsome Moonlight Warlock rank life force field was allowed to spread, many objects in the hall would be distorted and transformed into strange phenomena. Yi Yuanyang turned around, glanced at Mo Wuheng, smiled faintly, and stepped into the arena. So it's senior disciple brother Mo Wuheng. Since senior disciple brother Mo is willing to fight me, then I'll defeat you first, and then challenge junior disciple sister Shi Shui. As if a dragon overlooking an ant, Mo Wuheng said contemptuously, Yi Yuanyang, go ahead. I'd like to see what you've got. In that case, senior disciple brother Mo, I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Yuanyang smiled slightly, and a fearsome fire domain suddenly erupted and swept towards Mo Wuheng with him as the core. The fire domain released by Yi Yuanyang was more than twice as powerful as the one he used against Xiaofan. If careless, ordinary Moonlight Warlocks would be engulfed by the fire domain and burned to ashes. Humph! A trifling fire domain, break. Mo Wuheng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared in his right hand. Like a huge black hole, the black whirlpool engulfed all the power in the fire domain. When Yi Yuanyang saw this scene, he smiled and exclaimed in admiration, Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool's secret method. Senior disciple brother Mo, your strength is really extraordinary. The Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool's secret method was a secret method of the Battle Demon sect that could engulf all kinds of magic power and transform it for its own use for a short period of time. When cultivated to the pinnacle, the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool's secret method could even engulf a grade 9 plane and grind it to pieces. Here you go. Mo Wuheng smiled coldly. With a flick of his finger, endless flames suddenly erupted and condensed into a 100-meter-long raging fire dragon. With a terrifying aura that could incinerate everything, it directly pounced towards Yi Yuanyang. In a breath of time, the violent fire dragon engulfed Yi Yuanyang and burned him frantically. Containing the power of Yi Yuanyang's fire domain, the violent fire dragon could even burn a moonlight warlock to ashes. Senior disciple Brother Mo, you really aren't a good-for-nothing like Xiaofan. It won't be that easy to defeat you. Fine, I'll let you experience my 9 brilliant suns secret method. Yi Yuanyang's voice rang out from within the incomparably violent flames. A ferocious and peerless aura rose from the endless flames. A crimson gold sun python that was 100 meters long appeared in front of everyone. It was covered in 9 small sun-like light balls and had a single horn on its head. Its entire body was burning with surging golden sun flames. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to burn everything into ashes gushed out from the crimson gold sun python's body, spreading out in all directions. When Mo Wuheng saw this scene, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Red gold sun python. You've cultivated the 9 brilliant suns secret method to this level." The 9 brilliant suns secret method was one of the fundamental methods of the Tai Yi sect. After cultivating this secret method, one could transform into a terrifying extraordinary life form at each stage. There were a total of 9 stages. The 9 stages were Fire Elemental, Fire Fairy, Fire Snake, Fire Dragon, Fire-Eating Dragon Eagle, Red Gold Sun Python, Sun God Dragon, Sun Child, and Great Sun Golden Crow. Chapter 453. Generally, the Tai Yi sect's warlocks would only be able to cultivate the Red Gold Sun Python transformation after they reached the Glorious Dawn warlock rank. Yi Yuanyang was just a Starry Sky warlock, yet he has already cultivated the 9 brilliant suns secret method to the Red Gold Sun Python transformation, which was simply heaven-defying. If Yi Yuanyang didn't die during his growth and had sufficient cultivation resources, he would have promoted to a Glorious Dawn warlock in the future. Lu Wuchen stared at the Red Gold Sun Python with a gloomy expression. There was a complicated gleam in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly, so strong. As expected of the Tai Yi sect's holy son. How terrifying. I thought that junior disciple Sister Shi Shui was already a rare genius, but I didn't expect him to be able to cultivate the Red Gold Sun Python transformation. Zhou Feng exclaimed with a look of shock on his face, "Impossible. How is that possible? With his Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, no matter how heaven-defying he is, he should only be able to cultivate the Fire-Eating Dragon Eagle transformation. How could he have cultivated the Red Gold Sun Python transformation?" The Red Gold Sun Python was an extraordinary life form born from the sun and fed on golden sun flames. It was an extraordinary life form comparable to gods and demons. The golden sun flames burning all over its body could even burn a Glorious Dawn warlock to ashes. Someone from the Great Cloud Dynasty once went to hunt a Red Gold Sun Python. As a result, a Glorious Dawn warlock and 5 Moonlight warlocks died, yet they still failed to kill the Red Gold Sun Python. The terror of the Red Gold Sun Python could be imagined. A look of shock on his face, Mo Wuheng retreated repeatedly, "Red Gold Sun Python. How is that possible? How could you have cultivated to the Red Gold Sun Python transformation? The level 6 secret treasure Golden Sun Flame Bead. You borrowed the power of the level 6 secret treasure Golden Sun Flame Bead. After all, Mo Wuheng was an outstanding Moonlight warlock of the Battle Demon sect. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the Red Gold Sun Python. His eyes shone with black light. At a glance, he could see that there were 5 magic power sources ejecting terrific fire force inside the Red Gold Sun Python. That's right, I borrowed the power of the secret treasure to promote the 9 brilliant suns secret method to the Red Gold Sun Python transformation. Senior apprentice Brother Mo, to be defeated by this transformation, you can be considered a glorious defeat. The scarlet gold sun python revealed a hint of ridicule. It opened its bloody mouth and spurted out golden sun flames that contained the power to burn mountains and boil seas. It turned into a sea of golden flames that contained the light of the sun and swept towards Mo Wuheng. Mo Wuheng's complexion changed dramatically. His face became dignified, no longer as relaxed as before. He frantically operated his secret technique, and a black war demon suddenly appeared, attached to his body, and condensed into a set of black battle armor. Mo Wuheng displayed the battle demon devouring vortex secret technique. He spread his fingers, and a huge black hole that seemed capable of devouring everything suddenly appeared and swept towards the golden sun flames. The nearly endless golden sun flames were swallowed by the huge black whirlpool. The next moment, Mo Wuheng's face suddenly changed, and he retreated rapidly. Rumble. The black vortex that devoured the golden sun flames burst open, and countless wisps of golden sun flames scattered and distorted the space in the center of the explosion. Countless golden sun flames spluttered and fell on Mo Wuheng's body, burning frantically. The black battle armor enveloping Mo Wuheng swept out with black chi and extinguished the remnants of the golden sun flames. Mo Wuheng turned into a black ray of light and retreated frantically, evading the golden sun flames that swept towards him. Mo Wuheng uttered indifferently, "So that's how it is. You haven't fully mastered the scarlet gold sun python transformation. Otherwise, that blow just now would have defeated me." When a truly matured scarlet gold sun python opened its maw, the golden sun flames could cover an area of 1,000 kilometers. Fast as lightning, it could burn Mo Wuheng to ashes with a single blow. Yuanyang's incarnation of the scarlet gold sun python showed a strange smile, his eyes shone brightly, and the speed of the golden sun flames suddenly doubled. The incomparably violent golden sun flames covered the sky and swept towards Mo Wuheng. "Don't think that you're the only one with secret treasures, Yuanyang." Mo Wuheng's eyes flashed with anger. He extended his hand, and a dazzling golden sword with a golden dragon coiled around it appeared in his hand. The sword with a golden dragon coiled around it was a level 6 secret treasure called the Scarlet Gold Dragon King Sword. Mo Wuheng spent hundreds of years collecting materials, and then asked a battle demon sex refiner grandmaster to refine this secret treasure. It possessed terrifying power. Dark extinction arc light slash. Killing intent surged in Mo Wuheng's eyes, and he slashed madly. Pouring the war force and the law of war transformed from the bloodshed domain into the Golden Dragon King Sword, he unleashed the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash, one of the Battle Demon Sect's 36 first-rate extermination secret methods. All of a sudden, a black arc light slashed out. The law of war surged violently, split the golden sun flames in two, and then, carrying the aura of nirvanic extermination, tore through the void and slashed towards Yuanyang. At the time, Mo Wuheng relied on the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash to slay the white-faced ghost devil Wei Cheng when he was careless. This was also his strongest trump card. Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash. Senior disciple Brother Mo is really talented. You even mastered this extermination secret method. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to hurt me. An ancient scarlet shield engraved with the pattern of the sun's child suddenly flew out, surrounded by countless golden sun flames, and blocked in front of the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash. When the Dark Extinction Arc Light Slash hit the ancient scarlet shield, it split the countless golden sun flames, left a white mark on the ancient scarlet shield, and then collapsed and dissipated. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Senior disciple Brother Mo, take this as well. The eyes of Yuanyang's incarnation of the red gold sun python shone brightly, and the 9 spheres of light revolving around the red gold sun python quickly flew out and formed a strange enneagram. Countless golden sun flames converged in the enneagram, and a thumb-thick golden sun flame god ray shot out from the center of the enneagram and barreled towards Mo Wuheng. Mo Wuheng's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation and instantly cast blink. A spatial fluctuation enveloped him, and he tried to teleport 100 meters away. But the spatial fluctuation had just condensed when it collapsed, and the thumb-thick golden sun flame god ray slammed into Mo Wuheng in the blink of an eye, easily penetrated his life force field and black armor, and entered his body. Golden sun flames gushed out of Mo Wuheng's facial orifices and burned him to the ground, and he struggled and groaned in pain. The golden sun flames could seriously injure or even burn glorious dawn warlocks to ashes. Naturally, Mo Wuheng couldn't resist the golden sun flames. "You have won this battle." Lu Wuchen sighed slightly, reached out, and grabbed Mo Wuheng out of the arena. Then, with a slap of his hand, a powerful life force entered Mo Wuheng's body and forced out the golden sun flames. Then, with a wave of his hand, Lu Wuchen extinguished the golden sun flames in his body. The red gold sun python collapsed in an instant and changed back into Yi Yuanyang. He stood proudly on the arena like an invincible emperor, overflowing with domineering aura and incomparably proud. The gazes of many beauties were focused on Yi Yuanyang. Their beautiful eyes revealed a trace of admiration. So strong. This Yi Yuanyang is worthy of being the holy son of the Tai Yi sect, he's so strong. What a fearsome guy. To be able to defeat a moonlight warlock of the Battle Demon sect with a Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base, his strength is simply heaven-defying. The Tai Yi sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method is really powerful. With Yi Yuanyang so powerful, I'm afraid that Shi Shui is no match for him. The Battle Demon sect is destined to be suppressed by the Tai Yi sect. The leaders of the major forces conversed vaguely with their spirit fluctuations, not daring to discuss openly. Yi Yuanyang uttered with a smile, "Senior disciple brother Mo Wuheng is really extraordinary, to be able to force me to use 50% of my strength. The Battle Demon sect's secret method sure has its merits." When he heard this, Lu Wuchen's face became even more gloomy. The complexions of everyone in the Battle Demon sect flickered, and their eyes shimmered with anger. Mo Wuheng was a moonlight warlock rank expert. The implication of Yi Yuanyang's words was that the Battle Demon sect's moonlight warlock rank experts were only able to force him to use 50% of his strength. As for the Battle Demon sect's secret method, it was even less of a match for the Tai Yi sect's secret method. But Yi Yuanyang was indeed very strong. The top moonlight warlocks of the Battle Demon sect were either traveling around or quelling freaks in places similar to the demonic realm. There was no one who was qualified to fight him, let alone defeat him. A glorious dawn warlock like Lu Wuchen could naturally defeat Yi Yuanyang easily. However, if they fought Yi Yuanyang in person, then even if they won, they would lose face and be labeled as bullying the weak. Yi Yuanyang's gaze focused on Shi Shui, and he revealed a smile that could enchant countless girls. "Junior disciple sister Shi Shui, now it's time for you to fight me, right? Or is it that the Battle Demon sect doesn't even have the courage to fight me?" Everyone's eyes focused on Yi Yuanyang and Shi Shui. If Shi Shui refused to fight Yi Yuanyang, then the Battle Demon sect would lose a lot of face. But if Shi Shui was seriously injured by Yi Yuanyang, then this future Bright World Warlock may not be able to smoothly advance to the Bright World Warlock realm and attack the Infinity Warlock realm. "Who do you think you are to fight my sister? You're courting death and overestimating yourself. Since you came to challenge the Battle Demon sect, then I'll grant you a defeat and let you know the immensity of heaven and earth." At this moment, a voice of ridicule came from the side. In the reception hall, countless eyes looked in the direction of the voice and focused on Yang Feng. Chapter 454. A look of surprise on her face, Zhang Hanshan's gaze fell on Yang Feng and flickered with incredulity. "It's him. Junior disciple brother Yang." Taken aback, Zhou Feng's gaze also fell on Yang Feng, and he frowned. "Junior disciple brother Yang, you're too impulsive." Zhong Sunan also frowned. "It's him. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng." It's too early for him to challenge Yi Yuanyang. Zhang Hanshan and the other true disciples of the Battle Demon sect knew that Yang Feng's strength was extraordinary. Few Starry Sky Warlocks were his opponent. But Yi Yuanyang could defeat Moonlight Warlocks, and his strength was comparable to that of gods. No one thought that Yang Feng was his opponent. Yi Yuanyang's face sank, and he turned to look at Yang Feng. His star-like eyes flickered with frigid killing intent. Since his debut, this was the first time that someone dared to speak to him like this. Shi Shui was like a gem blossoming with resplendent rays of light. She smiled sweetly, "Elder brother, you don't need to take action. This ignorant fool, I'll defeat him." Yang Feng smiled, completely ignoring Yi Yuanyang, and stepped forward. "Shui, you have a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Fighting him is bullying the weak. Only when I defeat him will he be convinced and understand that he's just a waste." Yi Yuanyang's gaze congealed slightly, and his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he sneered, "A trifling great warlock dares to challenge me, what an overestimate yourself. You're not qualified to fight me. Wait until you promote to a Starry Sky Warlock, and then I'll consider whether or not to fight you." Yang Feng retorted sarcastically, "According to you, what qualifications does a Starry Sky Warlock like you have to challenge my younger sister? My younger sister is a Moonlight Warlock. You trash, wait until you practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm, and then come challenge my younger sister. However, by that time, my younger sister will have already promoted to a glorious Dawn Warlock, and she'll be able to squish an ant like you to death." Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly and stepped into the arena. "Fine, since you're here to seek humiliation, then I'll fulfill your wish and accept your challenge." Lu Wuchen frowned slightly, his eyes flashed with worry, and he asked, "Yang Feng, are you confident?" In the great sect competition, Yang Feng defeated Zhong Sunan, which made people have a whole new level of respect for him. But even so, Lu Wuchen didn't think that Yang Feng could compete with Yi Yuanyang. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Sect Master, please let me try." Lu Wuchen pondered for a while and nodded. Yang Feng stepped into the arena. Great Warlock. He actually challenged Yi Yuanyang with the cultivation base of a Great Warlock. He's really reckless. Even the Moonlight Warlock rank expert Mo Wuheng of the Battle Demon sect was defeated by Yi Yuanyang. For a Great Warlock to challenge Yi Yuanyang, he's really reckless. Spirit fluctuations reverberated in the area, and gazes full of ridicule focused on Yang Feng. The corners of Zhao Ilian's mouth rose slightly, and she revealed a sneer, "What a fool. A trifling Great Warlock dares to challenge Yi Yuanyang. How foolish, how disappointing. It seems that the personal disciples of the Battle Demon sect's 4 great elders are getting worse with each generation." The gaze of the peerlessly beautiful woman, who looked like a pure white immortal lotus, fell on Yang Feng, and she said thoughtfully, "That's not necessarily the case. For him to dare to challenge Yi Yuanyang, he must have some skill. This battle may be far beyond our expectations." Zhao Ilian's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified gleam, and she asked curiously, "Why do you think so?" The beautiful woman who looks like a white lotus in front of her is the Saint Lotus sect's current holy daughter by Ilian. She was also the most outstanding genius of this generation in the Saint Lotus sect. She was extremely intelligent and knowledgeable. Bai Ilian said lightly, "This person once harvested hundreds of millions of merit points in less than a month in the demonic realm's Black Ink War Zone. He's definitely not a simple person." Zhao Ilian inhaled a breath of cold air, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness. To be able to harvest hundreds of millions of merit points in less than a month in a damned place like the demonic realm, this person really isn't simple. With a flick of his wrist, the God Armament Holy Flame Sword appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and he said lightly, "Yi Yuanyang, I don't want to bully the weak, so I'll give you a chance. Make the first move." It was the first time that Yi Yuanyang was so despised by someone, moreover by a trifling Great Warlock. His eyes flashed with a touch of anger, and he said coldly, "Very well, since that's the case, then turn into ashes for me." A fire domain containing violent fire elemental particles suddenly erupted and enveloped Yang Feng in an instant. Countless fire crows, fire snakes, and fire dragons suddenly appeared in the fire domain and rushed towards Yang Feng. The entire arena was enveloped by the incomparably violent flames. Even though they were outside the arena, everyone present could still feel a scorching aura rushing towards them. The hearts of Zhang Hanshan and the other battle demon sect disciples tightened slightly, and they had dignified looks on their faces. The faces of several weaker true disciples even turned pale. The fire domain released by Yi Yuanyang could burn them to ashes in an instant. Is that all? Bring out your 9 brilliant sons, or else you won't be my opponent. Yang Feng's voice came from the sea of fire. The countless flames in the fire domain churned wildly, turned into a flame vortex, and entered the god armament holy flame sword in Yang Feng's hand. Within a few breaths of time, the fire domain collapsed and disappeared. A level 6 secret treasure? No, this is a god armament from another plane. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Yi Yuanyang glanced at the god armament holy flame sword in Yang Feng's hand, smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, flicked his finger, and cast the level 5 spell Starfire Butterflies. Fire elemental particles surged, and palm-sized starfire butterflies full of intelligence containing fearsome fire elemental particles flew out. Virtually in a breath of time, tens of thousands of starfire butterflies covered the area, turned into rays of fire, and swept towards Yang Feng. The demonic starfire butterfly was an extremely powerful secret technique. Each demonic starfire butterfly contained a terrifying flame power that was only slightly inferior to the golden sun flame. Even if it was a starry sky warlock, they would be easily burned to ashes by the starfire butterflies. Is that all you got? The holy son of the Tai Yi sect really disappoints me. You can't even force me to use 10% of my strength. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed with the god armament holy flame sword in his hand. The law of fire surged, and a fearsome vortex gushed out of the holy flame sword. As if moths flying into a flame, the tens of thousands of starfire butterflies were drawn into the fearsome vortex and devoured one by one. A cold look in his eyes, Yi Yuanyang barked, "Explode." The starfire butterflies exploded in an instant, turned into flames, blasted apart the whirlpool, and swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the holy flame sword produced 9 vortexes that frantically devoured the flames of the starfire butterflies. In the midst of the flames, a ray of fire flickered and formed Yi Yuanyang's true body in the blink of an eye. His eyes flashed with a sneer, and he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng's heart from behind. This was the Tai Yi sect's flame light fire body conversion method, which was an extremely profound secret method. After mastering this secret method, Yi Yuanyang could freely shuttle between different kinds of flames, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Just when Yi Yuanyang was about to hit Yang Feng, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, Yang Feng leaned to the side and slammed a meteor-like palm into Yi Yuanyang's abdomen, and a violent force erupted in an instant and blasted into Yi Yuanyang's body. Yi Yuanyang's face fell, and he spewed out a mouthful of flaming blood. Then, his body collapsed and turned into specks of flames that disappeared. In the next moment, countless flames suddenly surged and formed Yi Yuanyang's true body in the place where Yuanyang was originally standing. But at this time, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he cut a sorry figure. He looked at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. Yi Yuanyang was injured. How is this possible? How could Yi Yuanyang be injured? Yi Yuanyang was actually injured. He's just a great warlock. In the main hall, the leaders of the major forces were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Yuanyang, who even defeated a powerful moonlight warlock like Mo Wuheng, was now injured by a great warlock rank Yang Feng. It was as inconceivable as a dragon being sent flying by a punch from an ant. The smile on Li Heng's face stiffened, his eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he stared at Yang Feng standing in place. Lu Wuchen's furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Even if Yang Feng admitted defeat now, the Battle Demon sect would still gain a lot of face. Zhang Hanshan heaved a long sigh, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said with a charming smile, "Junior disciple Brother Yang is really strong. I misjudged him." Zhou Feng shook his head, a smile on his face. "This pair of brother and sister are freaks." Zhao Ilian's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, "You're right, he's really extraordinary. He's far beyond our expectations." Bai Ilian stared at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng glanced at Yi Yuanyang, raised the corners of his mouth, and said condescendingly, "Yi Yuanyang, you've just fought 2 battles in a row, so you must have consumed a lot of spirit force. I'll allow you to drink a few vials of potions and rest for a few hours. I don't want you to complain that I'm bullying the weak, taking advantage of your difficulties, and winning with an unfair advantage." Chapter 455. Yi Yuanyang's eyes revealed a bone-piercing coldness, he revealed a smile that could make people shudder, and his words were as cold as ice. "There's no need to rest after defeating a trifling great warlock like you." Yi Yuanyang silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and green runes gushed out of his finger and formed a green hexagram midair. A green beam of light shot out of the hexagram, and a battle soul wearing a green armor and exuding a fearsome fighting spirit walked out of the green hexagram and entered Yi Yuanyang's body. A vast and terrifying battle aura spread out from Yi Yuanyang's body, giving off a terrifying feeling. This is the Tai Yi sect's battle soul summon. This is the battle soul summon known as one of the 36 strongest battle spells. It seems that Yi Yuanyang wants to defeat Yang Feng in close combat. The Battle Demon sect's secret method is known as unparalleled in close combat, second to none among body-tempering warlocks. Yi Yuanyang wants to use Battle Soul Summon to defeat Yang Feng in one fell swoop. As soon as they saw the Battle Soul wearing a green armor enter Yi Yuanyang's body, the faces of the leaders of the major forces changed at once, and they commented spiritedly. Battle Soul Summon was one of the strongest close combat secret methods of the Tai Yi sect. In the Tai Yi sect, there was a level 9 secret treasure Heavenly Secrets Battle Soul Temple. The Heavenly Secrets Battle Soul Temple enshrined the souls of countless powerful heroes who died in battle and transformed into battle souls. In the Heavenly Secret Hall of Fighting Spirits, the fighting spirits fought day and night without rest, tempering their fighting skills through countless tempering. Battle Soul Summon summoned a powerful battle soul from the Heavenly Secrets Battle Soul Temple and possessed it. Once the battle soul possessed the body, any warlock would obtain the various battle skills mastered by the battle soul. With a flick of his wrist, a 2-meter-long green dragon spear engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in Yi Yuanyang's hand. He pointed at Yang Feng, and an invincible and fearsome aura of a veteran who has run amok in the world spread in all directions. Yi Yuanyang said with a cold smile, "The battle soul I summoned was called Dragon Slayer Freitas. With demigod rank power, he once slaughtered 136 Inglong with this storm dragon spear. Among them, 3 were Moonlight Warlock rank Inglong. It's your honor to be defeated by such an expert." The winged dragon was a winged dragon, which was what the Western world referred to as a giant dragon. The Western world and the Eastern world had many different names, but in reality, they were the same thing. Yang Feng said lightly, "Battle Soul Summon? Even with the Battle Soul possession, you are still no match for me." Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly. The law of wind of the god armament storm dragon spear surged in his hand, and a violent gale enveloped him. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose in the grand arena. Yi Yuanyang's body blurred, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. 8 avatars appeared at once and stabbed at Yang Feng from 8 directions. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and he unleashed the demonic fighting sword art. The holy flame sword flickered with fire and turned into numerous fire shadows sweeping in all directions. Ding! 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 Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, the storm dragon spear stabbed at Yang Feng from tricky and strange angles like a storm. In the blink of an eye, the holy flame sword and Yang Feng's holy flame sword clashed more than 100 times. With the battle soul possession of the dragon slayer Raitas, Yuanyang seems to have transformed into a battle-hardened dragon slayer who has slaughtered countless dragons. The violent storm dragon spear suppressed Yang Feng, and countless violent wind blades slashed at Yang Feng, leaving him with numerous wounds and dripping with blood. After hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting, Yang Feng suddenly raised his sword to block, and then retreated briskly by hundreds of meters in an instant. He glanced at the numerous wounds on his body and said indifferently, "Battle Soul Summon is really extraordinary. It seems that I have to show a little of my true ability." A formidable life force gushed out, and a cyan battle demon suddenly appeared, attached to Yang Feng, and formed a cyan armor. Battle Demon's secret method. Cyan Battle Demon. What can a trifling cyan battle demon do to you? You can't even cultivate the battle demon sect's fundamental secret method, how disappointing. Yuanyang smiled coldly, then suddenly shot out like a gust of wind, transformed into numerous spear afterimages, and swept towards Yang Feng like the incarnation of a storm dragon. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and he unleashed the battle demon sword art to the limit, transformed into numerous sword afterimages, and engaged Yuanyang in a fierce fight. A storm dragon and a berserk fire dragon appeared in the arena and fought wildly, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Amazing! The Tai E sect isn't good at body-tempering warlocks. I didn't expect the battle soul summon to be so powerful. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng is also extraordinary, far stronger than ordinary Starry Sky warlocks. He's just a great warlock, that's really scary. No wonder he's a personal disciple of the battle demon sect's 4 great elders. Even though they were outside the arena, but the spectating warlocks could still feel the strength and fearsomeness of the 2 people fighting in the arena. They commented animatedly, full of praise. Unfortunately, the gap between Yang Feng and Yuanyang is still too big. That's right. He can't even force Yuanyang to use the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. He's going to be defeated by Yuanyang's battle soul possession. The eyes of the representatives from the major forces shimmered with regret. In the arena, Yang Feng's incarnation of the fire dragon was already struggling to hold on. From time to time, small wounds appeared on his body, and drops of blood dripped to the ground. Lu Wuchen's eyebrows suddenly smoothed out, and he revealed a smile. Lai Heng, on the other hand, frowned, and didn't say a word. The powerful warlocks with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation bases and above stared at Yang Feng with shock and admiration in their eyes. Zhang Hanshan stared at Yang Feng, then suddenly smoothed out her eyebrows and sighed faintly, "What a monster." To use Yuanyang to temper himself. Zhou Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint, revealing a complicated glint. He had already seen that Yang Feng's demonic fighting sword art had already become more and more skillful from its original immaturity. With an impenetrable defense of 1 meter in front of him, he was slowly recovering the situation, and the number of wounds on his body was getting fewer and fewer. "All right. You're useless now." Suddenly, Yang Feng smiled faintly. A resplendent silver light shone, and a silver battle demon suddenly appeared and attached itself to him. After the silver battle demon attached itself to him, Yang Feng's speed suddenly soared by a large margin. The holy flame sword in his hand drew a strange arc. In the blink of an eye, the holy flame sword vibrated 9 times in a row, sending the storm dragon spear flying. The holy flame sword turned into a graceful streak of light that stabbed towards Yi Yuanyang's head. Yi Yuanyang's complexion changed dramatically. A gust of wind rose around him, and his head twisted strangely. The holy flame sword brushed past Yi Yuanyang's face, and the fearsome fire force burned a small half of Yi Yuanyang's handsome face. Yang Feng took the opportunity to step forward and hit Yi Yuanyang in the abdomen with his palm. Along with flashes of fire, Yi Yuanyang collapsed and turned into countless flames, which instantly condensed hundreds of meters away. But there was a huge scar on the left side of his face, and his complexion was very unsightly. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he sneered, "My battle demon sword art is still rather immature. Thank you for helping me practice this sword art, Yi Yuanyang, so that I can thoroughly master this sword art. However, Yi Yuanyang, your dragon slayer battle soul is really too weak. It can't even force my golden battle demon out, which is really disappointing. You should summon the Tai Yi sect's 12 battle souls to fight me. Presumably, the 12 battle souls should be able to force my golden battle demon out." Yi Yuanyang's complexion turned extremely unsightly. He operated a secret method, and wisps of life force pervaded the left side of his face and slowly removed the scar. Yang Feng, very well, I'll let you experience my 9 brilliant suns secret method. There was a flash of killing intent in Yi Yuanyang's eyes, and he flicked his finger and dispelled the battle soul possession. He silently recited an incantation, and endless flames enveloped him in an instant. In the endless flames, the crimson gold sun python appeared once again. A boundless, terrifying pressure spread in all directions. As soon as the red gold sun python appeared, it stared at Yang Feng, opened its maw, and endless golden sun flames shot out and swept towards Yang Feng. The golden sun flames were enough to seriously injure a moonlight warlock and burn a starry sky warlock to ashes. If a great warlock like Yang Feng was touched by the golden sun flames, only death would await him. When Lu Wuchen saw this scene, his face fell, and he was about to get up and stop the fight. The power of the golden sun flames was too terrifying. Yang Feng was just a trifling great warlock. Once he was touched by the golden sun flames, he might not be able to save Yang Feng. Lai Heng snorted coldly, and a glorious sun warlock rank life force slowly spread. In the battle demon sect, Lai Heng was naturally not Lu Wuchen's opponent. However, he could still obstruct Lu Wuchen for a quarter of an hour. Besides, the Tai Yi sect was the leader of the 10 great sects, so Lai Heng didn't have to worry about Lu Wuchen killing them. In the reception hall, the atmosphere became tense. The experts of the battle demon sect glared at Lai Heng, and a tyrannical life force slowly spread out, as if they would turn hostile at any time. Chapter 456. Facing the tyrannical auras locking onto him, Lai Heng wasn't afraid at all. He uttered with a faint smile, "Senior disciple Brother Lu, this is a fair duel between juniors. Are you going to step in and bully the weak?" Lu Wuchen frowned, his eyes flickered, and he stared at the arena. If Yang Feng's life was in danger, then even if he had to bear the infamy of bullying the weak, he would still step in and rescue Yang Feng. In the arena, Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and his life force erupted in a flash, and a gold battle demon suddenly appeared. After the gold battle demon appeared, it blurred and turned into a black battle demon that fell from the sky, landed on Yang Feng, and doubled his battle prowess. Zhang Hanshan's pretty face flickered, and her eyes flickered with heartfelt admiration. Black battle demon. Amazing! Junior disciple Brother Yang has cultivated a black battle demon for less than 30 years, how fearsome. Zhou Feng's eyebrows smoothed out, and he sighed with a complicated mood. Both brother and sister are freakish geniuses. When Zhong Sunan saw this, he smiled bitterly, and a sense of dejection welled up inside him. Black battle demon. He actually practiced cultivation to this extent. At the time of the great sect competition, he didn't use his full strength. I'm afraid that he didn't even use 10% of his strength. As the #1 inner sect disciple of the fighting demonic sect, Zhong Sunan had always been very proud of himself. After he was promoted to a true disciple of the fighting demonic sect, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he wholeheartedly wanted to challenge Yang Feng again. But when he saw this scene, he understood that the gap between him and Yang Feng was like an insurmountable chasm. After all, when he challenged Yang Feng easily defeated him without using any secret methods of the fighting demonic sect. After the black battle demon possessed him, Yang Feng was covered in a black armor with astonishing defensive strength, and his speed suddenly doubled. With the god armament Holy Flame sword in hand, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and stabbed with his hand. The law of fire surged, turned into a whirlpool, and engulfed the golden sun flames. After the golden sun flames were absorbed, the Holy Flame sword became more and more resplendent. However, it only lasted for about half a quarter of an hour, when the Holy Flame sword transmitted a feeling of satiety. Clearly, it could no longer absorb the golden sun flames. While evading the golden sun flames, Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, what now? Did he have to use the primal chaos annihilation fist? I haven't learned the powerful offensive secret techniques of the battle demon sect. Yang Feng advanced too quickly. Apart from cultivating the battle demon's secret method, he didn't practice any other powerful offensive secret methods of the battle demon sect. As for the various spells Yang Feng currently grasped, they couldn't harm Yuanyang, who had already transformed into a red gold sun python. Even with level 5 spells, only over 100 level 5 single-target offensive spells would be able to injure the red gold sun python that Yuanyang had transformed into. This was the terror of the Tai Yi sect's 9 brilliant suns mystic art. 10,000 disintegrate and fireball spells couldn't even destroy a single scale on the body of the red gold sun python. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. One after another, countermeasures emerged, and then he rejected them. Got it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a strange whirlpool suddenly appeared, devoured the golden sun flames, and then sent them into the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. When the golden sun flames appeared in Yang Feng's semi-plane, primal chaos force twisted and smashed the golden sun flames, turning them into fire elemental particles that reverberated in the semi-plane. As if a ghost, Yang Feng shuttled back and forth among the golden sun flames and quietly absorbed them into the semi-plane. How can he freely shuttle back and forth in the golden sun flames? What's going on? The golden sun flames don't seem to be able to burn him. Amazing. Is he really just a great warlock? How heaven-defying. What a terrible monster. When the leaders of the major forces who came to congratulate Yang Feng saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with astonishment. The golden sun flames could even easily burn moonlight warlocks to ashes. For a trifling great warlock like Yang Feng to be able to resist the golden sun flames, that was simply heaven-defying. Lu Wuchen's creased eyebrows loosened slightly, and he revealed a smile. He looked at the arena from afar with admiration in his eyes. Lai Heng stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes. What a terrible guy. I'm afraid that this guy is 30% stronger than Shi Shui. I can't let him continue to grow. As a holy son of the Tai Yi sect, Yuanyang could easily defeat a moonlight warlock in the starry sky warlock realm. For Yang Feng to be able to contend against Yuanyang in the great warlock realm was simply heaven-defying. Such a genius was enough to give rise to killing intent in Lai Heng's heart. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of Yuanyang's incarnation of the red gold sun python. The 9 spheres of light revolving around the red gold sun python quickly flew out and formed a strange enneagram. A thumb-thick golden sun flame god ray shot out from the center of the enneagram and barreled towards Yang Feng. Golden sun flame god ray. Yang Feng's face suddenly fell, and he blocked the trajectory of the golden sun flame god ray with the god armament holy flame god ray. The law of fire surged, and green flames containing the law of fire formed a shield of fire that blocked the holy flame god ray. When the golden sun flame god ray slammed into the holy flame sword, it easily pierced through the green flames and sent the holy flame sword flying, and then slammed into Yang Feng. A copious amount of golden sun flames spread inside Yang Feng and burned everything. Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and streams of primal chaos force frantically scoured inside him and drew the golden sun flames into his semi-plane. When the golden sun flames entered Yang Feng's semi-plane, they immediately turned into torrential flames that wreaked havoc everywhere, as if wanting to burn the semi-plane to ashes. Streams of primal chaos force suddenly erupted and smashed the golden sun flames, turning them into fire elemental particles. Although Yang Feng's semi-plane devoured the golden sun flames completely, but at the same time, the semi-plane was shrouded in a fire cloud. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles began to show signs of imbalance. From an outsider's point of view, after being hit by the golden sun flame's god ray, Yang Feng's body just swayed slightly, and he resisted it. He blocked it? He actually blocked the golden sun flame god ray. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with my eyes? That's the golden sun flame god ray. The golden sun flame god ray that can burn moonlight warlocks to death and injure glorious dawn warlocks to death. How could he block it? How could he not die? Dumbstruck, the leaders of the major forces couldn't believe their eyes. The face of the calm Li Heng changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could he block it?" Zhao Ilian's pretty face also changed, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, and she exclaimed, "That's really heaven-defying. What spell did he use? How could he even block the golden sun flame god ray?" The eyes of Bai Ilian, who has always been indifferent and otherworldly, shimmered with shock. Clearly, Yang Feng's performance exceeded her expectations by far. Zhang Han trembled, feeling incredulous. She asked Zhou Feng, "Is that the golden sun flame god ray? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Zhou Feng smiled helplessly, "That's the golden sun flame god ray." Shi Shui looked at this scene with a smile. She was filled with pride and arrogance. Impossible. How could this be? An ashen face, Mo Wuheng, who has recovered 30% of his vigor, clenched his fists, stared at Yang Feng in the arena, bit his lips, and blood dripped from his lips. He, Mo Wuheng, was directly defeated by the golden sun flame divine light. For Yang Feng to easily block the golden sun flame god ray, didn't that mean that Yang Feng was 10 times more brilliant than him? This fact was a blow to the proud and arrogant Mo Wuheng. At the same time, it gave rise to an indescribable resentment. Impossible, how could you block my golden sun flame god ray? The eyes of Yi Yuanyang, who has transformed into a red gold sun python, flashed with astonishment, and he cried out, a trace of fear unconsciously appearing in his voice. The golden sun flame god ray's power is boundless, and it can restrain countless secret methods. Even Yi Yuanyang's true body can hardly withstand a golden sun flame god ray. The fact that Yang Feng easily blocked the golden sun flame god ray shook the mind of the always calm Yi Yuanyang. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "It's very simple, you're too weak. You can only display less than 30% of the power of the red gold sun python's golden sun flame god ray at most. This level of golden sun flame god ray isn't qualified to hurt me." In fact, if Yang Feng hadn't implanted a semi-plane in his soul seed and forced all the golden sun flames into the semi-plane, then even if he practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the golden sun flame god ray. Moreover, after Yang Feng absorbed the golden sun flame god ray, his semi-plane's wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles began to lose balance. But Yang Feng naturally wouldn't tell Yi Yuanyang the truth. Instead, he kept attacking Yi Yuanyang with words, looking unfathomable. However, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't tell Yi Yuanyang the truth. Instead, he constantly attacked Yi Yuanyang with words, looking unfathomable. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then blurred into motion and shot towards Yi Yuanyang lightning fast like a ghost. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then blurred into motion and shot towards Yi Yuanyang lightning fast like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, all the golden sun flames were directly devoured by him and sent into the semi-plane. Chapter 457. Within the boundless golden sun flames, a passageway without any flames appeared. The passageway quickly extended towards the red gold sun python with the force of a thunderbolt. Idiot, not only can the crimson gold sun python control the golden sun flames, its physical body is also one of the strongest in the world. You're courting death. Yi Yuanyang's eyes flashed with a savage glint. Resplendent red light flickered in the eyes of his embodiment of a red gold sun python, locking onto Yang Feng's movement trajectory. Although the red gold sun python was inferior to extraordinary life forms with unusual eye abilities, but its eyes could easily lock onto the movement trajectories of experts below the glorious Dawn Warlock rank. This was the terror of extraordinary life forms comparable to transcendent rank existences. If not for the fact that terrifying existences like the Crimson Gold Sun Python and the Great Sun Golden Crow were difficult to reproduce and their numbers were low. The Zhangji Plain gave birth to the 8 Warlock Emperors. It was impossible for the whole world to be dominated by humans. The Red Gold Sun Python locked on to Yang Feng's movement trajectory at once. Its body shook slightly, and its terrifying tail with the power to destroy mountains and break rivers suddenly shot towards Yang Feng. Everyone in the hall was on tenterhooks as they stared at the Grand Colosseum. Their eyes flashed with a dignified expression. As if he had already expected this, Yang Feng shot out as soon as the Red Gold Sun Python moved. At the critical moment, he avoided the Red Gold Sun Python's all-out attack, appeared before the python's head, and slashed down with his sword. The Crimson Gold Sun Python's tail attack is indeed one of the best in the world. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to avoid it. But with your Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, you can't fully grasp the transformations of the Red Gold Sun Python, your body and mind can't match. Yet you want to defeat me with your fleshly body? That's just wishful thinking. When the fire sword slashed at the Red Gold Sun Python, Yi Yuanyang has transformed into, a huge wound appeared on the head of the Red Gold Sun Python, and a copious amount of blood spilled on the ground. If it wasn't for Yi Yuanyang twisting his head in the nick of time, then his eyes would have been split open by Yang Feng's sword. After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng turned into afterimages and flickered around Yi Yuanyang. Sword rays flickered and, like a never-ending sea wave, slashed at Yi Yuanyang's incarnation of a Red Gold Sun Python. The consequences of Yi Yuanyang's transformation into a Red Gold Sun Python appeared immediately. The Red Gold Sun Python was a glorious Dawn Warlock rank existence, a heaven and earth variant superior to ordinary extraordinary life forms. After he transformed into the Red Gold Sun Python, it was already very difficult for him to control the golden sun flames. It was even more impossible for him to control the Red Gold Sun Python's body perfectly. If it was a real Red Gold Sun Python, then with a swing of its tail just now, Yang Feng would have no choice but to face it head-on. However, the Red Gold Sun Python that Yi Yuanyang had transformed into could not do this. Even though he struggled frantically and swung his tail everywhere, he still couldn't touch Yang Feng. If it wasn't for the formidable fleshly body of the Red Gold Sun Python, he would have been cut into countless pieces by Yang Feng. Damn it! Yang Feng, I want you dead. Yi Yuanyang's eyes turned red, as if they were about to spurt out fire. He let out an earth-shaking roar. Countless golden sun flames suddenly burst out, turning into a golden-red pillar of flame that shot up into the sky, straight into the clouds. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he suddenly retreated by 1,000 meters and looked at Yi Yuanyang with a dignified expression. Inside the red-gold pillar of fire, Yi Yuanyang's incarnation of the red-gold sun python struggled, and then slowly transformed into the sun-god dragon transformation. A fearsome flame aura capable of burning mountains and boiling seas spread from the red-gold pillar of light, and the temperature in the arena rose by more than 100 degrees. For the first time, shock flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Sun-god dragon transformation. How is this possible? This is a transformation that only Bright World warlocks can cultivate. Even if he uses secret treasures, he can't maintain this transformation. Sun God Dragon transformation was a transformation that only Bright World warlocks could cultivate. Once it was cultivated, its power was boundless. There was nothing the Sun God Dragon transformation couldn't burn. As long as a glorious Dawn warlock was touched by the Sun God Dragon flames, they would be burned to ashes. Moreover, it could restrain countless demonic spells in the world. To transform into a Sun God Dragon, it consumed a tremendous amount of life force. The life force needed to maintain the Sun God Dragon transformation for one breath of time could drain a Starry Sky warlock. Inside the golden pillar of fire, Yi Yuanyang's face twisted in pain. Suddenly, wisps of world force seeped out of him, entered the Sun God Dragon transformation, and evolved into a quarter of the Sun God Dragon's head. When Lu Wuchen saw this scene, his face suddenly fell, and he exclaimed, "A virtual world." He actually formed a virtual world. Zhao Ilian's pretty face fell, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. A virtual world. He actually formed a virtual world. The younger generation will surpass us in time. A virtual world. He actually formed a virtual world. A virtual world. To form a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, this Yi Yuanyang is simply a freak. When the warlocks of the 10 great sects saw this scene, their countenances changed greatly, and they exclaimed. In the Zhangji plane, the strongest warlocks could contend against the gods of other planes, and even suppress them. They were invincible. The strongest warlocks implanted a semi-plane seed in their soul seed, evolved together, and finally evolved a true world inside them. Each of the 7 warlock emperors is an amazing talent. They have evolved a true world inside them. With the help of world force, they can be invincible, suppress countless planes, and kill countless powerhouses. Even the gods in the divine kingdom were forced to lower their proud heads and bow down to them. Even in the astral boundary, a treasure like a semi-plane seed can only be encountered by chance. You may not come across a semi-plane seed in 10,000 years. After countless studies, the Zhangji plane's human warlocks have finally developed a virtual world cultivation method. The so-called virtual world is a virtual world that human warlocks integrate with the 4 most precious treasures of heaven and earth or peerless secret treasures of heaven and earth into their soul, and then, through all kinds of mysterious secret methods, form a virtual world inside them that is somewhat similar to the real world. After being nourished and cultivated by warlocks using all kinds of precious treasures of heaven and earth, the virtual world can be slowly transformed into a real world step by step. Of course, to transform a virtual world into a real world, the resources needed are thousands or even tens of thousands of times more than the resources needed to implant a semi-plane seed. Very few people can transform a virtual world into a real world. The Dawn Lord of the 8th Warlock dynasty was a peerless expert who established a virtual world inside him and transformed the virtual world into a real world. Precious treasures of heaven and earth and peerless secret treasures that can support a virtual world are very rare. Moreover, even with such precious treasures of heaven and earth, it is extremely difficult to establish a virtual world inside you. In the entire Battle Demon sect, only 2 of the 4 great elders, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, had established a virtual world within their bodies. Apart from them, no one else had established a virtual world within their bodies. The 2 Bright World warlocks Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian can contend against some weak Infinity Warlock rank peerless experts. Their status is above the other two great elders. Yuanyang was able to complete the red gold sun python transformation because he has the support of a trace of world force provided by the virtual world, which is why he can cast the terrifying spell Golden Sun Flame God Ray, which can even defeat a Moonlight Warlock rank elite like Mo Wuheng. After Yuanyang evolved a quarter of the Sun God Dragon's head, he was unable to continue. From the maw of the quarter of the Sun God Dragon, a wisp of Sun God Dragon fire slowly drifted towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw the wisp of Sun God Dragon fire, a dignified look flashed in his eyes. Although there is only a wisp of Sun God Dragon fire, but it is of a very high grade, even more terrifying than the Golden Sun Flame God Ray. Even a glorious Dawn Warlock will be seriously injured if touched by the wisp of Sun God Dragon fire. Moonlight Warlocks will be burned to ashes if touched by the wisp of Sun God Dragon fire. The wisp of Sun God Dragon fire looks slow, but is actually very fast. In a breath of time, it strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he slashed at the wisp of Sun God Dragon fire with the God Armament Holy Flame sword in hand. The wisp of Sun God Dragon fire exploded in an instant and turned into a raging inferno sweeping towards the Holy Flame sword. The wisp of Law of Fire sealed inside the Holy Flame sword trembled and almost collapsed. Explode! Yang Feng let go of the sword, retreated briskly, and barked. The God Armament Holy Flame sword trembled slightly and exploded in an instant, forcibly shattering the wisp of Sun God Dragon fire and turning it into a violent storm of fire sweeping towards Yang Feng. An enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and a water domain suddenly broke out and turned into a torrent that swept towards the storm of fire. After eating the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom is extraordinary, and he has already condensed various domains, including the water domain. As soon as the water domain came into contact with the storm of fire, it immediately collapsed, vaporized, and dissipated into mist. The storm of fire was only slightly weakened, but it still swept towards Yang Feng with the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Yang Feng retreated briskly. With a thought, spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and blocked in front of the storm of fire. The incomparably violent flaming storm swept towards the spatial mirrors and was continuously cut by the spatial mirrors, directly teleporting to different spaces. Chapter 458. If it was the Sun God Dragon flames controlled by a real Sun God Dragon, then Yang Feng's spatial mirror wouldn't be able to shake it, let alone teleport it to another space. But Yuanyang, who was in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, couldn't control the Sun God Dragon flames at all. Otherwise, the Sun God Dragon flames wouldn't have been blasted apart by the Holy Flame sword. Once the Sun God Dragon flames were blasted apart, it no longer had the terrifying power to severely wound glorious Dawn Warlocks and easily burn Moonlight Warlocks to death. More than half of the firestorm was cut apart by the spatial mirror and banished to another space. But there was still a fist-sized fireball barreling towards Yang Feng like a meteor. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and he extended his hand and grabbed the fireball. A fearsome devour force erupted in a flash and devoured the fireball, and it entered the semi-plane. When the fireball entered Yang Feng's semi-plane, a stream of world force stabbed the fireball like a sharp spear and smashed it into pieces, and then turned into pure fire elemental particles drifting in the semi-plane. After the fireball was devoured by Yang Feng, Yuanyang's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared like a wounded beast. Immediately afterward, the one-quarter head of the Sun God Dragon he has transformed into collapsed. The 5-level, 6-secret treasure Golden Sun Flame beads also cracked, and turned into dust that scattered on the ground. There was a flash of light, and Yuanyang stood in the center of the arena, staring at Yang Feng with a pale face, and his eyes flashed with anger. We lost this fight. Lai Heng made a prompt decision to admit defeat. He extended his hand, and light shone, and he grabbed Yuanyang from the arena and placed him next to him. He was worried that Yang Feng would use the pretense of a competition to kill Yi Yuanyang, a peerless genius of the Tai Yi sect, on the spot. When Yi Yuanyang returned to Lai Heng's side, he still stared at Yang Feng, almost spewing fire. Since his debut, everything had been smooth sailing for him, and he had never been defeated. But now he was defeated by a great warlock like Yang Feng, which was a great humiliation for him. Standing in the arena, Yang Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate the arena, looked straight at Yi Yuanyang, and said with a faint smile, "You admit defeat? Yi Yuanyang's strength is indeed extraordinary, he can force me to use 50% of my strength. The secret method of the Tai Yi sect does have some merits." Lai Heng's face became extremely gloomy. Yi Yuanyang's handsome face flushed red. His body trembled slightly and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The blood splattered on the ground and he fainted from anger. In fact, Yi Yuanyang is a rare peerless genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Before Yang Feng obtained the Apple of Wisdom, if he used the Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, a peerless secret method recorded in the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body, coupled with the World Force condensed from the semi-plane, he might be able to defeat Yi Yuanyang by a bit. The slightest bit of carelessness could result in being defeated or even killed by Yi Yuanyang. After Yang Feng obtained the Apple of Wisdom, his wisdom increased greatly, and he was able to easily comprehend the Battle Demon's secret method and cultivate it to the Black Battle Demon realm, which allowed him to defeat Yi Yuanyang. Amazing! How fearsome! This Yang Feng is really fearsome. To be able to defeat Yi Yuanyang, who cultivated a virtual world, in the Great Warlock realm, that's simply heaven-defying. The Battle Demon sect is really lucky. In addition to Shi Shui, they can also get such an outrageous genius like Yang Feng. It seems that after a few hundred years, they will be able to catch up to the Tai Yi sect. I heard that at the time, because Yang Feng's aptitude was too poor, he had to go through an extremely harsh trial by fire in order to join the Battle Demon sect. It seems that when we recruit disciples, we need to open up a few more paths. In the reception hall, whether it is the warlocks of the 10 great sects or the leaders of the major forces, they all stared at Yang Feng with a complicated glint in their eyes. They began to think about their relationship with the Battle Demon sect. Some sects that were originally in a neutral position also began to think about whether they should be more inclined towards the Battle Demon sect. Once a Warlock Monarch or Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence appeared in the Battle Demon sect, the Battle Demon sect could become the leader of the 10 great sects, and even establish the 9th Warlock dynasty wouldn't be impossible. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were many great Warlock rank peerless geniuses who defeated Starry Sky Warlocks. However, great Warlock rank peerless geniuses who defeated Starry Sky Warlocks with Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess were rare. The Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang was already a peerless genius, and even Moonlight Warlocks were defeated by him. Yet, he was defeated by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strength could well be imagined. In addition to the legendary Warlock Emperors, only the peerless geniuses who once fought against the 8 Warlock Emperors had such terrifying accomplishments. If the peerless geniuses who once fought against the 8 Warlock Emperors didn't die early, then they would have made amazing achievements. The weakest among them were Infinity Warlocks, and there were also many Warlock Monarchs and Holy Spirit Warlocks. In addition to envy and jealousy, there was also a flash of obscure killing intent on Yang Feng, but it was well concealed. After Yang Feng defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang, no one dared to provoke him again. The Moonlight ceremony also continued. It ended peacefully and smoothly. After the Moonlight ceremony ended, the Tai Yi sect's party left the Battle Demon sect under Lai Heng's lead. The Saint Lotus sect also left the Battle Demon sect. The disciples of the other great sects took the initiative to contact Yang Feng and make friends with him. Yang Feng was also very interested in the true disciples of the other great sections. The two sides hit it off, chatted happily, and became friends. Yang Feng, come to the immortal Huang Palace. When Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace, a voice reverberated in his sea of knowledge. With a thought, he strode into the immortal Huang Palace. As soon as he entered the immortal Huang Palace, Yang Feng saw Huang Yihe sitting on a dais and looking at him kindly. He immediately went to the seventh praying mat and sat down. Huang Yihe's eyes flashed like lightning as he sized up Yang Feng as if he was looking at a treasure. After a long time, he revealed a smile and praised, "Not bad. Yang Feng, your performance was really beyond my expectations. Your performance greatly increased the prestige of the Battle Demon sect. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he uttered, "Disciple hopes to get some treasures to nurture a plane." Nurture a plane? Huang Yihe was taken aback. With a thought, a formidable spirit fluctuation swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng calmly retracted the power of the primal chaos imperishable body and let Huang Yihe's spirit fluctuation fall on him. Huang Yihe's spirit fluctuation swept Yang Feng, and then immediately retracted it. A complicated look in his eyes, Huang Yihe sighed lightly, "Semi-plane, you really implanted a semi-plane seed into your soul seed. By implanting a semi-plane seed, and then using all kinds of rare treasures of heaven and earth and secret methods to nurture the semi-plane into a world, one could use the power of a world to become the strongest warlock of the same rank." With the support of the Battle Demon sect, Huang Yihe spent countless rare treasures of heaven and earth to form a virtual world. But to transform a virtual world into a real world, it was 1,000 times more difficult than implanting a semi-plane seed. When he thought that his disciple has already implanted a semi-plane seed and established a semi-plane, Huang Yihe was both happy and envious at the same time. However, since Yang Feng was able to defeat the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuanyang in the Great Warlock realm, Huang Yihe basically guessed that Yang Feng had either implanted a semi-plane seed or formed a virtual world. The treasures needed to nurture a semi-plane are best if they are rare treasures of heaven and earth formed from the four elements. The four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth were the four basic elements that supported the various planes. Henceforth, you can cultivate wind, fire, water, and earth elemental secret methods to nurture your semi-plane. You can also use rare treasures of heaven and earth containing the four basic elements to nurture your semi-plane. I don't have many treasures on hand to nurture a semi-plane. I'll give you the wind, water, and earth crystals. The fire elemental particles in your semi-plane are too rich. After absorbing the three crystals, not only will your world be balanced, but your strength will also rise to a higher level." Huang Yihe waved his hand, and the three crystals flew towards Yang Feng. A look of joy on his face, Yang Feng received the three crystals and said, "Thank you, teacher." Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles are born in places rich in various elements. Wind crystals are born in places rich in storms such as the stormy island. Fire crystals are born in places rich in magma and other fire elemental particles. Water crystals are born in places rich in the sea. Earth crystals are buried deep in the earth. The four crystals are the most common rare treasures of heaven and earth used to nurture virtual worlds and semi-planes. As soon as they appeared, they would be taken away by the major forces, each of which was priceless. The price of a crystal was above 100 million low-grade magic crystals. It was because Yang Feng greatly boosted the prestige of the demonic fighting sect that Huang Yihe bestowed the three crystals to Yang Feng to help him balance the elemental changes in the semi-plane. After receiving the three crystals, Huang Yihe gave Yang Feng a few more words of encouragement, and then had him take his leave. As soon as Yang Feng returned to his dwelling, he immediately began to integrate the three crystals into his semi-plane. 3 days later, Yang Feng refined the three crystals together with countless low-grade magic crystals. In his semi-plane, the wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles reached a balance again. The diameter of the semi-plane expanded by 1,000 meters, and more world force was born. Chapter 459. After Yang Feng completely refined the three elemental mysterious crystals, a thought arose in his mind: it seems that I should spend some time practicing the battle demonic sect's battle secret methods. For a peerless genius among human warlocks like Yi Yuanyang, Fireball, Blink, Lightning, and other spells lower than level 5 had no effect on him. Once Yi Yuanyang transformed into a fearsome existence like the red gold sun python, level 5 spells wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The battle demonic sect's battle demonic secret method combined offense and defense. Even if one practiced it to the infinity warlock rank, the black battle demon possession could increase one's battle prowess by twofold. The battle demonic secret method was one of the fundamental methods of the battle demonic sect. What did it mean for the strength of an infinity warlock to increase by twofold? An infinity warlock with twofold battle prowess could crush experts of the same rank. Every time the Western world's secret methods were upgraded to a certain level, they would begin to practice spells of that level. The Eastern world's secret methods, on the other hand, tended to practice battle secret methods that improved along with the strength of the cultivator. The magic civilizations of both sides had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, the battle demonic sect's battle demonic secret method was extremely powerful, but the cultivation requirements were too high. Only great warlocks could practice it, and it would take hundreds of years just to practice the green battle demon possession. If one could master the blink spell of the Western world spell system, then in a great warlock rank fight, it would be 100 times stronger than the green battle demon possession. Of course, in a fight between infinity warlocks, the power of the blink spell would be greatly limited, and it would be practically useless. But the green battle demon possession would increase the cultivator's battle prowess by 30%, which was simply terrifying. Apart from Tyrannid subcontinent, which was a rather desolate subsidiary continent, the main continent's Eastern Warlock world and Western Warlock world not only developed a lot of formidable and unique spells, but also had a lot of spells passed down and exchanged with each other. There were also many spells developed by the Western world and the battle demonic sect. Of course, not many people in the battle demonic sect practiced the spells developed by the Western world. There were countless secret methods in the fighting demonic sect. Yang Feng picked and chose for a while before choosing the 4 secret methods: Skyfire 7 colors, Divine Wind 9 revolutions, Earth Origin Embryo, and Water Element 3 transformations at the same time. These 4 secret techniques were also the best 4 secret techniques in the battle demon sect to cultivate virtual worlds and real worlds. By cultivating the Skyfire 7 absolutes, one would be able to give birth to the 7 colors of Skyfire: yellow, orange, red, green, blue, cyan, and purple. Every type of heavenly flame possessed immense power. Cultivating the Divine Wind 9 revolutions would allow one to directly condense a spell model called the Divine Wind 9 revolutions. Cultivating the Earth Origin Embryo would allow one to obtain a spell model called the Earth Origin Escape Technique. By cultivating the 3 water elemental transformations, one could obtain the spell model of the Profound Een Frigid Water. The 7-colored Heavenly Flame, the 9 revolutions Divine Wind, the Earth Essence Escape Technique, and the mysterious Een Frigid Water were 4 great techniques that possessed the characteristics of the East. Their power would increase as the cultivator's strength increased. The 4 secret methods: Skyfire 7 absolutes, Divine Wind 9 revolutions, Earth Origin Embryo, and water elemental transformations were extremely difficult to cultivate. They were secret methods that pointed directly to the 4 elemental origins of this world. They were comparable in rank to the Tai Yi sect's 9 brilliant suns secret method. Even for a cultivation genius like Zhang Hanshan, it would be very difficult for her to cultivate these 4 secret methods at the same time. Without 100 years of cultivation, she wouldn't be able to cultivate them to the minor accomplishment realm. Before obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's cultivation aptitude was far inferior to that of a true cultivation genius like Zhang Hanshan. Apart from the primal chaos imperishable body, he didn't dare to cultivate other secret methods carelessly. After obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng made rapid progress in cultivating the 4 secret methods: Skyfire 7 Absolutes, Divine Wind 9 Revolutions, Earth Origin Embryo, and Water Elemental Transformations. He easily cultivated the 4 secret methods to the minor accomplishment realm. In his Sea of Knowledge, he evolved the 4 spell models. At the same time, after cultivating the 4 secret methods to the minor accomplishment realm, Yang Feng could clearly sense that the semi-plane inside him, nourished by the 4 basic elements, was growing stronger at all times. Instead, every time Yang Feng practiced cultivation, he had to consume a tremendous amount of low-grade magic crystals. The number of low-grade magic crystals he consumed every day exceeded 100,000. The immortal Huang Palace, inside Yang Feng's dwelling. Streams of data flashed continuously in Yang Feng's eyes. Looking at the data gathered by the Level 2 optical computer, he sighed faintly, "There aren't enough cultivation resources. It seems that I have to think of a way to open up a few more trade routes and get more cultivation resources." After Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge evolved into a semi-plane, it allowed him to obtain formidable power and embark on the strongest warlock path. However, the amount of cultivation resources he consumed was also increasing exponentially. The Turandot subcontinent, the Feisua Plains desolate islands, the Red Earth wasteland, and the Grade 9 plane previously controlled by the Shadow Prince Mecha couldn't meet his cultivation needs. Using the Level 2 fortified stronghold synthesis ability, Yang Feng synthesized many precious elixirs and sold them, but the resources he obtained still couldn't meet his cultivation needs. "It seems that I have to make a move." Yang Feng pressed a button, and a holographic projector beside him shot out rays of light and displayed a map of the Zhangji Plains continent. Yang Feng calculated in his mind, on the Feisua Plains side, my clone is consolidating his cultivation base. On the astral boundary side, no resources have been found. The plane dominated by the Shadow Prince Mecha is too barren. If I want to make a fortune, it seems that I have to go to the continent. At present, the Zhangji Plain was the highest known plane. At the same time, it was the plane with the most abundant resources and endless mysteries. If Yang Feng wanted to obtain all kinds of precious resources, he could only do so in the Zhangji Plain. The Wuxia County was one of the 36 counties under the jurisdiction of the lesser province Linghai Province. To the east of the Wuxia County was the boundless Wuxia, which hid countless formidable sea extraordinary life forms. In the depths of the Wuxia, there were 4 subcontinents, namely the Fuso subcontinent, the Gaogo subcontinent, the Indavasai subcontinent, and the Fight subcontinent. The Wuxia County was the hub connecting the 4 subcontinents and the Great Cloud Dynasty. Every day, merchant ships from the 4 subcontinents would enter the Wuxia County and transport the resources of the 4 subcontinents to the Wuxia County for sale. The Fuso subcontinent, the Gaogo subcontinent, the Indavasai subcontinent, and the Fight subcontinent were much larger than the Turandot subcontinent. Similarly, the resources of the 4 subcontinents were much richer than those of the Turandot subcontinent. The Wuxia County also obtained tremendous wealth through ocean trade with the 4 subcontinents. The annual tax revenue of the Wuxia County alone was comparable to the tax revenue of the other 35 counties combined. The capital of the Wuxia County, the Wuxia City, a 4-seat convertible Scarlet Fairy Dragon limited edition luxury sports car sped along the road. The driver was Lila, an extremely beautiful high elf. In the back of the luxury car, Yang Feng, embracing the sexy and enchanting Eunice and the coquettish and charming Cheyenne, looked around unscrupulously. With the support of Yang Feng's tremendous cultivation resources, Eunice has already promoted to a great warlock. As for Cheyenne, after she converted to Yang Feng's ruler of shadows, she was nourished by the divine force of shadows, and smoothly promoted to a starry sky warlock rank high priestess of shadows with battle prowess. The human, high elf, and dark elf beauties of the 3 races attracted the gazes of many men in the Wuxia city. Greedy gazes focused on Yang Feng and his party, yet as if he hadn't seen them, Yang Feng continued to ostentatiously cross the street, enjoying the gazes of envy and jealousy. If it was when he had just arrived at the continent, Yang Feng could only tuck his tail between his legs. He wouldn't have dared to bring the Tarandit subcontinent's beauties here. Otherwise, once he was targeted by experts, he wouldn't be able to protect those women. But now, Yang Feng was a true disciple of the great elder Huang Yihe of the fighting demonic sect. He was valued highly by the fighting demonic sect, and his true body was a terrifying existence with Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. He already had the strength and confidence to protect his women. In the Wei Sea City, in addition to humans, there were many strange-looking merfolk with strange characteristics. The Zhangji Plains merfolk were different from the Feisua Plains merfolk. In addition to the native merfolk of the Zhangji Plain, there were also many merfolk captured by human warlocks from other plains, or mutant merfolk created by human warlocks through various dangerous experiments. The strength of the Zhangji Plains merfolk was extremely terrifying. In the sea, there were 3 imperial courts, the Dulin Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, and the Legu Imperial Court. They could even contend against the human continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, Breast Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Catered Dynasty. When the merfolk left the sea and set foot on the human continent, they would naturally be wiped out by human warlocks. But it was impossible for human warlocks to conquer these merfolk. The luxurious sports car that could attract the attention of countless people stopped in front of a luxurious building called the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Yang Feng followed the 3 beautiful women into the luxurious building. A rather pretty woman in a cyan dress, with a capable look on her face, greeted him with a smile. "Sir, how can I help you?" Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and Lila hurriedly stepped forward and opened a box. The fragrance of apples diffused from the box. Inside the box was an apple of wisdom leaf. With the usual arrogance of a high elf, Lila said in an aloof tone, "This is an apple of wisdom leaf that my lord got from the Feisua plain. Let Shiyuabing come out and have a talk with my lord." Chapter 460. The pretty face of the beautiful woman in green changed slightly, and her tone became more respectful. "A leaf of the Feisua Plains apple of wisdom. I understand, please wait a moment." A leaf of the apple of wisdom could increase the probability of a pinnacle starry sky warlock rank expert promoting to a moonlight warlock by 50%. Even bright world warlocks would be tempted by such a treasure. On the Feisua Plain, there were countless great warlocks and many pinnacle starry sky warlock rank experts. However, moonlight warlock rank experts and above were very rare. A moonlight warlock could establish a sect and have a place in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Not long after, a petite woman dressed in a plain white dress walked over with a smile on her face. She looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was slightly yellow as if she was malnourished, but her facial features were extremely exquisite. Her large eyes were like a pair of gemstones. The girl said with a gentle smile, "I am Shiyuabing of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. How do I address you, Mr.?" Yang Feng replied with a slight arrogance, "My surname is Yang." Shiyuabing said with a sweet smile, "So it's young Master Yang. Please come with me." Shiyuabing took Yang Feng and company to the 9th floor of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, where they sat down as guests and hosts. 2 beautiful maids stepped forward and served cups of specially made tea to everyone. Eunice took a sip of the tea, a smile in her beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed in admiration, "This is red leaf dragon tea. It can enhance the soul aptitude of warlocks with a superior level, for soul aptitude or below. Long-term consumption can also improve spirit force by a small margin. Good tea." Cheyenne gracefully picked up the cup of red leaf dragon tea and took a sip. Feeling the faint fragrance lingering in her mouth, she revealed a look of satisfaction. Red leaf dragon tea is a specialty of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although it is only a third-rate tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although it was only a third-rate tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the Turandot subcontinent, it was a rare treasure. In the past, even the leader of one of Turandot's 6 major forces like Carolina couldn't buy a few taels of it in a year. After taking a sip of the tea, Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, felt the fragrance lingering in his mouth, and quietly sized up Shi Yuebing in front of him. As if she didn't care about Yang Feng's gaze, Shi Yuebing said with a sweet smile, "Young Master Yang, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is very interested in the apple of wisdom leaves in your hands. 10 million magic crystals for one. What do you think?" Yang Feng showed a ridiculing smile and said lightly, "Not enough. Even bright world warlocks would be tempted by the apple of wisdom leaves. You want to buy a leaf of the wisdom apple for a mere 10 million mana crystals? How could anyone be willing to sell such a rare treasure?" Shi Yuebing suddenly said, "Then what do you want?" Yang Feng showed a meaningful smile, "I want the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion." When she heard that, the smile on Shi Yuebing's pretty face faded, and only endless coldness remained in her beautiful eyes. There was a flash of ridicule on her pretty face, and she uttered frigidly, "You have a big appetite. You want to swallow the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion with a trifling apple of wisdom leaf? That's really whimsical. Please go back, you're not welcome here." 2 men exuding starry sky warlock rank auras slowly walked out of the room and looked at Yang Feng indifferently. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "As far as I know, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion sank 5 Taishan-class ships in a row not long ago, and all the goods on the 5 ships disappeared. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is currently insolvent. Besides, Miss Shi, of the 4 elders of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, 2 are opposed to you continuing to serve as the pavilion master of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is not far from collapse. I may be your only savior. By driving me away like this, do you want the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Shi family to be destroyed?" Shi Yuebing's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. She waved her hands, and the 2 starry sky warlock rank powerhouses withdrew. Shi Yuebing uttered coldly, "Why did you deliberately inquire about the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion?" Yang Feng responded domineeringly, "I need a firm that can conduct maritime trade with the 4 subcontinents. After much consideration, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is the most suitable for me. I can destroy the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, but I can also bring it back to life. Miss Shi, make your choice. Do you want the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Shi family to be destroyed, or do you want to hand over the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to me and bring it back to life?" Shi Yuebing raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "I am Yang Feng, a personal disciple of the Battle Demon sect's great elder Huang Yihe." Shi Yuebing's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she exclaimed, "A personal disciple of the Battle Demon sect's great elder Huang Yihe." Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang in Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony. Many top powerhouses in the Great Cloud Dynasty knew of his name. However, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was just an ordinary third-rate force in the Wuxia city. As such, Shi Yuebing had never heard of Yang Feng. However, the Fighting Demonic sect's 4 great elders were world-famous peerless powerhouses. Any warlock with some knowledge would have heard of their names. Shi Yuebing naturally knew how important the personal disciples of the Fighting Demonic sect's great elders were. A personal disciple of a great elder could be mentioned in the same breath as the Wuxia city's city master. If it was within the Battle Demon sect's sphere of influence, a county's monarch would have to salute respectfully and curry favor with a personal disciple of a great elder. Yang Feng spent a great deal of effort to join the Battle Demon sect. In addition to the countless precious secret methods and resources in the Battle Demon sect, he also had to borrow the Battle Demon sect's influence. Shi Yuebing frowned slightly and said apologetically, "Please wait a moment, I need some time." After saying that, Shi Yuebing turned around and left the room. Yang Feng smiled faintly, sat still, and quietly tasted the red leaf dragon magic tea. Before long, Shi Yuebing came back and sat down again. Looking at Yang Feng with a peculiar look in her beautiful eyes, she smiled sweetly and said, "So it's senior disciple brother Yang Feng who defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son." Shi Yuebing said decisively, "Since it's you, senior disciple brother Yang, I can give you 80% of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's shares. I only want 20%. The Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang was a peerless genius who could defeat Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat Yi Yuanyang, his strength could only be above Yi Yuanyang's, and far above that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. In the entire Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, the strongest were just 2 Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank elders. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 1,000-year foundation couldn't recruit a Moonlight Warlock to serve it. Now that Yang Feng was willing to take over the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, Shi Yuebing made a prompt decision and chose to side with Yang Feng. Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile when he saw Shi Yuebing's decisiveness. A few days later, in the Wei Sea City, in a room belonging to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, there sat 4 old men at a huge white jade round table. The 4 old men were the 4 great elders of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, as well as the 4 generals under Shi Yuebing's father Shi Lai. A burly second elder with a black eye patch over his right eye exuded a fierce aura said in a deep voice, "A month ago, another Taishan-class ship sank in our Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. This is already the 5th Taishan-class ship that has sunk in our Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Now that the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is insolvent, even if we want to buy goods on credit, no one is willing to do so. If this continues, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion will be finished." The other 3 great elders were silent. The first elder, who was tall and sturdy but had a strand of white hair on his head, glanced at the second elder and said indifferently, "Second elder, what do you want to say? Just say it." The second elder was silent for a long time. As if he found it difficult to speak, he looked at the third elder. The third elder said with a smile, "That Sangyue Sea Pavilion's young master has taken a fancy to Yubing. As long as Yubing is willing to marry him, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion and the Sangyue Sea Pavilion will surely come back to life. The foundation passed down by the old master won't fall into our hands." The great elder was silent for a while, then looked at the silent fourth elder and asked flatly, "Fourth brother, what do you think?" The fourth elder lowered his head as if he were a dead man. He remained silent, and only his long breathing indicated that he was still alive. The great elder's eyes flashed with anger, and he uttered frigidly, "The Lord has been very kind to us. He raised us from orphans to starry sky warlocks and gave us a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the Lord, we would just be a bunch of homeless, despised orphans who would turn into a pile of bones in less than 100 years. The Lord died less than 20 years ago, yet in order to seize the young master's property, you want to force the young master to marry that bastard from the Sangyue Sea Pavilion. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" The Sangyue Sea Pavilion was one of the top 10 sea merchant groups in the Wei Sea City. However, the young master of the Sangyue Sea Pavilion, Yuan Huan, was an out-and-out scum. He was already 40 years old. With the help of the Sangyue Sea Pavilion's tremendous resources, his cultivation base was only a level 1 warlock. Besides, he indulged in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He liked to torture and kill beautiful women. Every year, the bodies of many female slaves were thrown into the sea. The second elder and the third elder wanted to push Shi Yuebing into the fire pit for their own glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, which made the great elder furious. Listening to the great elder's angry shouts, the fourth elder's eyes flashed with shame, his body trembled slightly, and then he gave a long sigh and finally fell silent. The third elder said with a cold smile, "Eldest brother, you're wrong. This Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was also built by us 4 brothers with our fists and kicks. For the sake of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, which one of us hasn't been injured? Even if the old master has shown us any kindness, we have served him for hundreds of years, and we have already repaid him. Chapter 461. Expressionless, the second elder raised his hand. Since this matter can't be settled, then let's vote. The third elder smiled and also raised his hand. Yes, since everyone can't be settled, then let's vote according to the usual practice. The fourth elder was silent for a while before saying indifferently, I abstain. The second elder showed a hint of ridicule on his face and said indifferently, Old 4 abstains, the elders' council's vote is 2 against 1. This matter is settled. Even if you object, it's useless, big brother. This is the collective decision of the elders' council. The first elder smiled coldly and directly turned hostile. Heh heh, what bullshit elders' council. Second elder, third elder, if you want to lick the ass of the Tsangyue Seed Pavilion's young master, then go lick it yourselves. As long as I'm here, I won't let you manipulate the young master at will. At worst, we'll just break up and let the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion be finished. The second elder smiled faintly. I knew you had a fiery temper and wouldn't give in so easily. However, you're not allowed to be presumptuous here today. Within the room, one of the paintings twisted, and a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe with an arrogant expression slowly walked out with a folding fan in his hand. Beside the young man were 2 ordinary-looking men who exuded a dangerous aura. When the first elder saw the young man, his pupils constricted slightly, and he cried out involuntarily, Tsangyue Xuani. Tsangyue Xuani was the son of the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion's pavilion master, Tsangyue Xiongtian, as well as the young master of the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. Tsangyue Xuani showed a wicked smile and said viciously, That's right, it's me. Old man, in the Wei Sea City, any woman that I fancy can't escape from my clutches. Back then, when I took a fancy to that little bitch, Shi Bing, she dared to refuse me. I gave her face, but she didn't give me face. This time, after I play with her until she's rotten, I'll definitely sell her to the Ambrosia Pavilion as a bitch. That will be fun. When the second elder and the fourth elder heard this, their faces flashed with unnatural colors, and then they fell silent. Third elder, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he praised, Young master is wise. Shi Bing, that little bitch, has always been very arrogant. That little bitch Shi Bing has always been very arrogant. If she becomes a cheap whore, her expression must be very interesting. When the first elder heard this, his eyes turned bloodshot, and advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank life force slowly spread from him. He looked at the 2 men beside Tsangyue Xuani with apprehension and asked solemnly, You 2 are Lu San and Li Si? Lu San and Li Si were the guards assigned to Tsangyue Xuani by the pavilion master Tsangyue Xiongtian. Each of them had a cultivation base of the Starry Sky Warlock rank. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at the hands of the 2 brothers, making them infamous. Brother, Lu, of the Lu, of 2, Lu 6, IC, Brother Chen Chen Li of Chen, Brother Chen Chen Clan, first. Lu San smiled sinisterly and said, Damn old man, you actually know my brother's name. Then you should also know that if you don't agree to my young master's request today, then this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Tsangyue Xuani's eyes flashed with impatience, and he uttered coldly, Why are you talking so much with this old dog? Kill him. Tsangyue Xuani's eyes flashed with impatience, and he said coldly, Why are you talking so much with this old dog? Kill him. Wait a minute. A crisp voice sounded, and Shi Bing walked in, a fragrance wafting from her. Yang Feng, Lila, and Eunice followed her. When Tsangyue Xuani saw Lila and Eunice, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a lascivious smile. Lila was a pure-blooded high elf from the Sandra Plain. She was very rare on the continent. A pure-blooded high elf slave like her was a symbol of status, a luxury among luxury goods. Eunice was also a stunning beauty with a Western style and a sexy figure. When the 2 beauties appeared, the lustful Zhang Yueshuani's soul was nearly stolen. Shi Yuebing looked straight at Zhang Yueshuani and said coldly, "Zhang Yueshuani, I can give you the sky blue sea pavilion, but please let me and Uncle Lei live. As long as you agree, we can immediately go through the handover procedures. Within 10 days, Uncle Lei and I will take our people and leave the Wei Sea city." The first elder wanted to say something, but then hesitated. He took a deep look at Shi Yuebing, and finally sighed and remained silent. He understood that even if he abandoned the sky blue sea pavilion, so long as Shi Yuebing and her party could leave the Wei Sea city, it would already be very fortunate. When Shi Lai was alive, the sky blue sea pavilion united and could barely contend against the Zhangyue sea pavilion. But now that Shi Lai was dead, the morale of the sky blue sea pavilion collapsed. Facing a bigwig like the Zhangyue sea pavilion's young master, it was already amazing that they could escape unscathed. Zhang Yueshuani showed a playful smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, and threw an inferior magic stone in front of Shi Yuebing. "You want to leave? How could it be that simple? The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's Council of Elders has agreed to marry you to me as my 109th concubine. The dowry is the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and this is my betrothal gift. Be my 109th concubine." Zhang Yueshuani glanced at Yang Feng, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "As for the man who came with you, I'll slap him. These two women will be my 110th and 111th concubines." Although Zhang Yueshuani was just a level 1 warlock, but he didn't care about the great warlock rank Yang Feng. Shi Yuebing, who has been frowning all these years, suddenly smiled, took a step back, and stood next to Yang Feng like a pure flower. Yang Feng glanced at Zhang Yueshuani, showed a smile, and said indifferently, "Interesting. You trash, you want to attack me. That's really interesting." When Zhang Yueshuani saw this, he couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. "Do it!" Yang Feng shouted coldly. A shadow suddenly shot out from Lu San's back, and a dagger fused with the shadow slashed towards Lu San's neck like a meteor. Lu San was the personal bodyguard of the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion's young master. His body shone, and 6 or 7 energy covers suddenly appeared and enveloped him. The dagger fused with the shadow was the God Armament Shadow Dagger, which the Shadow Prince Mecha spent a lot of time and divine power to refine. When it was activated, it could freeze the space within 10 meters, rendering all spatial spells ineffective. Apart from spatial spells, all kinds of defensive spells were useless in front of the Shadow Dagger. The God Armament Shadow Dagger and the God Armament Assassination Dagger were known as the God Assassination 3 Daggers of the Feisua Plane. They were respectively in the hands of the Feisua Plane's 3 gods proficient in assassination and assassination. The 3 God Armaments were intermediate God Armaments or higher, and their might was comparable to human warlocks level 7 secret treasures. With a sweep of the shadow, Lu San's head swayed slightly and fell to the ground. There was a look of horror on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he died just like that. After the shadow easily assassinated Lu San, it swept towards Li Si, who was at the side. Countless rays of light shone on Li Si's body, and his head turned and fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spilled from his headless body. After the shadow succeeded in its assassination, it turned into a shadow and directly merged into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The smell of blood pervaded the room. When Zhang Yueshuani saw this, his face changed dramatically, and he flew into a rage and barked, "Lu San, Li Si, you dare to kill my people. You bastard, do you want to die?" The third elder's face changed dramatically. He silently recited an incantation, and a pair of thunder eagle wings grew on his back. The thunder eagle wings flapped, and with a rumble, lightning coiled around the wings, and he flew outside. Yang Feng killed the 2 starry sky warlocks Lu San and Li Si without saying a word. His methods were extremely ruthless. The third elder was a wily old fox. Feeling that something was amiss, he chose to escape. A spatial gate strangely appeared in front of the third elder. Unable to stop his momentum, he rushed into the spatial gate and strangely appeared next to Yang Feng. From Yang Feng's shadow, a shadow swept towards the third elder, and the third elder's head rolled on the ground. His face ashen, the second elder knelt in front of Yang Feng, his teeth chattering, and pleaded, "Sir, spare me. Spare my worthless life. I didn't want to, they forced me to." The third elder possessed intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, which was only slightly inferior to the second elder. For such an expert to be easily killed by Yang Feng, the second elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Yang Feng glanced at the second elder kneeling on the ground. Immediately after, Lila pricked the second elder's neck with a tube of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected the elixir into him. Yang Feng turned and swept the fourth elder with a glance. As if a god overlooking mortals, he asked indifferently, "Do you want to live or die?" The fourth elder sighed, "I want to live. Sir, I've never forced the young lord. I am willing to surrender all my rights and leave the sky blue sea pavilion. Please give me a way out." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and killing intent surged, and he said frigidly, "In other words, do you want to die?" "I want to live." When the fourth elder felt Yang Feng's bone-piercing killing intent, his face changed several times, and he knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Lila stepped forward, pricked the fourth elder's neck with a tube of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected the elixir. Chapter 462. Cangyue Xuani said with a cold smile on his face, "Little bastard, you dare to oppose me in the Wuxia city. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Cangyue Sea Pavilion, one of the top 10 sea merchant groups in the Wuxia city. The Cangyue Sea Pavilion has many experts, and we have 2 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. My father, Cangyue Xiongtian, is an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank expert. You dare to kill my guards and ruin my plans. You're dead. I'll wipe out your entire family and reduce all your friends and relatives to things worse than pigs and dogs." Yang Feng glanced at the third elder and ordered coldly, "I'm curious, why are you so confident in front of me? Catch him." "Yes, Master." The third elder suddenly rose and extended his hand to grab Cangyue Xuani. A flood dragon aura spread out from his body and a huge devouring force emerged from his right hand, sweeping towards Cangyue Xuani like a flood dragon swallowing the sea. A red bead on Cangyue Xuani's waist collapsed, turned into specks of light that enveloped him, and turned into a scarlet ray that shot towards the sky. The frightening devour force released by the third elder's right hand could not stop the scarlet ray that Cangyue Xuani has transformed into. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and a spatial mirror suddenly appeared in front of the scarlet ray. The scarlet ray that Cangyue Xuani has transformed into entered the spatial mirror, passed through layers of space, and collapsed inch by inch. Finally, it distorted in front of Yang Feng, and then strangely appeared in front of him. Cangyue Xuani landed on the ground, a look of horror surged on his handsome face, and he exclaimed, "What did you do to me?" The red bead was called Scarlet Light Escape Bead, and sealed inside it was the level 6 spell Scarlet Light Escape. Once the Scarlet Light Escape was launched, the caster would be teleported to a designated place. Even a Moonlight Warlock would not be able to stop it if they were careless. This was a treasure that Cangyue Xiongtian spent 10 million magic crystals to purchase. It was the trump card that made Cangyue Xuani so arrogant and unbridled. "You trash, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Unfortunately, you're too weak. I'll accept those treasures." Yang Feng smiled coldly, pointed with his finger, and fired the level 4 spell Legend Dominate at Cangyue Xian. A jade pendant in front of Cangyue Xuani's chest suddenly flew up and blossomed with dark blue light, easily neutralizing the Legend Dominate person. Zhang Yueshhuani only had the cultivation base of a level 1 warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, his strength was extremely low, and he could only bully some ordinary people who couldn't cultivate the warlock path. In order to protect his only son, Zhang Yueshhuang had collected countless precious defensive artifacts for him at all costs. The third elder's face turned malevolent, and his body surged with flood dragon-like scales. His figure flashed, and he flew in front of Zhang Yuxian, and fiercely clawed at Zhang Yuxian. Zhang Yueshhuani gritted his teeth and was just about to release some artifact. The fourth elder's eyes suddenly changed, turning into a strange triangular star that locked onto his eyes. When Zhang Yueshhuani was stared at by the fourth elder's triangular star eyes, his consciousness suddenly blurred, and he fell into a strange state of chaos, unable to move even a finger. The third elder mercilessly clawed at Zhang Yueshhuani. Suddenly, energy shields erupted on Zhang Yueshhuani, and then were smashed one after another. After 8 energy shields were smashed by the third elder, a formidable spatial force enveloped Zhang Yueshhuani, who had fallen into a strange state. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, the law of space surged, and spatial ripples reverberated in the area. The spatial ripples enveloping Zhang Yueshhuani collapsed and shattered. The third elder stretched out his hand and slapped Zhang Yueshhuani's head, knocking him out. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and all kinds of treasures flew out from Zhang Yueshhuani and fell into his hand. Yang Feng scanned the treasures he got from Zhang Yueshhuani and revealed a look of delight. How rich! Cross-sea trade is indeed the best way to make money in the world. Zhang Yueshhuang must have spent more than 100 million magic crystals on this good-for-nothing. There were 13 level 5 secret treasures and 1 level 6 secret treasure on Zhang Yueshhuani. The secret treasure that resisted Yang Feng's legend dominate person was the level 6 secret treasure concentration sea moon pendant. This level 6 secret treasure could resist all kinds of illusions and dominate spells. At the same time, it had the miraculous effect of calming the mind and resisting the invasion of evil spirits. Zhang Yueshhuani's storage ring was filled with more than 30 million low-grade magic crystals. The Wei Sea City was a city with developed sea trade. In this city, magic crystals were the hard currency. As long as there were enough magic crystals, you could even hire moonlight warlocks. Before long, Zhang Yueshhuani, who had been stripped naked, was splashed in the face with a basin of cold water, shivered, and woke up. Sitting on a sofa with Eunice and Cheyenne in his arms, Yang Feng looked at Zhang Yueshhuani condescendingly and said coldly, "Zhang Yueshhuani, do you want to live or die?" Zhang Yueshhuani looked up and said with an unruly smile, "You don't dare kill me. My father is Zhang Yueshhuang, an intermediate moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. It's as easy as blowing off dust for him to crush you ants. Let me go, then offer me the women around you. Have fun with them, and maybe I'll let you live if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, when my father comes, you won't even be able to be my dog." Yang Feng frowned slightly and waved his hand. The third elder smiled ferociously, stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Yueshhuani's little finger, and pulled hard. Zhang Yueshhuani's finger was torn off, and blood splattered. Zhang Yueshhuani's face twisted, and he issued heart-wrenching screams, "It hurts! It hurts! You dare to attack me? My father won't let you get away with this. He won't let you get away with this." Yang Feng glanced at Zhang Yueshhuani, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said with a frigid smile, "You just said that you wanted to slap me. I've always been a fair person. I like to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I don't know what it means to return good for evil. Let young Master Zhang Yue taste what it's like to be a eunuch." The third elder trembled slightly, then smiled ferociously and strode towards Zhang Yueshhuani. Zhang Yueshhuani's face turned pale, and all his arrogance and overbearingness disappeared. He wailed miserably, "No! No! Stop! Stop! No! I know I was wrong. Please spare me." It's all my fault. I know I was wrong. Spare me. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I don't want to be a eunuch. Shi Yuebing came to Yang Feng's side and whispered, Sir, that Sangyue Sea Pavilion is one of the Weici city's top 10 sea merchant groups. With the protection of 3 Moonlight Warlock rank experts, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is powerless to oppose them. In the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, there were only 10 Starry Sky Warlocks in total. Apart from the 4 elders, the other 6 were junior Starry Sky Warlocks. The Sangyue Sea Pavilion was filled with experts, and there were more than 20 people stronger than the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's first elder. The strength of the two sides couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. This was the reason why Sangyue Xuanyi was so unbridled. Sha Yuna said with a smile, Miss Shi, our master has his reasons for doing this. Although the Sangyue Sea Pavilion is strong, but in front of my master, it's nothing. Shi Yuebing took a deep look at Sha Yuna, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. She fell silent. She saw with her own eyes how Sha Yuna killed the 2 advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank experts Lu San and Li Si as if they were chickens. Such an expert was just a slave of Yang Feng, which gave her an unfathomable feeling towards Yang Feng. Shortly after a miserable scream, the pale Sangyue Xuanyi was dragged over like a dead dog. Looking at the dead dog like Sangyue Xuanyi, Shi Yuebing felt both relieved and apprehensive, and her heart was filled with complicated feelings. As if a god who controlled the life and death of mortals, Yang Feng looked at Sangyue Xuanyi with ridicule in his eyes, and said indifferently, Sangyue Xuanyi, do you want to live or die? There was a flash of resentment in Sangyue Xuanyi's eyes, and he implored loudly, I want to live. I beg you, let me go. I'll promise you anything. After the torture, Sangyue Xuanyi realized that Yang Feng was different from everyone he had met before. He was a lawless and merciless fellow. His mentality had collapsed due to Yang Feng's torture, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, if you want to live, then let's play a game. If you win, then I'll let you leave here. If you lose, then you'll give me the 5 Gale-class merchant ships of the Sangyue Sea Pavilion. As if he fell into an ice cave, Sangyue Xuanyi trembled and shouted, impossible. The Sangyue Sea Pavilion only has 20 Gale-class merchant ships, each of which costs more than 1 billion magic crystals. Even I am not qualified to bet 5 Gale-class merchant ships. Gale-class merchant ships were a grade higher than the Taishan-class merchant ships of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The price of a Taishan-class merchant ship was only about 50 million magic crystals, while the price of a Gale-class merchant ship was more than 1 billion magic crystals. Moreover, Gale-class merchant ships were extremely difficult to buy. Only the top 10 merchant ships could obtain approval from the Great Cloud Dynasty to purchase Gale-class merchant ships. Yang Feng looked at Sangyue Xuanyi with a smile and said indifferently, do you want to die here? Chapter 463. Sangyue Xuanyi's complexion changed several times, and he finally said loudly, I'll bet with you. Compared to the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, Sangyue Xuanyi valued his life more. Big or small? Yang Feng casually grabbed a die, threw it into a dice cup, shook it, pressed it on the table and said faintly. Sangyue Xuanyi watched with rapt attention. His eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he uttered, small. Lila stepped forward and opened the dice cup, only to see that there were 2 dots on the die inside. When Shi Yuebing saw this, her beautiful eyes flickered gloomily. The first elder shook his head and sighed. Sangyue Xuanyi showed a complacent smile, and his pale face showed a trace of redness. Yang Feng glanced at the die and said indifferently, you lost. Sangyue Xuanyi's smile stiffened, his eyes almost spewing fire, and he uttered, stressing each syllable, these are 2 dots. It's clearly small, so why did I lose? Yang Feng reclined on the sofa, smelled the fragrance of Eunice, showed a playful smile, and said indifferently, "It's very simple. I set the rules of the bet. In the rules I set, 1, 2, 3 are big, and 4, 5, 6 are small. Do you understand, trash?" Lila stepped forward and handed an IOU to Zhangyue Shuani. Zhangyue Shuani's eyes flickered with resentment, but he still gritted his teeth and signed his name on the IOU. Yang Feng said indifferently, "You'd better hope that you have a high enough position in your father's mind. Let him come up with 5 Gale-class merchant ships to redeem you. Otherwise, you'll die in 3 days." Zhangyue Shuani shivered and looked at Yang Feng as if he was looking at a demon king. He grabbed the IOU and quickly wrote a lot of words on it. At the same time, he bit his finger and dripped drops of blood on the IOU. Finally, he handed the IOU to Yang Feng. Inside the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion, a middle-aged man in a white robe with his hair tied into a bun sat on a white jade chair. He was tall and had a pair of sharp eyes, and he exuded a valiant aura. He held a promissory note in his hand, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. This middle-aged man was the current pavilion master of the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion, Zhangyue Xiongtian. Under his leadership, the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion gradually developed from a first-rate sea merchant force with only 1 Moonlight Warlock to one of the top 10 sea merchant forces in the Wei Sea City with 3 Moonlight Warlocks. Zhangyue Xiongtian's eyes flashed with an incomparably cold light, and he casually rubbed the promissory note into ashes. "A bunch of damned beasts, how dare they capture my son? Is the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion tired of living?" After all, Zhangyue Xiongtian was a formidable character who had experienced countless storms. He immediately sensed that something was amiss and sank into contemplation. "No, there's something fishy about this. Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's Shiyuebing doesn't have the courage to attack my son. The 4 great elders of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion are also a bunch of trash. They don't have the guts to provoke me. There must be someone behind them. And I'm afraid that person isn't weak. Could it be that those guys joined forces to deal with me? Damn it, that little bastard, sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by him." Zhangyue Xiongtian's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, 5 Gale-class merchant ships? What a big appetite. They want to destroy the foundation of the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion. Gale-class merchant ships were already the top merchant ships of the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion. In the sea, so long as there were enough magic crystals to power them, coupled with 5 starry sky warlocks and more than 100 great warlocks, they could contend against Moonlight Warlocks. In the Wei Sea, there were as many pirates as the hairs on an ox. The reason why the top 10 sea merchant forces could surpass other sea merchant forces by a large margin was that they had Gale-class merchant ships. In the Wei Sea, pirates of all sizes didn't dare to provoke them. Although the market price of 5 Gale-class merchant ships was about 5 billion magic crystals, but they were treasures with a price but no supply. Once they were put up for sale, even if they were sold for 10 billion magic crystals, there would still be people who would buy them. After all, the best merchant ships of the 4 subcontinents, the Fuso subcontinent, the Indavasai subcontinent, and the Fate subcontinent, were slightly inferior to Taishan-class merchant ships. However, Gale-class merchant ships were strictly restricted, and were one of the top secrets of the Great Cloud Dynasty's shipbuilding industry. Once it was discovered that Gale-class merchant ships were sold to people from the subcontinents, the seller's entire family would be implicated and die without a burial site. After his rage, Zhangyue Xiongtian regained his composure. His eyes flickered with a frightening cold glint, and he pondered for a long time before finally getting up and walking outside. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, in the rear garden of a manor. Yang Feng, holding a gilded invitation from the Wei Sea City Master's mansion, frowned slightly, and mused, "This Zhangyue Xiongtian doesn't seem to be simple. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall, what a tricky character." Yang Feng dealt a ruthless blow to Zhangyue Xian in order to provoke Zhangyue Xiongtian into acting irrationally. Once Cangyue Xiongtian dared to send moonlight warlocks to suppress the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, then Yang Feng could step in and quell the moonlight warlocks one by one. In the Wei Sea City, powerhouses were as common as clouds. The Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan, who represented the Great Cloud Dynasty, was the most powerful existence. In an emergency, he could mobilize the Wei Sea City's warlock towers plus 1 glorious sun warlock, 10 moonlight warlocks, and hundreds of starry sky warlocks. Even if a bright world warlock came here to behave atrociously, they would be quelled. With the help of the warlock towers, even an infinity warlock could contend against them for some time. Of course, the glorious sun warlocks and moonlight warlocks in the Wei Sea City wouldn't act rashly. In particular, the status of the glorious sun warlock was much higher than that of the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wei Sea City was a city with countless sea treasures pouring in every day, it wouldn't have been able to invite a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse to stand guard. Cangyue Xiongtian didn't dare to act unscrupulously in the Wei Sea City. Thus, Yang Feng had a chance to nibble away at his power step by step. However, Cangyue Xiongtian went through official channels and invited Yang Feng through the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan. As a result, Yang Feng's original arrangements fell through. Yang Feng used his privilege as a personal disciple of the 4 great elders to collect information on the major sea merchants in the Wei Sea City. He specifically chose the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion because he could deal with the Cangyue Sea Pavilion from the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The Cangyue Sea Pavilion was one of the top 10 sea merchants, and it was extremely wealthy. If he swallowed it, he would not only enforce justice on behalf of heaven, but he would also obtain great wealth. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly, and he decided to accept the invitation of the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan. If he wanted to establish a foundation in the Wei Sea City, he couldn't do so without the support of the Wei Sea City's city master. The Wei Sea City's city master's mansion was located in the center of the Wei Sea City. It covered an area of hundreds of hectares and was extremely vast. It had 6 9-story tall warlock towers, which were not the least bit inferior to the mansions left behind by the ancient warlocks in the Tyrannid subcontinent. In a room of the Wei Sea City's city master's mansion, there were 2 people sitting as host and guest. One of them was Cangyue Xiongtian, and the other was the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan. As soon as Yang Feng entered the room, the gazes of the 2 ambitious and ruthless people focused on him. When the somewhat rotund Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan saw Yang Feng, his eyes lit up, and he stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. "I am the Wei Sea City's city master Mo Lanshan. Brother, you should be the #1 genius of the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng, who defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuanyang in the Battle Demon sect, right? As expected of a dragon and a phoenix, how extraordinary." When he heard this, Cangyue Xiongtian's pupils constricted slightly, and his eyes shimmered with surprise. The Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuanyang was also defeated by him. The Tai Yi sect's holy son Yuanyang was a world-famous peerless genius. In the younger generation, there were less than 10 geniuses who could contend against him. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat Yuanyang was simply heaven-defying. Cangyue Xiongtian couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Yang Feng smiled and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Sir City Master, I am Yang Feng." Mo Lanshan was a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. As the Wei Sea City's city master, who knows how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. No one dared to underestimate him, as those who did were already dead. Mo Lanshan said with a smile, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the Cangyue Sea Pavilion's pavilion master Cangyue Xiongtian. There seems to be some misunderstanding between the 2 of you, let's talk it out." With that, Mo Lanshan sat back in his seat, narrowed his eyes, and quietly tasted the tea in his hand, as if the tea in his hand was a peerless delicacy. Cangyue Xiongtian said solemnly, "Yang Feng, if my son has offended you in any way, please allow me to apologize to you on his behalf. Please return him to me. In exchange, you can gain the friendship of the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. Yang Feng smiled coldly, leaned back on the sofa, gave Tsangyue Xiongtian a contemptuous look, and said coldly, "Your son wanted to touch my woman, play her until she was crippled, and then throw her into a brothel. With just a few words, you want me to return him to you? Is there something wrong with your head?" Mo Lanshan's chubby hand trembled slightly. He glanced at Tsangyue Xiongtian in surprise, shook his head slightly, and quietly tasted the tea. Tsangyue Xiongtian was completely unreasonable, so Mo Lanshan had no desire to intervene. The Battle Demon sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Within the sect, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, it was a powerful force. Although Mo Lanshan had a powerful backer, but he was unwilling to offend a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect like Yang Feng. Tsangyue Xiongtian was well aware of the nature of his good-for-nothing son. His heart sank slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a gloomy shade. Chapter 464. Tsangyue Xiongtian uttered with a gloomy expression, "What do I have to do for you to let my son go?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Your son lost 5 Gale-class merchant ships to me. Give me back the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, and I'll return your son to you." Tsangyue Xiongtian shook his head, "Impossible. The Gale-class merchant ships are the foundation of the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. I can't give them to others. How about 1 billion magic crystals? I can give you 1 billion magic crystals as an apology on behalf of my stupid son." Yang Feng gave Tsangyue Xiongtian a meaningful look and uttered flatly, "Tsangyue Pavilion Master, you only have one son, Tsangyue Xuani. You were cursed by a powerful evil god in your early years and can no longer bear children. The only male descendant of the Tsangyue family is your son Tsangyue Xuani. If he dies, wouldn't the Tsangyue family's roots be cut off after hundreds of years? At that time, no matter how many magic crystals you earn, it won't amount to much for someone else." When he heard that, Tsangyue Xiongtian's complexion changed dramatically, and he stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. He knew that his lifeline was in Yang Feng's hands. Tsangyue Xiongtian's complexion changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "I can give you a Gale-class merchant ship. That's my bottom line. Then just wait and see Tsangyue Xuani's corpse. 1 ship plus 1 billion magic crystals. I'm already very sincere. Then just wait and see Tsangyue Xuani's corpse." No matter how much Tsangyue Xiongtian increased the price, Yang Feng just replied with a cold look in his eyes, forcing Tsangyue Xiongtian to increase the price again. Like a puppet, Mo Lanshan drank tea with a smile on his face, as if the tea was extremely delicious. "Okay, 5 Gale-class merchant ships it is." In the end, unwilling to let the Tsangyue family's bloodline die out in his hands, Tsangyue Xiongtian gritted his teeth and endured Yang Feng's threat. Under Mo Lanshan's witness, Yang Feng and Tsangyue Xiongtian signed an agreement, and then went their separate ways. As soon as Tsangyue Xiongtian returned to the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion, he entered a secret room, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at a mirror. A blue ripple spread out from the mirror, and a voice came from the mirror, "What is it?" Tsangyue Xiongtian replied respectfully, "My lord, the Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng came to the Wei Sea City, captured my son, and threatened me to offer him 5 Gale-class merchant ships." A surprised voice came from the mirror, "Yang Feng? That Yang Feng who defeated Yuan Yang. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are more than 100,000 people named Yang Feng. However, there was only one person who had defeated Yuan Yang, the saint of the Tai Yi sect." Tsangyue Xiongtian said, "Yes. Master." The voice in the mirror became piercingly cold and filled with killing intent, "Kill him." Use all the resources in your hands to kill him. Zhang Yue Xiongtian's heart trembled slightly, and he replied respectfully, yes. This subordinate obeys. A few days later, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships were handed over from the Zhangyue Sea Pavilion to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and Yang Feng returned the good-for-nothing Zhangyue Xuanyi to Zhangyue Xiongtian. When Zhangyue Xiongtian saw that Zhangyue Xuanyi was slapped, he flew into a rage. However, warlock methods were very strange. Zhangyue Xiongtian took out a few rare treasures from the treasury and used them on Zhangyue Xuanyi, turning him from a eunuch back into a normal person. Warlock methods were very strange. If Zhangyue Xiongtian hadn't been cursed by an evil god, he would have been able to found a huge family by himself. In the Wei Sea city, the sea merchants were shocked and they saw Zhangyue Xiongtian give the 5 Gale-class merchant ships to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and they stared at the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion with scrutiny and vigilance. In addition, greedy and gloomy gazes hidden in the shadows stared at the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's every move. As soon as the 5 Gale-class merchant ships arrived, Yang Feng sent people to purchase all kinds of goods that were scarce in the Fuso subcontinent and put them on the 5 Gale-class merchant ships. Not long after the purchase, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships set off and sailed towards the deep sea, braving the wind and waves. The Gale-class merchant ship was more than 3,000 meters long and had 5 6-story tall warlock towers built on board, forming a pentagram. Countless mysterious runes were engraved on the warship, making it look like a moving island suspended in the sea. Although the Gale-class merchant ships were called merchant ships, but in fact, they were powerful warships. As long as there were at least 5 starry sky warlocks and 100 great warlocks guarding them, the Gale-class merchant ships could display moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. The sea routes leading to the 4 subcontinents were full of pirates and countless powerful sea monsters. To reach the 4 subcontinents smoothly, one had to go through countless battles. Even many moonlight warlock rank powerhouses died on the sea routes leading to the 4 subcontinents. The Gale-class merchant ships, which were like mobile fortresses at sea, were very important. Several Gale-class merchant ships escorted by a moonlight warlock, such a lineup could ensure that a caravan could reach a subcontinent safely. Although the Gale-class merchant ships could display moonlight warlock rank battle prowess, but there was a world of difference between their movement speed and that of true moonlight warlocks. Therefore, a moonlight warlock was required to keep watch. Only then could they attack and defend. Compared with the Gale-class merchant ships, the legendary warships of the Feisua Plain were like a pile of junk, not even worth mentioning. If the gods didn't take action, then a Gale-class merchant ship could destroy all the legendary warships of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng was sitting on a dais of a Gale-class merchant ship. With Eunice in his arms, he was drinking fine wine and appreciating Lila's elven dance. Sitting next to Yang Feng, Shi Yuebing frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. After entering the sea, Yang Feng left everything to his subordinates, while he sought pleasure all day long, as if he didn't have any sense of crisis. He didn't make any preparations, which made Shi Yuebing very worried. On the sea routes leading to the 4 subcontinents, even moonlight warlocks could die if they weren't careful. Yang Feng's actions naturally made Shi Yuebing worried. Shi Yuebing frowned slightly, smiled bitterly, and advised, "Sir, there are countless pirates, powerful sea monsters, and ferocious merfolk in the Wei Sea. Even if the Wei Sea city's top 10 sea merchants are usually sea merchants, but in the sea, they may turn into pirates. You can't be careless." Yang Feng said with a smile, "What you said makes sense." Shi Yuebing heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratification. She was most worried that Yang Feng was a powerhouse who only had a strong cultivation base, but didn't understand worldly affairs and wouldn't listen to advice. Yang Feng's gaze fell into the distance, and he revealed a smile. "They're here. They should be pirates." Shi Yuebing suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. Black magic light flickered and formed a huge mage eye in the sky. The huge mage eye had just formed, when it suddenly distorted and collapsed. Shi Yuebing's heart suddenly turned cold, and she understood that their situation wasn't good. The mage eye couldn't be formed, which meant that there was spell interference in this area, and some low-level detection spells couldn't be used. Only level 4 and level 5 detection spells or higher would be effective. The Zhangji Plane's various secret methods had reached the peak. Countless human warlocks went to other planes to obtain knowledge from countless other planes. At the same time, they developed all kinds of combat spells. Spell interference and counterspell were very mature in the Zhangji Plane. Low-level detection spells like the Magi with a wide range were the most targeted and restrained. After he saw the Magi collapse, Yang Feng smiled faintly and pressed a button. Rays of light shot out and formed a holographic projection in front of Yang Feng. From the holographic projection, Shi Yuebing could clearly see 10 pitch-black warships besieging the 5 Gale-class merchant ships like ferocious wolves. When Shi Yuebing saw the holographic projection, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she praised at once, "What an amazing spell!" In a war, the existence of the holographic projection system was equivalent to removing the fog of war. It was almost equivalent to opening a cheat and obtaining a huge advantage. Those are Sea Wolf-class pirate ships. Shieling Sea Wolf King, that's the fleet of the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Sir, let's run. The Shieling Sea Wolf King is the strongest pirate group in the Wei Sea. The Shieling Sea Wolf King is a Moonlight Warlock rank expert, and the Shieling 8 dogs under his command are all quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. In addition, there are also 40 Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and countless Great Warlock rank experts. Although we've obtained 5 Gale-class merchant ships, we'll need at least half a year to fully control them. With our current fighting strength, we're not a match for the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Let's retreat, sir. Shi Yuebing carefully looked at the holographic projection, and then her beautiful face paled, and she hurriedly advised. If each of the 5 Gale-class merchant ships had enough manpower, they could even contend against Moonlight Warlocks once they went all out. However, Starry Sky Warlocks also needed to familiarize themselves with the 5 Warlock Towers in order to truly master and exert the power of the Gale-class merchant ships. As soon as Yang Feng got the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, he purchased the goods and entered the Wei Sea. Although Shi Yuebing didn't say anything, but in fact, she was quite puzzled and complained in private. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he revealed a smile. "Shieling Sea Wolf King, it's good that you came. I'm short of lackeys. I hope he won't let me down." Chapter 465. Shi Yuebing looked at Yang Feng with a look of horror on her face and promptly advised, "Sir, I know that you're comparable to a Moonlight Warlock, but it's hard for 2 fists to contend against 4 hands." In addition to his own strength, the Shieling Sea Wolf King's Shieling 8 dogs are also extremely tyrannical existences. This is different from sparring between sections. In order to win, they will do anything. They will definitely gang up on you. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to resist their siege. There was an odd look on Yang Feng's face, and he said with a light smile, "Siege. I'm least afraid of siege." Ignoring Shi Yuebing's persuasion, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships sailed unhurriedly in the direction of the Shieling Sea Wolf King. Before long, the 10 Sea Wolf-class pirate ships of the Shieling Sea Wolf King surrounded them from all directions. The Sea Wolf-class pirate ships were warships of the same grade as the Taishan-class merchant ships. They were more than 500 meters long and were forged from the rare extraordinary plant black iron floating wood. Even without runes engraved on them, their defensive strength was far superior to that of steel. There was only a 5-story tall Warlock Tower on the Sea Wolf-class pirate ships. The Warlock Tower was the center of the Sea Wolf-class pirate ships and was enchanted with various movement spells and defensive spells. Although the Seawolf-class pirate ships couldn't compare to the Taishan-class merchant ships in all aspects, but in terms of movement speed, they were far above the Taishan-class merchant ships. Compared to the Gale-class merchant ships that were Gale-class at full speed, they were only slightly inferior. In addition, the manpower required to operate a Seawolf-class pirate ship was far less than that of a Gale-class merchant ship. Among the 10 Seawolf-class pirate ships, there was a special Seawolf-class pirate ship. The Seawolf-class pirate ship was 1,000 meters long and had 9 5-story tall warlock towers and 1 6-story tall warlock tower built on it. This modified Seawolf-class pirate ship was the flagship of the Shieling Sea Wolf King, the Shieling Wolf King. Although the Shieling Wolf King still couldn't compare to a Gale-class merchant ship, but in some respects, it had the strength to contend against a Gale-class merchant ship. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion sailors on the 5 Gale-class merchant ships looked at the Shieling Sea Wolf King's fleet from afar with fear on their faces. Although the Gale-class merchant ship was very powerful, but the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks couldn't exert its full power. If the West Hill Sea Wolf King exerted its full strength, even if the 5 Gale-class merchant ships attacked together, they might not be a match for it. In the center of the Shieling Sea Wolf King, a burly, bald man with a black eye patch sitting on a litter made of countless skulls exuding gloomy chi stared at Yang Feng with a knife-like gaze that seemed to cross the void. Behind the man wearing a black eye patch stood 8 warlocks of different appearances, each of which exuded a frightening aura. Any one of them was far stronger than the great elder of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The man wearing a black eye patch was the infamous Shieling Sea Wolf King of the Wei Sea. The 8 warlocks behind him were the Shieling Sea Wolf King's subordinates, the Shieling 8 Dogs. Great Warlock. A trifling great warlock dares to provoke me, what a reckless thing. The Shieling Sea Wolf King took a deep look at Yang Feng, then his eyes suddenly twisted, and 2 strange hexagram stars engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared, and an evil and strange force diffused from his eyes. When Yang Feng saw the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes, his vision blurred, and countless dark chains appeared on his body. His eyes couldn't see, his body couldn't budge, and the tremendous life force inside him seemed to be stripped away. A huge demonic hand extended from the netherworld, tore through the void, and grabbed Yang Feng from the secular world into the netherworld. Take a walk in the Styx. A cold voice came from the demonic hand, and Yang Feng was thrown into the Styx. The Styx was a river of the dead that ran through countless planes and guided the souls of countless planes back to the netherworld. Even if it was an infinity warlock rank expert, when the water of the Styx poured on them, their memories would be washed away, and they would become the purest and most transparent soul, completely losing their sense of self. For warlocks, becoming the purest and most transparent soul was equivalent to death. What an amazing ability! When Yang Feng was about to be immersed in the Styx and become a pure soul that had lost all its memories, he spat out 6 words with great difficulty. The space of the netherworld collapsed, and the Styx twisted slightly and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. As if he had returned to the real world from the netherworld, the chains binding him had disappeared. A cool feeling came from the level 6 secret treasure concentration sea moon pendant on his chest. In the vast universe, there were countless evil and formidable beings. Some evil and formidable beings could wipe out a bloodline warlock family with a look or a voice. The ability the Shieling Sea Wolf King cast was called the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils Secret Method. It was a secret method created by imitating the innate ability of an extraordinary life form Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils discovered in the astral boundary in the Magic Note Dynasty era. There was once a glorious sun warlock who went to the astral boundary and encountered the Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils. As a result, he was glanced at by the Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils with an ability. As a result, not only did the glorious sun warlock die on the spot, but all his descendants with his bloodline died on the same day. The Magic Note dynasty mobilized 7 Infinity Warlocks and a Warlock Monarch to capture the Ghost Mirage demonic pupils alive in the astral boundary. After studying the Ghost Mirage demonic pupils' secret method, the Magic Note astral boundary's Ghost Mirage demonic pupils was developed. If Yang Feng couldn't wake up before falling into the Styx, then once the illusory Styx scoured his body, his soul would shatter, and he would die. If it wasn't for the protection of the level 6 secret treasure concentration Sea Moon pendant, Yang Feng might have suffered a setback. This kind of attack that directly targeted the soul was the weakness of a powerhouse like Yang Feng, who had formidable battle prowess, but whose soul strength and cultivation base were far from matching his battle prowess. After Yang Feng integrated his soul seed into the semi-plane, his soul strength was comparable to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. But compared to a true Moonlight Warlock, he was still a long way off. After all, when a Great Warlock evolves into a Starry Sky Warlock, and from a Starry Sky Warlock to a Moonlight Warlock, each evolution is a great transformation. With each transformation, the strength of a Warlock's soul would increase geometrically. As a Great Warlock, Yang Feng still had some shortcomings in terms of soul strength, and couldn't compare to that of a true Moonlight Warlock. If it wasn't for the protection of the level 6 secret treasure concentration Sea Moon pendant, he would have suffered a big loss this time. After all, even a true Moonlight Warlock would be seriously injured or even killed by the Shieling Sea Wolf King's Magic Note Ghost's Mirage demonic pupils if they didn't prepare the corresponding defensive spells. When the eye ability was broken, the abnormality in the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes disappeared at once, and blood slowly flowed out of his eyes. The Evil Eye ability Ghost Mirage demonic pupils was extremely powerful, but it was also a double-edged sword. If it couldn't injure others, it would backfire and injure the user. One of the Shieling 8 dogs, Black Dog, stepped forward and said with a ferocious smile, "The Shieling Sea Wolf King has arrived. Give up resistance and offer up all your merchant ships, and we'll give you a way out. If you dare to resist, then after we catch you, we'll turn you into human candles and offer you to the evil gods." When they heard Black Dog's words, the faces of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks turned pale, and their eyes shimmered with fear. In the 4 subcontinents, the Fuso subcontinent, the Gaogo subcontinent, the Indavasai subcontinent, and the Fight subcontinent, warlock cultivation tended to worship evil gods. Through blood sacrifices and other cruel methods, they sacrificed their souls to please the evil gods, and then obtained evil powers bestowed by the evil gods. This kind of warlock was called Evil God Warlock. During the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, the 4 subcontinents were the territories of the continent's warlock dynasties. The Evil God Warlocks could only hide in the dark, not daring to show themselves in the open. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the continent's human warlocks fought among themselves and split into 4 dynasties. There were countless forces fighting among the 4 dynasties. The Evil God Warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent, Kaguro subcontinent, Indavasai subcontinent, and Fight subcontinent took advantage of the situation and occupied the 4 subcontinents, turning the 4 subcontinents into a world of Evil God Warlocks. Human candles were a kind of evil spell that Evil God Warlocks used to offer sacrifices to evil gods. Once a warlock was turned into a human candle by the evil secret method, their soul would be ignited, and they would suffer all the pain in the world. After wailing for 7 days and 7 nights, they would die in despair and pain. The pain, hatred, despair, and other distorted negative energies in their souls would be absorbed by the evil gods one by one, strengthening the power of the evil gods. The faith force of intelligent life forms was the root of the existence of gods, while the negative forces of intelligent life forms were the source of the power of evil gods. With an indifferent expression on his face, the Shieling Sea Wolf King looked at the expressions of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's people indifferently like a god, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. Moonlight warlocks were indeed in human existences comparable to gods. In the astral boundary, many planes were occupied by human moonlight warlocks and became the guardians of those planes. Human candles? What a bunch of fierce fellows. Sure enough, all pirates are a bunch of scum. Yang Feng swept the Shilling Sea Wolf King and his party with a glance, sneered, and said flatly, "Shilling Sea Wolf King, who sent you scum to die?" Chapter 466. Although Yang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a great warlock rank powerhouse. Even though they were separated by dozens of kilometers, they could still hear him clearly. "You bastard, are you courting death? You son of a bitch! How dare you scold our Shilling Sea Wolf King? I will definitely pull out your tendons and pull out your bones later. I will let you, son of AB*TCH, die a horrible death." The eyes of the Shilling Sea Wolf King congealed, and he cursed. The eyes of the Shilling Sea Wolf King shimmered coldly. As if a god, he waved his hand indifferently, "Kill them all." Along with flashes of magic light, countless warlocks flew out from the Seawolf-class pirate ships and flew towards the 5 Gale-class warships like raindrops. In the Tsangji Plain seas, the majority of pirate battles were like this. Pirate ships were like aircraft carriers. And those pirate warlocks were the carrier-based aircraft of the aircraft carrier. This configuration naturally couldn't resist the most elite navy of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, the pirates only plundered merchant ships to begin with. When they encountered the elite navy of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they naturally scattered in confusion, not daring to fight. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Kill them." The surface of the sea suddenly churned as huge battleships, cruisers, frigates, and other steel fleets rose from the sea. Among the huge fleets, countless muzzles quickly adjusted, and a dense rain of light shot towards the pirates in the sky like shooting stars. The pirates are fierce people who have gone through countless battles and are very experienced. In an instant, a variety of protective spells appeared on the pirates. A tall and sturdy pirate warlock at once cast the level, for defensive spell Sky Flower Curtain, enveloping him in an azure aqua-colored shield. When a positron beam slammed into the Sky Flower Water Curtain, the Sky Flower Water Curtain was blasted into bumps and hollows. Before the pirate could rejoice, 6 positron beams slammed into the Water Curtain Sky Flower shield almost at the same time and instantly blasted it to pieces. In the next moment, more than a dozen railgun beams slammed into the great warlock rank pirate and blasted him full of holes, and he fell from the sky. Amidst the resplendent rain of light, pirate warlocks were blasted apart one after another, blood splashing everywhere, and they fell from the sky into the sea. The pirates that carried out probing attacks suffered disastrous casualties. Amazing! That's the Lord for you. Long live the Lord! When the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they cheered loudly. Among the attacking pirates, there were 7 Starry Sky warlocks. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the 7 Starry Sky warlocks immediately cast various secret methods and fled towards the Shilling Sea Wolf King. "Since you're here, then don't leave." Yang Feng smiled coldly, spatial fluctuations permeated his body, and he pointed at the 7 Starry Sky warlocks. Spatial mirrors appeared in front of the 7 Starry Sky warlocks, and they plunged into the spatial mirrors. A distorted spatial entrance appeared in front of Yang Feng, and a Starry Sky warlock suddenly flew out. A mechanical black dragon with a dragon head and a human body and a huge black dragon head bit down and crushed the Starry Sky warlock's head. One after another, Starry Sky warlocks flew out of the spatial entrance, and then were devoured by the mechanical black dragon. Before long, the 7 Starry Sky warlocks were all devoured by the mechanical black dragon. Seeing the warlocks that flew out being wiped out by Yang Feng and the 7 Starry Sky warlocks being killed like ants, the countenances of the Shilling Sea Wolf King and others changed dramatically, and a dignified look flashed in their eyes. Great warlock rank powerhouses weren't a big deal, but Starry Sky warlock rank powerhouses weren't cabbages. The Shieling Sea Wolf King had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, yet he only managed to recruit 40+ Starry Sky Warlocks. Now that 7 were killed by Yang Feng, that was equivalent to 1/6 of the Starry Sky Warlocks being killed. For the Shieling Sea Wolf King's forces, this was a heavy blow. After wiping out all the pirates, the battleships, destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and other warships quickly adjusted their muzzles, and with flashes of light, positron artillery, railgun artillery, and other beams barreled towards the 10 Shieling Sea Wolf King warships like a rain of light. The Warlock towers on the 10 Sea Wolf-class warships shone brightly, and a speck of blue light suddenly turned into a rain of light that enveloped the warships. Waves rolled in the sea, extended along the rain of light, and formed a huge blue shield. The level 5 Warlock towers of the Seawolf-class warships were all enchanted with the level 6 defensive spell Sea Protection. Once this spell was launched, with the Warlock Spirit Force as the core, it could absorb the power of the water elemental particles in the sea and form a blue shield. Under the protection of the level 6 spell Sea, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would need to cast several powerful level 6 spells to be able to destroy the sea completely. When the positron artillery, railgun artillery, and other beams slammed into the blue shield, they set off ripples. Yang Feng frowned slightly and ordered, "Focus fire." The hundreds of warships quickly adjusted their muzzles, and a dense rain of light concentrated on a Seawolf-class warship. The blue shield of the Seawolf-class warship trembled slightly and collapsed in an instant, and the rain of light bombarded the Seawolf-class warship. Boom! 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 Along with earth-shaking blasts, the Seawolf-class warship was blasted apart, and the level 5 Warlock tower was blasted away. One after another, Warlocks flew out of the Seawolf-class warship, and then, like moths flying into a net of fire, they exploded in midair and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. It's destroyed. Impossible. How could this be? Even if a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse were to attack, they still wouldn't be able to destroy our warships with a single blow. How could this be? The pirates aboard the other 9 Seawolf-class warships were dumbstruck, and a chill shrouded their hearts. Once the Seawolf-class warships launched the level 6 defensive spell Sea Protection, they could escape even if they encountered a Moonlight Warlock. But now that the Seawolf-class warships were easily destroyed by Yang Feng, they felt uneasy for the first time. How dare you? You little bastard, you dare to destroy my warship. You're dead. I'll capture you, make you into a human candle, and offer you to the great evil god. Follow me. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes turned crimson. With a roar, it flew into the air and shone with black light. It transformed into a 100-meter-tall extraordinary life-form ichthyosaur wolf. It had fins, a wolf-like head, claws, and a long fishtail. It exuded a terrifying aura. Ichthyosaur wolves were overlord-class life forms from a plane completely covered by the sea. Every adult ichthyosaur wolf had Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, was innately proficient in the law of water, and had innate abilities to manipulate the sea, storms, and so on. In the sea, they were extremely powerful. The reason why the Shieling Sea Wolf King could run amok in the Wei Sea was because of the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Ghost Domain Illusionary Demonic Pupil Secret Method and Ichthyosaur Wolf Morph Secret Method. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King transformed into an ichthyosaur wolf, he plunged into the sea. The tremendous law of water surged, and pillars of water suddenly rose from the originally calm sea. The pillars of water mercilessly slammed into the steel warships and sent them flying like toys. Waves rolled up and ferociously smashed the steel warships together. With a loud bang, the energy shields of the steel warships shattered like eggshells, and the hulls of the warships collided with each other. Countless steel chunks and spare parts sputtered in all directions, and then were swept into the sea by the terrifying waves. Gales, torrential rain, huge waves, the area where Yang Feng and his party were located was filled with all kinds of natural disasters. In the face of these natural disasters, the fearsome steel warships were destroyed. Every moonlight warlock was comparable to a god. In the right environment, the power they displayed was simply a moving natural disaster. In the sea, if it was a glorious dawn warlock proficient in fire spells and without a targeted secret treasure, they may not be the opponent of the Shieling Sea Wolf King. The 5 Gale-class warships each activated an azure shield. At the same time, the enchantment spell engraved on the warships activated calm wind and waves. No matter how violent the waves flew near the Gale-class warships, they immediately collapsed and turned into a spray of water before disappearing. The Gale-class warships, which were enchanted with all kinds of mysterious spells, were excellent weapons in naval warfare. Even though the Shieling Sea Wolf King transformed into an ichthyosaur wolf and operated his innate ability, he still couldn't destroy the Gale-class warships in a hurry. It was for this reason that the Gale-class warships were so precious. The eyes of the mad dog of the Shieling 8 dogs shimmered coldly, and he barked, "Everyone, let's kill them." With flashes of magic light, 4 of the Shieling 8 dogs, who were enchanted with flight spells, flew over, and then transformed into sea extraordinary life forms and dove into the water. The pirates aboard the pirate ships cast their own spells. Under the cover of the gales, torrential rain, and huge waves, they flew towards Yang Feng and his party. Chapter 467. Come at me. When Yang Feng saw the dense crowd of pirates flying towards him, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. With a thought, a spatial domain swept towards the pirates with him as the center. A steady stream of power gushed out of Yang Feng's semiplane, which already has the support of wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles, and then transformed by the primal chaos imperishable body into a tremendous amount of life energy, which supported his spatial domain. With a sweep of the vast spatial domain, pirates were drawn into the spatial domain one after another. Alarmed, the pirates silently recited incantations and pointed at Yang Feng, and a variety of offensive spells barreled towards Yang Feng like raindrops. A bunch of idiots. You're courting death. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved into a smile of derision, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared in front of the various offensive spells and swept them into the mirrors. In the next moment, countless spatial mirrors appeared in front of the pirates, and a dense barrage of attacks slammed into the pirates. In an instant, dozens of great warlock-rank pirates were killed. The law of space was second only to the law of time in this universe, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, once you comprehended the law of space, you would have all kinds of incredible offensive, defensive, movement, and other means. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng's cultivation base wasn't high enough, after the spatial domain enveloped the pirates, he could cut them up, put them into different spaces, and insta-kill them. Spatial domain. Sure enough, you're a disciple of one of the 10 great sects for a reason. However, no matter how strong you are, you're just a great warlock, and you're alone at that. Therefore, you're dead today. The Mad Hound's eyes flashed with a cold glint. The devil manatee he had transformed into was over 20 meters tall, with scales and fins all over its body, but its head was that of a bull. It let out a furious roar. A blue water domain suddenly broke out and collided with Yang Feng's spatial domain. Although the power of the Mad Dog's water domain is far inferior to that of Yang Feng's spatial domain, but it still offset most of the power of Yang Feng's spatial domain, making it impossible for Yang Feng's spatial domain to instantly form spatial mirrors and reflect magic attacks. Yang Feng smiled faintly, withdrew the spatial domain, and unleashed the Battle Demon Devour Vortex secret method. A black hole-like vortex suddenly appeared, and violent devour force erupted and swept towards the sky. The 4 quasi-moonlight warlock-rank fierce dogs, the golden dog, the white dog, the black dog, and the yellow dog, flew towards Yang Feng involuntarily. The eyes of the gold dog transformed into a gold dragon flashed fiercely, and it belched a gold dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng. The 100-meter-long white dragon hawk that the white dog has transformed into spread its wings, and white feathers containing the law of light fell from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng like a rain of light. The black dog transformed into a black dragon and belched a black dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng. A pair of yellow wings grew on the back of the yellow dog. With a flash of yellow light, the yellow dog twisted and disappeared, and then turned into a yellow ray flying towards Yang Feng. The four Shilling dogs have a tacit understanding with each other. In such an environment filled with violent storms and natural disasters, even a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse will be seriously injured if they are careless. Yang Feng looked up at the sky and smiled proudly, then took a step forward. Seemingly slow, but in fact fast, he walked towards the sky step by step. The gold dragon breath, the white feather, and the black dragon breath appeared in front of Yang Feng almost at the same time. Yang Feng extended his hand and operated the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool secret method, and a terrifying black hole-like whirlpool suddenly appeared and devoured the gold dragon breath, the white feather, and the black dragon breath. Using the law of space, Yang Feng opened a passage inside him and sent the gold dragon breath, the white feather, and the black dragon breath into the semi-plane. In the semi-plane, a wisp of primal chaos power brushed past, and the golden and black dragon breaths were immediately destroyed. When the white feather containing the law of light slammed into the semi-plane like a rain of light, hundreds of huge holes were blasted open on the semi-plane, and the whole semi-plane shook slightly. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a judgment: it still won't do. The semi-plane's bearing capacity is too weak. It can't bear too much power. If I hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body and rashly injected the foreign energy into the semi-plane might have already collapsed. Using the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool secret method, Yang Feng could easily teleport any attack into the semi-plane inside him. However, every move of Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses contained great power. Like moving natural disasters, some small semi-planes couldn't withstand a casual blow from them. If Yang Feng hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, he could use primal chaos force to shatter the power and turn it into the most basic elements. In the last battle with Yi Yuanyang, his semi-plane was burned to ashes by the golden sun flames. In a duel, it can barely absorb the power of a junior Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. If two Moonlight Warlocks attack at the same time, they won't be able to teleport their power. As for the power of a Glorious Dawn Warlock, it can't be teleported into the semi-plane. Otherwise, the semi-plane will be in danger of being blasted apart. I want to create my own spells, but it seems that I haven't accumulated enough experience. Yang Feng sighed slightly. A tremendous life force gushed out, and a black battle demon suddenly appeared, attached to him, and turned into a black armor full of barbs and concealed countless mysterious runes. When the black armor was attached to him, Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and black light condensed on his left fist, and he casually punched to the side. Accompanied by the sound of space splitting, the punch seemed to distort the space, and slammed into an empty void with the force of a thunderbolt. A large amount of blood mixed with countless chunks of flesh burst out from the void and sputtered in all directions. The yellow dog of the Shilling 8 dogs, who was proficient in the path of assassination, died at Yang Feng's hands. After killing the yellow dog with a blow, as if he had squashed an ant, Yang Feng took a step forward, strangely appeared on the head of the white dog's avatar of a white dragon hawk, and stomped on the huge white dragon hawk's head. As if hit by a peerless force, the huge white dragon hawk's head burst open like a watermelon, and its corpse fell into the sea. Countless sharp ice cones shot out from the bottom of the sea and barreled towards Yang Feng. Wind blades, fireballs, disintegration, and many other spells barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions like raindrops. Ignoring the various spells, Yang Feng took a step forward like a god, appeared above the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon in the blink of an eye, and stepped on its head. The head of the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon exploded, and its headless corpse fell from the sky. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, rode a violent black hurricane, and flew to in front of the corpse of the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon, opened its maw, held the corpse in its mouth, and flew away. The mechanical black dragon was a mechanical soul life form created by Yang Feng using a high-grade soul stone, an ancient black dragon crystal, and Shizu technology. It had great evolutionary potential. By devouring the black dragon's corpse and blood essence, it could obtain great benefits and evolve to the Moonlight Warlock realm. In the Moonlight Warlock rank battle, the mechanical black dragon with infinite potential could be smashed at any time. Therefore, Yang Feng let it leave with the corpse in its mouth. After Yang Feng killed the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon, countless spells slammed into him. Black gas rolled out from the black battle demon armor, and all offensive spells below level 5 collapsed, unable to injure him. The power of level 5 offensive spells was weakened by more than 80%, with only less than 20% of the destructive power being borne by his true body. When the battle demon's secret method was cultivated to the pinnacle realm, it was impervious to all spells. In this group battle, it finally showed its terrifying might. In the battle demon sect, Yi Yuanyang was able to easily defeat Zhui Yifan and Mo Wuheng because he had a virtual world. Besides, the secret method he used was of the same grade as the battle demon's secret method, which made the battle demon's secret method look weak. Now that Yang Feng was fighting the pirates, the power of the battle demon's secret method was revealed. Except for the spell attacks of the dozens of starry sky warlocks, the spells of the great warlocks could not penetrate the defense of the battle demon armor. Under the countless spell attacks, Yang Feng, like a god, took a step and appeared above the golden dog's incarnation of a gold dragon. The golden dog's incarnation of a gold dragon had already anticipated this. It flicked its thick tail and crushed towards Yang Feng like a mountain. The golden dog's incarnation of a gold dragon possessed tyrannical fleshly strength, even surpassing that of many human moonlight warlocks. After all, human warlocks weren't a race that excelled in fleshly bodies. Yang Feng waved his hand, spatial fluctuations surged, and he entered an alternate space. The thick dragon tail mercilessly slammed into Yang Feng, but it passed through him and hit empty air. In the next moment, Yang Feng walked out of the alternate space and stomped on the head of the gold dragon. The head of the gold dragon was shattered by a tremendous force, and countless fragments scattered on the ground. Chapter 468. Shi Yuebing was struck dumb as she watched Yang Feng shuttling through the countless spells, and her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, so strong. This is a personal disciple of the battle demon sect's 4 great elders, a peerless genius who can contend against the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. He's so strong. How dare you? How dare you kill my people? A ruthless voice rose from the sea, and the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf belched a violent pillar of water barreling towards Yang Feng. It's no use. Your spell can only destroy my worship, it can't hurt me at all. Yang Feng smiled coldly and extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared and swept towards the violent pillar of water containing the law of water. When the violent pillar of water entered the huge whirlpool, it was moved into Yang Feng's semiplane and formed a vast saltwater lake. On the surface of the sea, countless waves churned, and water dragon artillery containing the law of water shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and whirlpools appeared around him and drew the water dragon artillery into his semiplane, increasing the amount of water elemental particles in the semiplane. With his primal chaos imperishable body, Yang Feng's semiplane could devour most of the power of the Zhangji plane. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles could be devoured almost infinitely. Moreover, devouring this power was beneficial to the growth of the semiplane. The only restriction was that he had to ensure the balance of the four elements. Once the balance of the four elements couldn't be maintained, the entire plane would be in danger of collapse. Spatial mirrors strangely appeared beside the Starry Sky Warlock pirates. The spatial mirrors swept the Starry Sky Warlock pirates into an alternate space and teleported them to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng slapped the Starry Sky Warlock pirates to death as if they were ants, which enraged the Shieling Sea Wolf King even more. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was able to dominate the Wei Sea by relying on the countless minions he gathered. If his minions were all dead, then even if he was a Moonlight Warlock, he wouldn't be able to run amok in the Wei Sea. You're looking to die. Seeing Yang Feng kill another Starry Sky Warlock pirate, the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes turned bloodshot, and his incarnation as an ichthyosaur wolf soared into the sky and sent a claw swatting at Yang Feng. Ichthyosaur wolves were extraordinary life forms known for their tyrannical fleshly bodies. Even Moonlight Warlock rank experts would find it difficult to resist their all-out blows. A vast and boundless law of water surged, and under the power of the law of water, waves evolved into rune ropes that wrapped around the void and sealed it. The spatial domain that Yang Feng excelled at was sealed, and water elemental particles shrouded him from all directions. No matter what secret method Yang Feng used, he couldn't evade the claw. At a glance, the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw that although Yang Feng's secret method was tyrannical, but his cultivation base was only that of a great warlock after all. As long as he forced Yang Feng to fight head-on, he had a 100% chance of winning. Idiot! If you were in the sea, I would have to spend some effort to deal with you. But you came out of the sea by yourself, how stupid. Yang Feng glanced at the Shieling Sea Wolf King, showed a contemptuous smile, and pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. A 4-meter-tall ancient devil with a green face and fangs flew out of the dimensional badge, and a vast advanced Moonlight Warlock rank aura exuded from the ancient devil. The ancient devil was a mechanical ancient devil Yang Feng refined from the ancient devil core he obtained in the Golden Strait, Shizu technology, and countless rare minerals. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw the ancient devil, his eyes shimmered with fear. His true body was just a junior Moonlight Warlock rank expert. After transforming into an ichthyosaur wolf, his battle prowess was comparable to that of an intermediate Moonlight Warlock. If it was in the sea, he could fight the advanced Moonlight Warlock rank ancient devil. But in the sky, he had no certainty of victory. The mechanical ancient devil showed the Shieling Sea Wolf King a malevolent smile, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. A vast and boundless demonic aura surged. Out of nowhere, a phantom of Gu, one of the 6 heavenly demons, slowly opened its remaining demonic eye and looked at the heavenly sea ichthyosaur wolf that the Shieling Sea Wolf King had transformed into with an incomparably cold expression. A vast demonic light shot out of GE's demonic eye and slammed into the Shieling Sea Wolf King. The blue light shield protecting the body of the Shieling Sea Wolf transformed by the Shieling Sea Wolf King was easily shattered like an eggshell under the illumination of the demonic light. Even though he was desperately twisting his body, half of his body still collapsed inch by inch under the illumination of the black demonic light. Damn bastard, he said that he doesn't have a Moonlight Warlock rank bodyguard. Then what is this ancient devil? A bunch of fucking bastards. To actually use me as a sword to test his strength. Damn it. All of you deserve to die. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was heavily injured by the mechanical ancient devil's attack and lost all will to fight. Furious, he endured the pain and silently chanted an incantation. His body scattered and turned into 36 rays of blue light that shot out in different directions, madly pouncing into the sea. The 36 ichthyosaur wolf clone escape secret method was one of the innate abilities of ichthyosaur wolves. As long as one clone escaped, it would recover after a period of time. It was extremely troublesome to deal with. Once the Shieling Sea Wolf King entered the sea, he would be able to display the innate ability of ichthyosaur wolves, and even glorious dawn warlocks would find it difficult to kill him. Want to escape? Shieling Sea Wolf King, aren't you looking down on me too much? Since you're already here, then don't leave. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then flicked his finger and unleashed the Skyfire 7 Colors secret method, and a yellow skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a skyblotting fire net, completely sealing off the Shieling Sea Wolf King's escape route. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King's 36 avatars slammed into the yellow skyfire net, they issued sizzling sounds, bounced back, and formed back into his true body. If he had tried to force his way through, he would have been burned to ashes. The Shieling Sea Wolf King had just formed, when the mechanical ancient devil smiled ferociously, shrouded in dense demonic chi, turned into black afterimages, and slammed into the body of the Shieling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf. Large tracts of flesh and blood splashed about. Under the attacks of the mechanical ancient devil, the Shieling Sea Wolf King issued earth-shaking wails. When the pirates hidden under the sea saw the mechanical ancient devil smash the Shieling Sea Wolf King's fleshly body, they were shocked. The Shieling Sea Wolf King, who has run amok in the Wei Sea for hundreds of years, was in such a sorry state for the first time. Even though there were many existences stronger than the Shieling Sea Wolf King in the sea, but he could avoid them in advance. Even if he wasn't a match for them, he could still retreat unscathed. Now that he was facing the danger of dying under the attacks of the ancient devil, the pirates were filled with shock. While resisting the attacks of the mechanical ancient devil, the Shieling Sea Wolf King issued a heart-wrenching roar, "Save me! Come and save me!" Practically without hesitation, the Shieling Four Dogs blurred into motion and chose to flee. It was common for pirates to betray each other. The Shieling Four Dogs were forced to submit to the Shieling Sea Wolf King's might. Now that the Shieling Sea Wolf King was trapped by the mechanical ancient devil, Yang Feng stood quietly in the void. The Shieling Four Dogs weren't willing to throw away their lives for the Shieling Sea Wolf King. When the four Shieling Dogs fled, the rest of the pirates also turned into streams of light and fled in other directions. The 9 Seawolf-class pirate ships flashed, turned into 9 black arrows, and fled towards the depths of the sea. Once the warlocks of the pirates escaped, there were no more variables. The Shieling Sea Wolf King resisted tenaciously. After persisting for an entire hour, the mechanical ancient devil tore apart 2/3 of his body, leaving only 1/3 of his body attached to his head. Yang Feng glanced at the dying Shieling Sea Wolf King and said coldly, "Shieling Sea Wolf King, submit to me, or die here. If you die, I can use your corpse to refine a Moonlight Warlock rank golem. Although the golem is a bit inferior to you, but it's still enough." A pained expression on his face, a cold glint in his eyes, the Shieling Sea Wolf King squeezed out a smile and said, "The winner is king, the loser is the bandit. Since I've been defeated by Sir, then as long as Sir is willing to give me a way out, I'm willing to serve Sir." "Very well." Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir shot towards the Shieling Sea Wolf King like shooting stars. Compared to the Shieling Sea Wolf King's verbal allegiance, Yang Feng was more convinced of the power of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. When the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he wanted to struggle. The mechanical ancient devil smiled malevolently and slapped him on the head, and demonic chi jolted him, causing him great pain and sealing his life force. The target has a powerful immune system. 89% of the target has been killed. Please continue injecting the elixir. When the hundreds of vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir stabbed into the Shieling Sea Wolf King, most of them were killed by the Shieling Sea Wolf King's powerful immune system. Chapter 469. The portable stronghold had been upgraded to a level 2 base, and after building a level 2 AI, its computing power had increased exponentially. Coupled with the Moonlight Warlock rank Archdevil flesh Yang Feng obtained, he finally developed a liquid metal nano-robot elixir that could control Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. After injecting more than 10,000 vials of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, the Shilling Sea Wolf King fell under Yang Feng's control. After subduing the Shilling Sea Wolf King, Yang Feng asked casually, "Mook Gu, who ordered you to hunt us down?" The Shilling Sea Wolf King had a bitter expression as a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. "It's the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, one of the top 10 sea merchants. Lei Jiangjiao, one of the 2 Moonlight Warlock rank elders of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, gave me a secret treasure sea search compass and asked me to use it to find you. Also, he told me that you had 5 Gale-class merchant ships, but you went out to sea without going through running in. I was blinded by greed, and that's why I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and came here to become enemies with you, my lord." Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frowned and said unhurriedly, "Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? I remember that I didn't offend them, right? Why would they attack me?" Surprised, Shi Yuebing looked at the Shilling Sea Wolf King standing respectfully next to Yang Feng and said, "The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and the Cangyue Sea Pavilion are on good terms. The third daughter of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master Jiang Wanghai, Jiang Zilei, was once saved by Cangyue Xiongtian when she was young. If Cangyue Xiongtian didn't already have a wife, Jiang Zilei would have become his wife. Cangyue Xiongtian also borrowed a lot of power from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion to finally lead the Cangyue Sea Pavilion to become one of the top 10 sea merchants in the Wei Sea city. As an overlord-level powerhouse in the Wei Sea, the Shilling Sea Wolf King has always been lawless, even looking down on glorious Dawn warlocks. For such an overlord to willingly become Yang Feng's servant, Shi Yuebing felt even more awe towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly, saying, "In that case, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion has become my enemy. How interesting. 6 Moonlight Warlocks plus countless affiliated forces, it's really troublesome." A wisp of viciousness flashed in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "My lord, I have a foundation in the Wei Sea. Please take it over quickly, lest something unexpected happens." The Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes flashed with resentment at the thought of the Shilling 4 dogs abandoning him at the most critical moment. The Shilling 4 dogs were quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts, and each of them had their own trump cards. If they used secret treasures, they could even unleash Moonlight Warlock rank attacks. But the Shilling 4 dogs clearly had no intention of sacrificing themselves for the Shilling Sea Wolf King. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, they scattered and abandoned the Shilling Sea Wolf King, allowing Yang Feng to smoothly capture the Shilling Sea Wolf King. "All right. But before that, we need to get rid of some damned bugs." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the projection projected by the holographic projector changed slightly, and the scene of another sea appeared in front of everyone. On the other side of the sea, 10 Taishan-class merchant ships and a Gale-class merchant ship were sailing. Each of the merchant ships in that fleet had a lifelike and majestic sea dragon engraved on them. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw the fleet, his eyes flashed with resentment, and he clenched his teeth and said while stressing each syllable, "Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion." If it wasn't for the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion scheme, the Shilling Sea Wolf King wouldn't have made an enemy of Yang Feng and reduced him to Yang Feng's slave without freedom. Yang Feng didn't give the Shilling Sea Wolf King the slightest thought of giving him freedom. When the liquid metal nano-robots entered the Shilling Sea Wolf King's body, they merged with his soul and firmly restrained him. If he had any deviant thoughts, he would be suppressed and suffer unbearable pain. Even though the Shilling Sea Wolf King hated Yang Feng, but he was powerless. He could only vent his monstrous hatred on the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Yang Feng asked, "How much fighting strength do you have left?" The Shilling Sea Wolf King replied with a bitter smile, 30%. "It will take me at least a month to fully recover." The mechanical ancient devil cast the devil's secret method Devil Eye and summoned the Devil Eye of one of the 6 sky devils Gu. Its might was boundless, and even the powerful Shilling Sea Wolf King was severely injured. Otherwise, the Shilling Sea Wolf King wouldn't have been captured by Yang Feng so easily. The Shilling Sea Wolf King said solemnly, "My lord, let's forget about it this time. The fleet dispatched by the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion has a Moonlight Warlock on board. The Moonlight Warlock plus the Gale-class merchant ship and 10 Taishan-class merchant ships can form the Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array. Once this array is formed, even a Glorious Dawn Warlock may not be their opponent." There were countless freaks in the Zhangji Plains seas. Many sea freaks were comparable to gods in strength and reached the Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Dawn Warlock realm. There were also Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank sea freaks, but they were extremely rare. Compared to the entire Zhangji Plains seas, the Wei Sea was just a corner. It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the three merfolk imperial courts. In this sea, the strongest sea freaks that human warlocks encountered were Bright World Warlock rank. Moreover, the number of times they encountered Bright World Warlock rank sea freaks could be counted on one hand. In the Wei Sea, most of the time, the sea freaks that human warlocks encountered were Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank. From time to time, they would also encounter Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea freaks. The 10 Taishan-class merchant ships and the Gale-class merchant ship could form the Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array, which could contend against Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea freaks. In this sea, they could run amok. Few things could threaten them. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said coldly, "Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array? I'm the least afraid of this kind of array. Watch me break their Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array." When the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw this, his eyes flickered, and then he sank. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge, and a huge engineering carrier suddenly flew out and landed on the sea, splashing countless waves. A large number of marine engineering robots jumped out of the engineering carrier, jumped into the sea, and began to search for the wreckage of the warship destroyed by the Shilling Sea Wolf King. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge again, and a level, 2 mobile fortified stronghold with a diameter of 500 meters flew out and landed on the sea. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the circular level, 2 mobile fortified stronghold twisted and deformed like a transformer, turning into a naval battle-type island stronghold with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The center of the stronghold was filled with all kinds of cannons, and it was equipped with countless defensive devices. It was a daunting sight, like a mechanical island. Although the naval war-type island stronghold was only 1/3 the length of the Gale-class warship, but it was much wider and taller than the Gale-class warship. Yang Feng took Eunice and the other women as well as the key figures of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to the naval war-type island stronghold. If there were enough Moonlight Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks presiding, then the Gale-class merchant ship's defense would be much stronger than that of the naval war-type island stronghold. But the Shilling Sea Wolf King was seriously injured, and the mechanical ancient devil knew nothing about the Warlock towers installed on the Gale-class merchant ship. As a result, the Gale-class merchant ship's performance couldn't be maximized, and such a top-notch warship could only be reduced to a supporting role. Walking on the naval war-type island stronghold, Shi Yuebing looked at the thick heavy artillery with shock in her beautiful eyes. These are mechanical creations. Did senior disciple Brother Yang obtain the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord? But why haven't I seen such steel ships before? Along the way, the Great Elder looked at the various positron cannons and railgun cannons, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing, are these the alchemy left behind by the 6th Warlock dynasty? As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, he's really knowledgeable and has a deep foundation. In fact, Yang Feng's Shizu technology was completely different from that of the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty. Shizu technology was a pure mechanical technology civilization. The 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty, on the other hand, was a warlock civilization formed from a combination of soul study, alchemy, golem arts, and many other disciplines. The 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty's Mechanical Golem Legion was so famous that it suppressed countless planes. Therefore, when people saw the mechanical creations, they would think of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty. Amazing, how can such a heavy steel warship not sink in the sea? Why are there no incantations inscribed? Where are the magic arrays? The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks excitedly flew around the naval war-type island stronghold, carefully looked at the huge island, and exclaimed in admiration. Set sail. Following Yang Feng's order, the huge naval war-type island trembled slightly, then braved the wind and waves, and sailed in the direction of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet, in a 6-story-tall warlock tower on the Gale-class warship, a short-haired, burly man with thick eyebrows, a domineering expression, and a small flood dragon tattoo on his forehead was lying on a large soft bed. On the large bed, 4 beautiful women with sexy figures and revealing clothes wrapped around him like beautiful snakes and played with him. The man with the flood dragon tattooed on his forehead was one of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's 2 Moonlight Warlock rank elders, Lei Jiangjiao. A series of knocks came from outside the door. Lei Jiangjiao frowned, then waved his hand, and the door opened, and a beautiful maid was sucked into the room. Chapter 470. Lei Jiangjiao pinched the pretty face of the pretty maid, his eyes flashed with a tyrannical glint, and he revealed a cruel smile and said, "I said, don't bother me unless it's urgent. If it's not urgent, then once I'm done with you, you'll become a plaything for everyone on this ship." Lei Jiangjiao was just about to have a good time with the beautiful women, but he was disturbed by the maid, which made the fire in his heart burn brighter, and killing intent surged. The pretty maid's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, and she said respectfully, "Sir, the Shieling Sea Wolf King requests an audience." The Shieling Sea Wolf King, that trash who was defeated by Yang Feng? Lei Jiangjiao frowned and muttered, "Fine, let him come see me. After all, he's a Moonlight Warlock." The maid said quickly, "Sir, the Shieling Sea Wolf King wants to meet you on the deck. He said that if we don't meet on the deck, then forget it. He'll go to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion and tell them everything." Lei Jiangjiao's thoughts revolved, and he sneered, "The deck? He's really careful." There were 5 6-story-tall warlock towers on the Gale-class merchant ship. Once a hostile Moonlight Warlock entered the warlock towers, they might be suppressed at any time. Unless it was a close friend or relative, warlocks wouldn't enter the warlock towers of other warlocks. Inside the 6-story-tall warlock towers, although Lei Jiangjiao only possessed a junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, but he was confident that he could suppress an advanced Moonlight Warlock rank expert. "Fine. I'll go see him." Lei Jiangjiao smiled faintly, magic light enveloped him, and he disappeared in a flash. On the Gale-class merchant ship's deck, a green light shone, and Lei Jiangjiao walked out. When he saw the Shieling Sea Wolf King leaning against the edge of the deck, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a light smile, "Shieling Sea Wolf King, it seems that you're not lightly injured." At this time, the Shieling Sea Wolf King was seriously injured by the mechanical ancient devil's devil eyes, and he only had less than 30% of his strength left. When Lei Jiangjiao saw how weak the Shieling Sea Wolf King was, he couldn't help but feel a trace of killing intent. Moonlight Warlock rank experts have condensed a Moonlight core in their sea of knowledge that looks like a dragon crystal. The Moonlight core contains Moonlight Warlock rank soul force, various secret methods, countless spell models, and part of Moonlight Warlock rank power. Although the Moonlight core could not be like the Godhead, which could allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single step and obtain a huge amount of knowledge, and finally ascend to become a god. Regardless of whether it was the creation of puppets or other alchemy treasures, they all required the Moonlight core. Some peerless experts who cultivated special secret techniques could even restore some secret cultivation techniques from the Moonlight core. The Moonlight core was also a common treasure in all the major planes. No matter which plane it was, selling it to the powerful existences in those planes would allow one to obtain great benefits. Lei Jiangjiao, you want to kill me? I have less than 30% of my strength left, but I want to escape from here. Even you can't stop me. Tui. The Shilling Sea Wolf King keenly captured the obscure killing intent released by Lei Jiangjiao. He spat out a fruit core, which shot towards a dark corner of the Gale-class merchant ship, and uttered with a cold smile. On the Gale-class merchant ship, everyone's eyes focused on the Moonlight Warlock rank Shilling Sea Wolf King. They scanned the fruit core with a detection spell. After discovering that there were no abnormalities, no one paid any more attention to the fruit core. The fruit core left behind an afterimage, slammed into the Gale-class merchant ship's iron wall, and bounced away. A gust of wind swept up the fruit core and sent it flying into the sea. The Gale-class merchant ship was enchanted with all kinds of spells, including cleanse. Things that were confirmed to be garbage were automatically cleaned. No one noticed that a shadow had silently blended into the shadow of the Gale-class merchant ship and was slowly moving along the shadow. The killing intent in Lei Jiangjiao's eyes converged, and he said with a forthright smile, "Shilling Sea Wolf King, you misunderstood. How could I do such a thing? We have a common enemy, and that is Yang Feng. Why don't you join the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? With your strength, once you join the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, you'll definitely become a guest of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and obtain countless secret methods and resources. It won't be impossible for you to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future." The Shilling Sea Wolf King was a famous powerhouse in the Wei Sea. In the deep sea, even glorious Dawn Warlocks couldn't do anything to him. If such a powerhouse joined the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, the strength of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion would increase by a large margin. The Shilling Sea Wolf King said coldly, "I'm used to freedom. I can't be restrained. I came here to ask for the rest of the reward, 100 million magic crystals. Give me the magic crystals, and I'll leave." Lei Jiangjiao frowned slightly, his eyes gleamed, and he stared at the Shilling Sea Wolf King with a peculiar look in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a blue bead appeared in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's hand. "Lei Jiangjiao, I'm not your opponent right now. However, I have 3 secret treasures that can help me escape from you. The first one is this blue light sea transformation bead. With the help of this secret treasure, I can enter the sea in a breath of time. Even you can't stop me." Lei Jiangjiao looked closely and saw a blue line of water extend from the blue light sea transformation bead and enter the sea. With a thought, the Shilling Sea Wolf King could escape from the Gale-class merchant ship with the help of the blue light sea transformation bead. Lei Jiangjiao restrained his killing intent and said with a faint smile, "The 100 million magic crystals is the reward for successfully destroying the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's fleet. Now that the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's fleet is unharmed, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to ask for the 100 million magic crystals? How about this, I'll personally give you 10 million magic crystals and we'll settle this matter." After all, the Shilling Sea Wolf King was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, and a sea warlock who could transform into an ichthyosaur wolf. In the sea, he was extremely powerful. If he wasn't certain of his victory, Lei Jiangjiao wouldn't easily offend such a Moonlight Warlock. The Shilling Sea Wolf King frowned slightly, his complexion changed several times, and he contemplated for a while before saying with a malevolent expression, 30 million magic crystals. For your sake, my warships were destroyed. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Without 30 million magic crystals, I'll leave today." Lei Jiangjiao naturally understood what the Shilling Sea Wolf King was implying. If the Shilling Sea Wolf King turned around and left, then a few years later, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion might gain another Moonlight Warlock rank enemy. With a mortal enemy like the Shilling Sea Wolf King in the Wei Sea, even the powerful Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion wouldn't feel too good. Lei Jiangjiao's thoughts stirred, and he made a prompt decision. "All right. I agree. 30 million magic crystals, 30 million magic crystals it is. The Shieling Sea Wolf King showed a smile and said, straightforward, I like to cooperate with people like you. Lei Jiangjiao relaxed a little, then took out a storage ring and threw it towards the Shieling Sea Wolf King. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed behind Lei Jiangjiao, and a dagger completely shrouded in the shadow directly stabbed toward his heart. Lei Jiangjiao suddenly had a premonition of death. Without demur, he willed, and a teleportation bead hidden on his body shattered, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him in an instant. Lei Jiangjiao spent 30 million magic crystals to request a warlock alchemist to refine a teleportation bead. It was a trigger-type protective secret treasure. As long as he willed it, he would be able to teleport back to the 6-storied warlock pagoda. Even if a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse hurriedly cast a spatial interference spell, they still wouldn't be able to interrupt the spatial force of the teleportation bead. Even Yang Feng, who was proficient in the law of space, couldn't interrupt the spatial force of the teleportation bead. However, the God Armament Shadow Dagger released strange fluctuations that dispelled the spatial force of the teleportation bead. Lei Jiangjiao felt a chill in his heart. One after another, light appeared on his body, and spells blessed him. The Shadow Dagger broke the teleportation spells, pierced through Lei Jiangjiao's protective spells like a meteor, and stabbed into his heart. 12 curses erupted in a flash and enveloped him. At this moment, the shadow revealed its true body. It was Yang Feng. After Yang Feng killed the Shadow Prince Mecha, he obtained the Shadow Godhead. His avatar was the Shadow Ruler, and he was proficient in the law of shadows. Yang Feng's true body easily comprehended the law of shadows. As an assassin, he was second only to the Shadow Prince Mecha, which was why he was able to injure Lei Jiangjiao. After Yang Feng dealt a heavy blow to Lei Jiangjiao, he pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. With a flash of light, the mechanical ancient devil immediately flew out of the dimensional badge. When the mechanical ancient devil appeared, it smiled malevolently. An advanced moonlight warlock rank aura erupted in a flash. Its figure fluttered, and it swept past the dozen-plus starry sky warlocks brought by Lei Jiangjiao. Black light flashed, and 6 of the dozen-plus starry sky warlocks had their heads disappear, and they turned into corpses that collapsed on the ground. The mechanical ancient devil shone with demonic light and surged with spatial force. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the 6-story tall warlock tower where Lei Jiangjiao lived, smashed the barrier at the entrance of the warlock tower with a tyrannical punch, and rushed inside. If the warlock tower was guarded by Lei Jiangjiao, it would be impregnable. Even if an advanced moonlight warlock rank expert like the mechanical ancient devil entered, only death would await them. But without Lei Jiangjiao guarding it, it became the weakest link among the 5 warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship. Chapter 471. Hurry up. Activate the barrier. Activate the barrier, hurry up. Cries of alarm rang out on the Gale-class warship. Magic light lit up on the Gale-class warship. The other 4 warlock towers shone brightly, and azure magic light entered the sea and extracted a copious amount of seawater, turned it into the purest water elemental particles, and formed a 10-meter thick blue shield. Seeing this scene, the warlock towers of the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships shone brightly, and magic light extended from afar, touched the blue shield, and merged with it. The blue shield suddenly became a bit blurry and trembled. The blue shield collapsed inch by inch until it was completely destroyed. Boom! Along with a loud blare, a 6-story tall warlock tower of the Gale-class merchant ship exploded, and the merchant ship shook violently, and a huge hole suddenly appeared on the Gale-class merchant ship. The other 4 warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship dimmed, shook slightly, and then lost their light. When the 5 warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship joined forces and exerted their full strength, they could even contend against glorious dawn warlocks. But this kind of array was extremely exquisite. Once one warlock tower was destroyed, the other 4 warlock towers were equivalent to being crippled. After the mechanical ancient devil destroyed the warlock tower, its figure fluttered, and it shot out of the warlock tower. The other 4 warlock towers shone brightly, and the warlocks from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion fled in different directions like shooting stars. Without the power of the array, and with the sole Moonlight Warlock seriously injured by Yang Feng's sneak attack, the warlocks from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion no longer had the will to fight, and chose to flee. The 10 Taishan-class merchant ships shone with magic light, turned into streams of light and sped away. Without the protection of the Gale-class merchant ships, the Taishan-class merchant ships couldn't compete with Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Staying here would only lead to death. In the sky, starry sky rippers suddenly appeared, forming a torrent of steel that blotted out the sky and rushed towards the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships. As soon as the hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers appeared, they surrounded the warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and engaged them in a frenzy. Faced with the sky-blotting starry sky rippers, the warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion cast various spells barreling towards the starry sky rippers. Under the frenzied attacks of the warlocks, one starry sky ripper after another was smashed and fell from the sky. However, the starry sky ripper was extremely fast. In its wake, warlocks below the great warlock rank were chopped into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Flickering with demonic light, the mechanical ancient devil moved freely on the battlefield, targeting starry sky warlocks. With its advanced Moonlight Warlock rank power, sneak attacks on the warlocks entangled with the starry sky rippers were a cinch. Not a single starry sky warlock could resist its blow. The Shieling Sea Wolf King looked at the starry sky rippers with great warlock rank battle prowess, and his eyes flashed with shock, and he sighed, "My lord's means are really incredible. I'm convinced." In the Great Cloud Dynasty, great warlocks were ordinary experts. The Shieling Sea Wolf King had tens of thousands of pirates under his command, but there were no more than 1,000 great warlock rank pirates, all of whom were captain-class pirates. The hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers were comparable to hundreds of thousands of great warlock rank experts in terms of battle prowess. This force was simply terrifying. When faced with the hundreds of thousands of fearless starry sky rippers, even someone as strong as the Shieling Sea Wolf King could only hide in the sea and contend with the starry sky rippers by relying on the terrain advantage. Using guerrilla warfare, he slowly consumed the starry sky rippers. Lei Jiangjiao watched as the warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion were chopped into pieces by the starry sky rippers, and his eyes widened, and he thought full of pain and regret, "Damn it! Damn it! How did that idiot Sangyue Xiongtian bring such a terrifying enemy to the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? If I had known this, I would have persuaded the pavilion master to sever ties with that idiot." The god armament shadow dagger stabbed into Lei Jiangjiao's abdomen continuously extracted his life force, weakening the Moonlight Warlock rank Lei Jiangjiao so much that he couldn't even speak. At the time, the Shadow Prince Mecha relied on the Shadow Divine Domain and the God Armament Shadow Dagger to seriously injure weak Divine Force rank gods. On the Feisua plane, he was a divine assassin that even gods were quite apprehensive of. Even intermediate Divine Force rank gods didn't dare to look down on him. In his life, the Shadow Prince Mecha only refined the Shadow Dagger, and the godheads he obtained from assassinating gods were used to exchange for various rare materials with other gods. To forge the Shadow Dagger without even having a divine country, the power of the Shadow Dagger could be well imagined. The warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion struggled for a good while. After fighting for half an hour, the remaining one-third of the warlocks finally surrendered to Yang Feng. Among the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships, 2 captains were very unyielding, and directly destroyed their merchant ships. Yang Feng also ordered the execution of all the warlocks aboard the 2 merchant ships. The captains of the other merchant ships, on the other hand, offered the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships to Yang Feng. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's caravan was originally on a trade trip to the Fuso subcontinent. Therefore, the merchant ships were loaded with all kinds of goods needed by the Fuso subcontinent. Yang Feng checked the goods and found that if the value of the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships was disregarded, then the value of the goods alone was already more than 800 million magic crystals. That was still the price in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If they were shipped to the Fuso subcontinent, the goods worth 800 million magic crystals could easily be sold for more than 2 billion magic crystals. After adding the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships to his fleet, the huge fleet continued to sail towards the Shilin Sea Wolf King's base under the leadership of the Shilin Sea Wolf King. Although the Shilin Sea Wolf Island was called an island, but it was an island state with a radius of 1,000 kilometers and an area of about 2 million square kilometers. The population of the Shilin Sea Wolf Island was about 5 million, and it was ruled by a state called the Shilin State. The king of the Shilin State was the Shilin Sea Wolf King. Although the Shilin Sea Wolf Island had an area of 2 million square kilometers, but it wasn't rich in cultivation resources. As the king of the Shilin State, the Shilin Sea Wolf King had to hunt the merchant ships of major sea merchants in the Wei Sea and seize all kinds of cultivation resources to practice cultivation. A cyan light descended from the sky, flew towards the Wolf King Palace, and entered the Wolf King Palace. When the Prime Minister of the Shilin State Chen Mo saw the cyan ray descend, he immediately went to greet it and frowned, saying, "Sir Mad Dog, why are you back? Where is His Majesty the Wolf King?" An extremely beautiful girl dressed in white, who looked to be about 21 or 22 years old, with a slender figure, snow-white skin, clear eyes, and a pure temperament, raised her eyebrows and asked worriedly, "Uncle Mad Dog, what's wrong with father? His Majesty the Wolf King?" The Mad Dog showed a strange expression. Without any warning, he suddenly took a step forward and stabbed with his claw. Dark blue blades ejected from his right claw, pierced into the heart of the Prime Minister of the Shilin State Chen Mo, and squeezed hard, crushing Chen Mo's heart. The Prime Minister of the Shilin State Chen Mo was also a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, and his vitality was extremely tenacious. With a look of horror on his face, he pointed at Chen Mo and said, "Mad Dog, you, Chen Mo, that idiot Mook Gu provoked someone he shouldn't have. I'm afraid that he's already a corpse. I know that you're loyal to him, so I'll send you to see him now." The Mad Dog sneered, and 5 dark blue claw shadows suddenly shot out and slashed at Chen Mo's body. In an instant, Chen Mo's body was chopped into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. After Chen Mo's body fell apart and scattered on the ground, wisps of green smoke rose from his body, and he collapsed and dissipated inch by inch. The Mad Dog frowned slightly and cursed fiercely, "Scapegoat puppet. Sure enough, that bastard Mook Gu left something up his sleeve. Instead of giving me such a treasure, he gave it to a good-for-nothing like you. However, Third Princess, come over here." The Mad Dog smiled malevolently, exuded quasi-moonlight warlock rank aura, and pointed at the woman in white standing next to him. A black vortex flashed in the Mad Dog's finger, and like a mountain, it crushed towards the white-robed woman. The woman in white only had a great warlock rank cultivation base. Facing the quasi-moonlight warlock rank Mad Dog, she couldn't even recite an incantation. She watched powerlessly as the Mad Dog's finger pierced through her life force field and touched her forehead. A strange rune appeared on the woman in white's forehead and sealed her magic power, leaving only a look of alarm in her beautiful eyes. The Mad Dog smiled malevolently, and his eyes flashed with greed. "Third Princess, I've long wanted to taste the flower of the Shilin. Your idiot father went to provoke a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. That's really wonderful. If not for this, I wouldn't have gotten you so easily." The Third Princess's beautiful eyes flashed with pain, and she uttered, "Uncle Mad Dog, my imperial father treated you well before. Why did you do this to me?" The Mad Dog's eyes shimmered with grief and indignation, and he laughed wildly, "Haha. Treated me well? Mook Gu, that son of a bitch, snatched my beloved woman. The woman I fancied was also snatched away by his son. I still have to smile apologetically to his son. Shieling 8 dogs, in his eyes, I'm just a dog. What do you mean, treated me well? It's good that he died, I wanted him dead for a long time. Chapter 472. The mad dog smiled malevolently, grabbed the third princess by her slender neck, and shouted into the void, "Chen-mo, take me to the Shieling treasury. Otherwise, I'll kill the third princess." For warlocks like the mad dog, the most important things were their cultivation base and various cultivation resources. If the mad dog could truly advance to a moonlight warlock, then no matter where he went, he would be put in an important position. A cold voice came from the side, "Mad dog, I've always treated you well, yet you attacked my daughter. How cruel and unscrupulous of you." When the mad dog heard that voice, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He turned around and saw the Shieling Sea Wolf King appear behind him, a gloomy expression on his face. Behind the Shieling Sea Wolf King stood a person, it was Yang Feng. The mad dog trembled slightly, a flash of fear in the abyss of his eyes, and he said solemnly, "Mook Gu, it's you. You're still alive." When the mad dog saw Yang Feng behind the Shieling Sea Wolf King, he promptly knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Sir, this person is the ruler of the Shieling state, and he's extremely proud. He's not willing to be under someone else. His submission to you is only an expedient measure. If you don't kill him, then you're bound to suffer a backlash in the future. Sir, please take action and kill him. I'm willing to submit to you, serve you, and help you control the Shieling state." When the Shieling Sea Wolf King saw this, his eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he looked quietly at the mad dog, not saying a word. Yang Feng glanced at the mad dog and said indifferently, "Very well, since you want to submit to me, then let me set up a restriction on you." Behind the mad dog, the space distorted, and the mechanical ancient devil suddenly appeared. It pointed a finger at the mad dog's head, and a stream of demonic chi gushed out. The mechanical ancient devil placed a curse on the mad dog's head, completely sealing his power. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, syringes suddenly flew out and stabbed the mad dog. The mad dog turned pale with fright. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. He could only let the syringes filled with liquid metal nano-robot elixir inject into him. As soon as the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered its body, the mad dog's face twisted, and it rolled on the ground in pain, struggling frantically. Originally, he didn't intend to sincerely rely on Yang Feng. After the liquid metal nano-robots entered his body, the evil thoughts in his mind were born, and he was tormented to death by the liquid metal nano-robots. Standing aside, the Shieling state's third princess watched this scene with a look of horror on her face. She took a deep look at the Shieling Sea Wolf King, and suddenly understood why her father, who had always been proud and aloof, would stand beside Yang Feng. "Master, please follow me." The Shieling Sea Wolf King looked deeply at the third princess, and then took Yang Feng to his treasury. The Shieling Sea Wolf King had roamed the Wei Sea for hundreds of years. He had plundered countless ships and accumulated a huge fortune. When the door of the treasury opened, Yang Feng saw chests of magic crystals scattered on the ground, nearly filling the treasury. "That's the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus." Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a crystal box was sucked into his hand. After taking a closer look, his eyes flashed with surprise. Inside the crystal box was a blue lotus shrouded in a layer of blue mist. This blue lotus shrouded in a blue mist was one of the water elemental heaven and earth wondrous treasures, the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus. This was a treasure that could only be chanced upon, not sought. If someone needed it, then even if it cost 200 million magic crystals, they would still be willing to buy it. The Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes shimmered with admiration, and he uttered, "This is the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus. Only experts who have formed a virtual world can use it to evolve the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth, and finally transform them into a real world. Master, you're actually an expert who formed a virtual world. I'm convinced that I lost to you. After being defeated by Yang Feng, the Shilling Sea Wolf King understood that Yang Feng was a peerless freak who formed a virtual world. Only freaks who formed a virtual world, without the help of secret treasures, could contend against moonlight warlocks with great warlock rank power. Seeing Yang Feng take the sea essence Immortal Lotus, he spoke half flatteringly and half sincerely. Yang Feng picked up a storage ring and glanced at it, and his eyes shimmered with surprise. This is an Abyss Sea Dragon, a pinnacle moonlight warlock rank Abyss Sea Dragon. How did you get it? The Shilling Sea Wolf King answered, this Abyss Sea Dragon was discovered by a fisherman on a beach decades ago. After the news came, I went to bring back the corpse of the Abyss Sea Dragon. After all, the Shilling Sea Wolf King was the ruler of a state, which was why he could use the power of the state to collect all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. The corpse of the Abyss Sea Dragon was one of his harvests in the past hundreds of years. Yang Feng carefully looked at the corpse of the Abyss Sea Dragon and revealed a smile. As long as the corpse of this Abyss Sea Dragon is refined, I can produce another Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. And a naval warfare Moonlight Warlock at that. Since the mechanical Abyss Sea Dragon and mechanical Ancient Devil weren't refined using high-grade soul stones, their growth potential was extremely poor, unlike mechanical black dragons that could devour various powerful life forms and evolve automatically. However, they possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, which was enough to become Yang Feng's powerful helpers. Yang Feng's gaze swept aside and fell on a dragon core, and he revealed a smile, dragon core. And it's a quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank dark demonic dragon core to boot. That was great. By devouring this dark demonic dragon core, Aesop can evolve into a Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng continued to search for treasures in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's treasury. After selecting several minerals to build a level 3 stronghold, he didn't find anything else that caught his fancy. High-grade secret treasures were very rare. In the Shilling Sea Wolf King's treasury, there wasn't a single level 6 secret treasure, and there were only 7 level 5 secret treasures. Yang Feng didn't care about those secret treasures. The Wei Sea City, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. In an elegant courtyard, a tall old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes dressed in blue silk clothes sat opposite Zhangyue Xiongtian. The old man dressed in blue silk clothes was the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master Jiang Wanghai, a quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair and a classical temperament, dressed in cyan silk clothes, kneeled beside him, a solemn expression on her face. She smoothly brewed 2 cups of tea and presented them to the 2 people. Zhangyue Xiongtian took a sip of the tea, closed his eyes, revealed an intoxicated look, and praised repeatedly, "Good tea. This is Lingwu Immortal Tea, a first-grade immortal tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion is worthy of being the #1 sea merchant in the Wei Sea City. Brother Jiang is the most outstanding pavilion master in the history of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion for you to be able to get your hands on such an immortal tea. Lingwu Immortal Tea was a first-grade immortal tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Long-term consumption could calm the mind and even enhance the spirit force of Infinity Warlocks. Lingwu Immortal Tea was extremely precious, even more precious than purple sage demonic gold. It was a priceless treasure. Generally, only forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, 7 great families, and the imperial court could get their hands on such a treasure. Jiang Wanghai showed a smile and quietly took a sip of the Lingwu Immortal Tea. Generally speaking, only Infinity Warlocks were qualified to enjoy such an immortal tea. Mist seeped out of Jiang Wanghai's facial orifices and removed the impurities inside his body. Jiang Wanghai showed a satisfied expression, slowly opened his eyes, and said flatly, "I have already sent people to do what you entrusted me with." For the Shilling Sea Wolf King to dominate a region in the Wei Sea for hundreds of years, he is a very ambitious and ruthless person. Beside him, there are also the Shieling 8 dogs, the 8 quasi-moonlight warlock rank lackeys and dozens of starry sky warlock rank powerhouses. In other places, it wouldn't matter. But in the sea, even Yi Yuanyang may not be the opponent of the Shieling 8 dogs. Coupled with the Shieling Sea Wolf King's true body, even if Yang Feng doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. This is the Norin sea god bead that an extraordinary life-form sea dragon son of the Norin plain spent thousands of years to condense. Please accept it. Sangyue Xiongtian smiled, took out a crystal box, and opened it. Inside the crystal box, there was a pearl-sized bead engraved with countless mysterious runes and enshrouded in blue mist. Extraordinary life-form sea dragon sons were overlord-level life forms of the Grade 3 Norin plane. Adult sea dragon sons possessed moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. The Norin sea god bead was a weapon they spent countless years to condense. The Norin sea god bead had a miraculous effect on human warlocks who cultivated water attribute secret methods. It could increase the chances of human warlocks breaking through the glorious dawn warlock bottleneck by 5%. The further along the warlock path of cultivation, the more difficult it became. Countless moonlight warlocks died of old age in this realm. The Norin sea god bead, a treasure that could increase the chances of breaking through the glorious dawn warlock bottleneck, was a priceless treasure. Even if it was 2 billion magic crystals, no one might be willing to sell it. There was a flash of excitement in Jiang Wanghai's eyes. He beckoned with his hand, and the crystal box flew into his hand. After carefully examining it, he revealed a satisfied smile. Coupled with the Norin sea god bead, the various treasures he collected for breaking through bottlenecks were enough to increase his chances of breaking through by 20%. This was already a very high probability. A middle-aged man from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion rushed into the courtyard with an anxious expression on his face and said, "Sir Pavilion Master." Jiang Wanghai frowned slightly, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. "Jiangda, what's the matter?" Jiangda replied in a trembling voice, "The Shieling Sea Wolf King was defeated. The Shieling Sea Wolf King's fleet was defeated. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was captured by Yang Feng and submitted to him." Chapter 473. The complexion of the calm Jiang Wanghai suddenly changed dramatically. His hand trembled, and a lot of the Lingwu immortal tea splashed out and scattered on the ground. What? The Shieling Sea Wolf King was defeated, and he even submitted to Yang Feng. How is that possible? Sangyue Xiongtian's complexion also changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How is that possible? Yang Feng is just a great warlock. The Shieling Sea Wolf King has the geographical advantage, and he has the Shieling 8 dogs as his subordinates. How could he lose to Yang Feng?" Jiangda said with a bitter expression, "Yang Feng is proficient in the domain of space, extremely strong, and has a steel fleet hidden around him. The most important thing is that there is an advanced moonlight warlock rank devil hiding around him. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was lured out of the sea, and then was seriously injured by the devil. In the end, he was captured by Yang Feng and submitted to him." Jiang Wanghai's complexion became very unsightly. If the Shieling Sea Wolf King didn't die, he would definitely give up the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. In this way, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion would have a terrifying enemy like Yang Feng. Jiang Wanghai glanced at the hesitant Jiangda and barked, "What else do you have to say? Speak." Jiangda trembled slightly, hesitated for a while, and then gritted his teeth and said, "After Yang Feng subdued the Shieling Sea Wolf King, he used him as bait to lure out Sir Lei Jiangjiao. Yang Feng took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and assassinate Sir Lei Jiangjiao in one fell swoop. The fleet commanded by Sir Lei Jiangjiao was wiped out by Yang Feng. It wasn't easy for us to obtain this information." Ding! When Jiang Wanghai heard this, his vision darkened, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. The precious Lingwu immortal tea spilled on the ground, and his chest tightened and his throat tasted fishy. He almost spat out blood. Moonlight warlocks were experts comparable to gods and demons. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, it was difficult for ordinary warlocks to meet them. Due to its prosperous trade with the 4 subcontinents, the Wuxia city had great wealth, which attracted many moonlight warlocks. Even so, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion spent 1,000 years only to recruit 2 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Now that a Moonlight Warlock rank expert has died, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's pillar has been broken. Originally, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion was the 3rd most powerful force among the 10 major sea merchant groups. But now that Lei Jiangjiao was dead, they didn't know that Lei Jiangjiao was subdued by Yang Feng, their status suddenly dropped, and they were only slightly stronger than the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. Even someone as strong as Jiang Wanghai suffered a huge blow from this grievous news. Yang Feng, you bastard! My Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Jiang Wanghai's eyes were bloodshot, and the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank life force field dispersed from him involuntarily, and he slapped a table in front of him. Without a sound, the jade table in front of Jiang Wanghai crumbled into pieces. Eyes bloodshot, Jiang Wanghai glanced at Tsangyue Xiongtian, his heart filled with disgust, and he uttered coldly, stressing each syllable, "You, leave, I don't want to see you now." The death of a great warlock meant that the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion status in the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion plummeted. Coupled with the destruction of a fleet that included a Gale-class merchant ship. This time, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's losses exceeded 10 billion magic crystals. A mere Norin-class Sea God bead could not make up for the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's losses. Tsangyue Xiongtian frowned slightly, smiled bitterly, and got up to leave. Jiang Wanghai's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he resisted his anger and said, "Come back." Tsangyue Xiongtian returned to his seat and sat down. A cold look in his eyes, Jiang Wanghai said frigidly, "You heard it. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion suffered a heavy blow because of you. You must compensate us." Tsangyue Xiongtian made a prompt decision: a Gale-class merchant ship, 10 Taishan-class merchant ships, and 1 billion magic crystals. Although the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion suffered a heavy blow, but it was still one of the 10 major sea merchant groups of the Wuxia city, and it was even stronger than the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. Tsangyue Xiongtian. Jiang Wanghai nodded slightly, and his eyebrows relaxed slightly. There were countless warlocks in the Wuxia city. As long as there were ships, warlocks below the Starry Sky Warlock rank could be recruited. Only Moonlight Warlocks were difficult to recruit. After all, the Moonlight Warlocks that could be recruited have already been recruited by the major sea merchant groups. Jiang Wanghai's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said frigidly, "That scoundrel Yang Feng must not be allowed to leave the Wuxia alive. What's your plan?" In the Great Warlock realm, Yang Feng could contend against Moonlight Warlocks. Once he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, who knows how powerful he would become. At the thought of an enemy with infinite potential eyeing him covetously, Jiang Wanghai shuddered inside. Tsangyue Xiongtian's eyes shimmered with determination, and he said frigidly, "I have bribed the Prime Minister of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state, and he has agreed to deal with Yang Feng. However, this is not enough. Brother Jiang, please do it yourself. I will go to the Fuso subcontinent with Gongsun Yang and Xia Huba to eradicate Yang Feng." When Jiang Wanghai heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Gongsun Yang and Xia Huba were the 2 junior Moonlight Warlocks of the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. Together with Tsangyue Xiongtian, the entire Tsangyue Sea Pavilion would be mobilized. As a result, the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion would have no Moonlight Warlock standing guard in the Wuxia city, which was very dangerous. Although the Wuxia city had good public security, but once the Moonlight Warlocks came out in full force, countless people would covet their treasure warehouses. Besides, in the process of the rise of a major force like the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion, who knows how many powerhouses it has offended. Once those powerhouses learned that the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion had no moonlight warlock standing guard, they would definitely secretly attack the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. Jiang Wanghai pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered with a fierce light, and he made a prompt decision. Okay, since you have invested so much, then I will go with you to the Fuso subcontinent. A month passed in a flash. On the surface of the sea, a huge fleet composed of 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 8 Taishan-class merchant ships sailed towards a continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Feng sat in an extremely luxurious litter with Eunice and Cheyenne in his arms. Feeling the sea breeze, he looked towards the huge port on the continent, the Satsuma port. Gale-class merchant ships, those are the Great Cloud Dynasty's Gale-class merchant ships. 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 8 Taishan-class merchant ships, it seems that we can make a fortune. What a huge fleet. Is this the Wei Sea City's top 10 merchant ships? As soon as the huge fleet entered the Satsuma port, the warlocks in the Satsuma port showed a smile of excitement. The goods brought by such a huge fleet could benefit most of the warlocks in the Satsuma port. The warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent in the Satsuma port liked the arrival of the huge fleet very much. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A team of about 200 warlocks, all dressed in black armor and with long swords at their waists, led by a burly man with exposed nose hairs and a fierce-looking face, exuding a tyrannical aura, directly encircled them. Black Armor Team. It's the Black Armor Team's 3rd Brigade. When the warlocks surrounding the port, who were about to communicate with Yang Feng and his party, saw this scene, their countenances changed greatly, and they quickly made way. The fierce-looking man in the lead came up to Yang Feng and his party and said arrogantly, I am the captain of the Black Armor Team's 3rd Brigade, Kyupojiro. I suspect that the goods on your merchant ship are of unknown origin. Please leave immediately and let us seal the ship. After we have investigated clearly, we will return your goods to you. Yang Feng asked curiously, Black Armor Team, what is this? My lord, the Satsuma port belongs to the West Sea State, and the Black Armor Team is one of the 3 major armies of the West Sea State. The 3 major armies of the West Sea State are the Red Armor Team, the White Armor Team, and the Black Armor Team. The Red Armor Team is equivalent to the Great Cloud Dynasty's Royal Guards, with the weakest warrior having advanced Great Warlock rank cultivation base. The White Armor Team is slightly inferior, with every warrior having Junior Great Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Armor Team is the weakest, with every warrior having advanced level 3 Warlock rank cultivation base. The West Sea State has 2 Moonlight Warlock rank experts, the ruler of the West Sea State Soma Shinichiro and the Grand Tutor Kaiman Kumasaburo. They are both Junior Moonlight Warlock rank experts. In addition, there are also the West Sea 10 warriors, who are Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The West Sea State is one of the 4 vassal states of the Nishino State. The Nishino State is a major state of the Fuso subcontinent. It has 8 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. It has more than 30 Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The Kihara State, the Black Snake State, and the Anto State are the 4 vassal states of the Nishino State. Each of the 3 vassal states is guarded by a Moonlight Warlock. Thanks to the Satsuma port, the West Sea State can obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources, which is how it gave birth to 2 Moonlight Warlocks. In fact, the Black Armor Team's Kawajiro wants to swallow our goods. My lord, if you let him temporarily detain our goods, then he will embezzle them in various ways. The simplest way is to set a fire, burn some junk, and then tell us that the goods have been burned. Many people have suffered a great loss in the Satsuma port. The Shieling Sea Wolf King said unhurriedly. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he uttered coldly, so that's how it is. What a reckless thing. I originally intended to be an honest merchant, but since you want to force me, I don't mind being a judge. Kill them all, and leave their heads behind. Yes. My lord. There was a flash of excitement in the Shieling Sea Wolf King's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and resplendent blue light shone and shot towards the level 3 warlocks of the black armor team. Chapter 474. The black armor of the level 3 warlocks of the black armor squad burst out with black light, and black shields suddenly appeared. Blue rays suddenly shot out, pierced through the black shields, and slammed into the level 3 warlock of the black armor squad, and easily froze him. You damn beasts, I am the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the black armor squad. You dare to attack me? The great Kaiman Kumasaburo won't let you off. Surprised and angry, Kuba Jiro took a step forward, erupted with advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank aura, drew his sword, and turned into a black blade ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with a tyrannical aura. Fuso drawing the sword, this is a unique offensive spell of the Fuso subcontinent. Within 10 meters, if caught off guard, even a Moonlight Warlock would be injured by this abrupt strike. However, as long as you are prepared, you can prepare the corresponding spell in advance. There is nothing to be afraid of with this Fuso drawing the sword. Body-tempering warlocks are not orthodox, after all. The mad dog of the Shieling 8 dogs smiled ferociously, opened his maw, and a blue ray instantly hit Kuba Jiro. Kuba Jiro was instantly frozen into an ice cube by the blue ray, and he fell from midair with a look of horror on his face. In less than a few breaths of time, the 200-strong black armor squad was quelled by the Shieling Sea Wolf King and the mad dog. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a mobile naval island rose from the depths of the sea. Doors opened, and starry sky rippers flew out from various places on the island and swept towards the Satsuma port like locusts. Sitting on the litter, Yang Feng looked like a god overlooking the secular world and said coldly, "From today on, the Satsuma port belongs to me. Kill all those who resist." Thanks to the loudspeaker, the entire Satsuma port heard Yang Feng's domineering and callous voice. A Battlestar's positron artillery on the mobile naval war-type island flashed, and a resplendent beam barreled towards a 6-story-tall warlock tower in the Satsuma port. Rumble. Along with an earth-shaking tremor, the 6-story-tall warlock tower only had time to activate a protective cover, before it was blasted by the Battlestar's main artillery-grade positron artillery. The tower trembled slightly, and countless cracks appeared on it. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he praised, "Amazing. What a strong defense. To be able to even block a Battlestar's primary artillery, worthy of a 6-story-tall warlock pagoda." The power of the Battlestar's primary artillery was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a glorious Dawn warlock, they would be seriously injured or even killed. If it were to be blasted on Earth, one shot would be enough to shatter a mountain. However, although the astral warship's main artillery is very powerful, but it isn't attached to the power of laws. As such, glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouses can easily avoid it through various secret methods. Only when dealing with immobile objects would it be able to display its greatest destructive power. Similarly, charging the main cannon of the interstellar battleship was a big problem. After firing a shot, it would take 5 minutes to recharge before it could fire another shot. In a fast-paced battle between warlocks, it was very difficult to hit the enemy. In the next moment, a rain of light shot out from the mobile naval war-type island and blasted into the warlock tower. Boom! 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 The warlock tower, which was already riddled with scars, splashed into countless pieces, and the warlocks inside the warlock tower turned into streams of light and flew out. Many warlocks were blasted by the rain of light and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. It's destroyed. The divine warlock tower was destroyed. What's that? How could a divine warlock tower be destroyed? How could this be? Did the great evil god abandon us? When the warlocks in the Satsuma port saw the 6-story-tall warlock tower collapse in front of them, they were dumbstruck and filled with shock, as if something had collapsed inside them. In the Satsuma port, there were 6-story-tall warlock towers, which formed a hexagram, firmly guarding the entire Satsuma port. With a moonlight warlock presiding over it, coupled with enough starry sky warlocks and great warlocks, the Satsuma port could even contend against glorious dawn warlocks. There was once a glorious dawn warlock rank C monster that wreaked havoc in the Satsuma port. As a result, it was seriously injured by the state teacher Kaiman Kumasaburo and driven away. In the minds of the Satsuma port's warlocks, the 6-story-tall warlock pagoda was an existence that no one could destroy. Now that the 6-story-tall warlock pagoda collapsed, the Satsuma port's warlocks couldn't help but feel despair. The Satsuma port responded at once. The remaining 5 6-story-tall warlock towers in the port shone brightly, and magic shields suddenly appeared and shrouded the important buildings in the port. But because Yang Feng destroyed a 6-story-tall warlock tower, the remaining 5 warlock towers couldn't form a magic array, nor could they connect the magic shields. A deep voice came from the Satsuma port. "I am the West Sea State's Grand Teacher Kaiman Kumasaburo. May I ask which sir has come to the Satsuma port?" The Satsuma port, a port that brought in money every day, provided countless cultivation resources to the Four Seas country. Attaching great importance to such an important port, the West Sea State dispatched the Grand Teacher Kaiman Kumasaburo to preside over it. Sitting in the litter, Yang Feng smiled coldly and said frigidly, "I am the battle demon Sex Yang Feng. Kaiman Kumasaburo, you've got guts to send people to seize my goods. Who gave you such guts?" Mechanical tentacles had already pierced into the frozen head of Kyupo Jiro, reading the information in his mind. Kuba Jiro was the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Black Armor Squad. Originally, he didn't dare to provoke a great sea merchant with 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 10 Taishan-class merchant ships. But he received instructions from above, which was why he dared to embezzle Yang Feng's goods unscrupulously. But he never expected that Yang Feng's reaction would be so intense. How did he know that it was my instructions? Inside a 6-story-tall warlock tower, Kaiman Kumasaburo, with a medium build and a somewhat sinister and ugly appearance, dressed in a white silk robe, frowned slightly, feeling bewildered. Kaiman Kumasaburo looked at the magic shields trembling under the bombardment of the rain of light and shouted in fear, "This is a misunderstanding. Sir Yang Feng, please stop. We can talk about it slowly. One of the warlock towers in the Satsuma port has been destroyed by Yang Feng, and the remaining 5 warlock towers can no longer form a complete warlock tower array." Kaiman Kumasaburo still had a few trump cards, but he didn't know if he could fight Yang Feng. Even if he fought Yang Feng to the death, the outcome of the battle was still unknown. He didn't dare to take any risks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and his thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he said solemnly, "Compensate me with 2 billion magic crystals, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Satsuma port." Kaiman Kumasaburo's heart dripped blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." For the West Sea State, 2 billion magic crystals was practically equivalent to half a year's income. But compared to the Satsuma port, which was a port that raked in money every day, 2 billion magic crystals was nothing. Not long after, a beautiful warlock with long black hair and an extremely pure appearance came out of the warlock tower where Kaiman Kumasaburo was located, raised a storage ring, and said loudly, "Sir Yang Feng, please stop. Here is the 2 billion magic crystals you need." Yang Feng raised his hand, and the artillery on the mechanical fortified island stopped firing. But the main artillery was still in a charging state. The beautiful warlock heaved a slight sigh of relief and raised the storage ring high. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the storage ring flew towards him and fell into his hand. He scanned it with his tremendous spirit force and sensed the 2 billion magic crystals in the storage ring, and then revealed a smile. The semi-plane in Yangfeng Sea of Knowledge was constantly transforming and evolving. In addition to the heaven and earth treasures of the four elements, it also needed to consume millions of magic crystals to nourish it every day. The semi-plane in Yangfeng Sea of Knowledge was a notch stronger than the virtual world, but at the same time, it needed to consume an astonishing amount of resources. 2 billion magic crystals was enough for the semi-plane to absorb for a while. Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he raised his hand, and the huge fleet began to move and slowly sailed away from the Satsuma port. The matter of you sending people to rob me of my goods is over. The Fuso subcontinent was extremely vast, several times the size of the Tarandit subcontinent. There were more than 20 ports that could berth a huge fleet. Even if the transaction wasn't carried out in the Satsuma port, it wasn't a problem for Yang Feng. When the warlocks of the Satsuma port saw Yang Feng's huge fleet move, their eyes flashed with disappointment. When the fleet moved, it meant that the goods worth more than 3 billion magic crystals, sold in the Fuso subcontinent, had left, causing them to lose a lot of opportunities to make money. Kaiman Kumasaburo walked out of the Warlock Tower, trod on air, and said loudly to Yang Feng, "Sir Yang Feng, please stay. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. Please stay and let me entertain you. The Fuso witches of the Fuso family are the best in the world. They won't let you down." Chapter 475. Fuso succubi were a specialty of the Fuso subcontinent. Fuso succubi were beauties born from the union of beautiful warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent and handsome evil gods from other planes. Using secret methods, Fuso succubi were cultivated and educated by evil god warlocks from the Fuso subcontinent. They became docile, obedient, and beautiful. They were one of the best-selling products in the Fuso subcontinent. Yang Feng smiled faintly and raised his hand, and the huge fleet suddenly turned around and moved in the direction of the Satsuma port. Interesting. In that case, I'll stay and take a look at the famous Fuso Mimi. There was a flash of resentment in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes. But on the surface, he revealed a kind smile and mused, "Very well, you idiot. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold." As the fleet turned around, a stream of light flew out of the fleet and silently shot into the distance. Night fell. In front of the Satsuma port's top money-squandering establishment, Lavender Manor, a luxurious magic sports car suddenly stopped. The door of the magic sports car opened, and the Moonlight Warlock Shieling Sea Wolf King stepped out and opened the door respectfully. Yang Feng, dressed in white casual attire, alighted from the magic sports car and swept the Lavender Manor with a glance. In front of the Lavender Manor stood 4 guards, with each guard possessing a great warlock rank cultivation base. Each of them looked very capable and incomparably valiant. Yang Feng glanced at the guards and mused, "Great warlocks are really worthless in the Great Cloud Dynasty." In the Tarandit subcontinent, a great warlock was already a pinnacle existence, and could become the leader of a force and dominate a region. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty and some of the powerful subcontinents around it, great warlocks were nothing. A beautiful woman about 27 or 28 years old, with a sexy figure and long black hair, came over with a smile, a fragrance wafting from her. "Sir Yang Feng, my name is Yamada Mieko." "Well met, sir." As soon as Yamada Mieko came to Yang Feng's side, an intoxicating fragrance exuded from her lovely body, full of charm. The Shieling Sea Wolf King glanced at Yamada Mieko and his eyes lit up. Good stuff. The eyes of the mad dog fell on Yamada Mieko. They were filled with greed, as if they wanted to swallow Yamada Mieko. Yang Feng glanced at Yamada Mieko, nodded arrogantly, and didn't say a word. Yamada Mieko's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she became even more respectful and humble. "Please come with me." Led by Yamada Mieko, Yang Feng and company stepped into the Lavender Manor. Inside the Lavender Manor, many precious extraordinary plants that are native to Fuso subcontinent can be seen everywhere. All kinds of beautiful flowers can be seen all over the manor, as if forming a beautiful sea of flowers. Amidst the sea of flowers, one could occasionally see a gorgeous bed lotus with a diameter of 3 meters. On the lotus bed, there were many beautiful young girls dressed in clothes made of flowers that only covered their private parts. They were extremely beautiful and beautiful. The flowers and the young girl complemented each other, forming a beautiful scene. A tempting fragrance wafted out of the sea of flowers, arousing people's desires. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was very knowledgeable and had played with who knows how many women. His performance was somewhat better. The eyes of the mad dog of the Shilling 8 dogs were bloodshot and his mouth was dry. If it wasn't for the liquid metal nano-robots controlling his body, he would have already pounced into the sea of flowers and pounced on the charming girls one by one. Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful girls in the sea of flowers and revealed a look of appreciation. There was nothing unusual about them. Yamada Mieko stared carefully at Yang Feng. When she saw that Yang Feng didn't react, she couldn't help but think more highly of him. After passing through the sea of flowers, there was a hot spring exuding dense mist. In the center of the hot spring, there was a huge rockery. In the dense mist, the laughter of beautiful young girls could be heard. In the dense mist, the snow-white skin of girls was faintly discernible. Ordinary men couldn't resist the desire to peep at them. The eyes of the mad dog standing next to Yang Feng were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to rush into the hot spring and unscrupulously enjoy the scenery. Yang Feng swept the hot spring with an indifferent glance, and then continued forward. As the uncrowned king of the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng had tasted beauties in the hot spring who knows how many times. The beauties in the hot spring were at most at the level of Judy. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as stunning beauties such as Eunice, Dephilia, Cheyenne, and Joanna. After passing through the hot spring, a wine pool filled with a strong fragrance of wine appeared in front of Yang Feng. Next to the wine pool, there was a lush forest. Beautiful warlocks hung from every tree in the forest. The beautiful warlocks weren't naked, but rather wore all kinds of revealing clothes. Their skin was glistening and full of temptation. Wine pool and forest of flesh. Fuso people really know how to have fun. Yang Feng took a look at the wine pool and forest of flesh, showed a faint smile, and went straight through the area. After passing through the wine pool and forest of flesh, a very elegant bamboo house located next to the bamboo forest and the pond appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the bamboo house, Kaiman Kumasaburo was kneeling on the ground, and a beautiful woman who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old and dressed in white was concentrating on her tea art. It was like a beautiful painting. When Kaiman Kumasaburo saw Yang Feng, he immediately got up, bowed 90 degrees, and saluted Yang Feng. Kaiman Kumasaburo greets Sir Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded arrogantly, sat in front of Kaiman Kumasaburo without a trace of politeness, and asked casually like a silk pants, "Where's the Fuso charm?" "Sir, please wait a moment." Kaiman Kumasaburo took a deep look at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he clapped his hands. Two little girls who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old walked out from the side. Their faces were immature, but their twin peaks were extremely plump. They were a mixture of immaturity and maturity, purity and sexiness, and their skin was as translucent as snow and so tender that water seemed to be dripping from them. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he frowned slightly. Kaiman Kumasaburo smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. "Sir, don't misunderstand. They are descendants born from the union of phantom fairies and humans. Although they look young, but in fact, they are already 20 years old. Besides, look." A pink gas enveloped the two little girls, and they turned into two beautiful girls about 16 or 17 years old with sexy figures. Kaiman Kumasaburo snapped his fingers again, and the two beautiful girls of about 16 or 17 years old changed again. They turned into stunning beauties of about 26 or 27 years old, with slender waists and plump buttocks, and a pair of huge breasts that almost burst out of their clothes like ripe peaches. Kaiman Kumasaburo extended his hand and said to Yang Feng with a smile, "This is an innate skill of phantom fairies. They can be set to transform for 9 periods of time. Possessing phantom fairies' bloodline, they can only transform for 3 periods of time. It is extremely difficult for phantom fairies to be born. In the past hundreds of years, the West Sea state has only been able to cultivate 10 of them. Now, the only 2 top Fuso charm maidens left in the West Sea state are offered to you. Please accept them." The beautiful girl, who looks older and exudes a mature and charming temperament, bowed to Yang Feng. "Kitazuki Keiho greets you, sir." The beautiful girl, who looks younger and exudes a pure temperament, also bowed to Yang Feng and said, "Kitazuki Kika greets you, sir." Standing aside, the mad dog looked at the 2 beautiful girls with different temperaments and bewitching charm, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes filled with greed. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "Come here." In a charming voice, the Kitazuki sisters walked up to Yang Feng with a fragrance wafting from them. "Yes, Master." Yang Feng pulled the Kitazuki sisters into his arms and wantonly molested them. The North Moon sisters immediately blushed. Like 2 apologetic flowers, they fawned over him. There was a flash of disdain and contempt in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes. "Lechers are nothing to be afraid of. The disciples of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon sect are only a so-so." Thousands of kilometers away from the West Sea state, the capital of the Kihara state, the Ryuan city, in the royal palace, a somewhat short but very capable man was lying in a hot spring. Several very coquettish beautiful girls in revealing clothes were kneeling beside him and massaging his back. This very capable man was the Kihara state's ruler, Kihara Kai. He was the only moonlight warlock in the Kihara state. A beautiful girl in light muslin came to the hot spring and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion Sir Lei Jiangjiao requests an audience." Kihara Kai opened his eyes, revealed a look of doubt, and pondered for a while before saying, "Lei Jiangjiao? Invite him to the fragrant residence hall to wait." The beautiful girl immediately retreated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Kihara Kai frowned slightly and stood up from the hot spring. The 12+ beautiful girls hurriedly helped him dry, picked up a set of clothes, and carefully helped him put them on. When Kihara Kai entered the fragrant residence hall, he saw Lei Jiangjiao, who was dressed in white, had a pale face, and exuded intermediate starry sky warlock fluctuations of life. "Brother Lei, long time no see." Kihara Kai's eyes flashed. He laughed heartily and clapped his hands. 2 beautiful maids came out from the side and sat down next to Lei Jiangjiao with a fragrance wafting from them. They served him attentively. Chapter 476. Lei Jiangjiao heaved a long sigh, saying, "Brother Kihara, I'm ashamed. I was careless and was plotted against by that stinky brat Yang Feng. Although I escaped by a fluke, but the entire fleet was seized by that brat. I'm seriously injured, and all my secret treasures have been lost. I can only come here to seek refuge with you. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll return to the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and reward you handsomely." Kihara Kai's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said with a smile, "Brother Lei, what do you think of the Kihara state?" Lei Jiangjiao suddenly felt that something was wrong, yet he still said with a smile, "The Kihara state? Naturally, it's an excellent state. Brother Kihara, you are a man of great talent and bold vision. You are a rare hero of the Kihara kingdom. Under your leadership, the Kihara state's development is second only to the West Sea state. As long as I'm your backup in the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, it's only a matter of time before the Kihara state surpasses the West Sea state." Kihara Kai revealed his true intentions and said with a smile, "Brother Lei, how about you join the Kihara state and work for me? Brother Lei, if you join the Kihara state will become a major state surpassing the West Sea state. Brother Lei, you can also use the Kihara state's resources to quickly recover from your injuries. Lei Jiangjiao frowned slightly and asked, what if I don't agree? Kihara Kai replied indifferently, a moonlight core of a moonlight warlock is a rare treasure. The Kihara state has been passed down for thousands of years, yet we only have one. Lei Jiangjiao said solemnly, Brother Kihara, isn't our friendship worth more than a moonlight core? Kihara Kai's eyes shimmered with cruelty, and he sneered, what friendship? It's just an exchange of interests. You need the Fuso subcontinent specialties, and we need the Great Cloud Dynasty's cultivation resources. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion controls the trade route, and you've obtained a lot of benefits from the Fuso subcontinent. I'm just collecting a little interest. Brother Lei, your biggest mistake was coming here despite being heavily injured. Lei Jiangjiao's face changed several times, and then he finally said with unwillingness, fine, I'm willing to submit to you. Brother Lei, you're really sensible. Kihara Kai laughed loudly and clapped his hands. A crimson wooden stick, engraved with countless mysterious incantations and exuding a bloody and strange aura, appeared in his hands. Lei Jiangjiao's expression changed drastically when he saw the crimson wooden club that emitted a bloody and strange aura, and he cried out involuntarily, Heretic God, curse soul wood. You actually want to use this evil wood to touch me? This wooden stick exuding a strange and evil aura was the infamous evil god cursed soul wood in the Fuso subcontinent. Every piece of evil god cursed soul wood was an evil item bestowed by the evil gods of different planes after they performed an evil blood sacrifice of tens of millions of humans to please the evil gods. Once the soul was touched by the evil god cursed soul wood, the target's soul would be controlled by the evil god. The target's life and death would be completely in the hands of the evil god and the caster. Once the caster willed it, the victim would be in excruciating pain, and there was even a possibility that the victim would be transformed into a puppet-like emissary of the evil god, becoming a lackey of the evil god. Of course, the evil god cursed soul wood also had weaknesses. The first was that it was difficult to refine. The second was that it was extremely fragile. A level 3 fire spell could destroy the evil god cursed soul wood. In actual combat, it was of little use. Kihara Kai smiled derisively and said condescendingly, either die or be touched by the evil god cursed soul wood. Brother Lei, choose one for yourself. The fragrant residence hall was part of the Kihara state's imperial palace, and the power of the Kihara state's imperial palace could be mobilized to suppress the enemy. The seriously injured Lei Jiangjiao was not Kihara Kai's opponent to begin with. Coupled with the power of the Kihara state's imperial palace, it would be very difficult for Lei Jiangjiao to escape. Lei Jiangjiao's eyes flashed with humiliation, unwillingness, resentment, and distortion. Finally, he gave a long sigh, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and uttered in grief and indignation, touch. Kihara Kai showed a complacent sneer, and wicked flames seemed to burn in his eyes. The evil god cursed soul would released a gloomy, queer, and bloody aura, and wisps of bloody aura wound around the evil god cursed soul wood. Countless small human faces formed black chains, wailing noiselessly on the heretic god cursed soul wood. When the evil god cursed soul wood was about to touch Lei Jiangjiao's forehead, Lei Jiangjiao suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and belched a scarlet flame that landed on the evil god cursed soul wood. The evil god cursed soul would burst into flames, and the faces of countless little people issued strange screams and wails, and then turned into ashes in the flames. Lei Jiangjiao, you're courting death. After I capture you alive, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. As if struck by lightning, Kihara Kai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he flew into a rage. With a roar, his right hand flickered with demonic chi and turned into a pitch-black, 30-centimeter-long demonic claw, which turned into a black ray and stabbed at Lei Jiangjiao's heart. From the shadow behind Kihara Kai, a shadow suddenly emerged and stabbed at Kihara Kai's back with the god armament shadow dagger in hand. A premonition of death suddenly rose in Kihara Kai's heart, and a teleportation bead cracked in an instant, and spatial force suddenly appeared. The shadow dagger flashed, and the spatial force enveloping Kihara Kai suddenly dissipated. Layers of magic shields lit up on Kihara Kai, and then the shadow dagger easily pierced through them. The shadow dagger stabbed into Kihara Kai like a meteor, and 12 curses erupted in an instant and sealed Kihara Kai's power. Kihara Kai immediately issued a shrill cry, "Great God Kanra, save me!" Inside the fragrant residence hall, the walls that were painted with strange murals suddenly squirmed. Blood that would make one's hair stand on end flowed out from the strange murals and condensed into a strange being with a bull's head, tiger's claws, and scorpion's tail. It was 3 meters tall and covered in a layer of black scales. On the bull's forehead was a man's face. This strange being with the face of a man exuding a strange and evil aura was a clone of the evil god Kanra from the evil god plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. The evil god plane was a plane filled with endless chaos. The environment was extremely dangerous, and it was a chaotic plane filled with killings. In addition to the indigenous life forms born on the plane, there were many life forms born on the evil god plane that were created by the second Warlock dynasty's Taboo dynasty through various taboo experiments, and they were powerful existences comparable to gods and demons. Kanra was a true evil god of the evil god plane with pinnacle glorious dawn warlock rank cultivation base, and he was the primary god worshipped by the Kihara state. "Are you the one who attacked my servant?" Kunro turned his head and locked his gaze on Yang Feng. The human face on the bull's head revealed a malevolent smile and strangely spoke in a charming woman's voice. Bursts of wicked sound waves with a strange rhythm came out of the face's mouth and swept towards Yang Feng in waves. Yang Feng's face fell, and he closed his ears and sealed his sense of hearing. The extremely wicked sound waves still penetrated Yang Feng's body one after another, entered his body, and continuously shook and eroded him. This was an evil innate spell mastered by the evil god Kanra, voice of Kanra. This was an evil spell that could grow and evolve along with the cultivator. It could directly affect the soul and fleshly body. There were few spells that could resist this evil spell voice of Kanra. When Yang Feng was swept by voice of Kanra, he had a splitting headache, his spirit force was in disorder, and his life force fell into chaos. He could hardly control his body, and blood flowed out of his facial orifices, making him look extremely sinister. Shadow assassins who cultivated the shadow domain could completely blend into the shadows. Even experts with a much higher cultivation base than shadow assassins would find it hard to discover them. However, shadow assassins also had a flaw. That was, when they merged into the shadows, they couldn't use any defensive spells, making them extremely fragile. When Yang Feng flew out of the shadows and heavily injured Kihara Kai, he was also at his weakest, which was why he was hit by voice of Kanra. He had a splitting headache, and could hardly cast any spells. On the other side, Lei Jiangjiao was also severely injured by voice of Kanra in a split second. He collapsed on the ground, bleeding from his facial orifices, and struggled in pain. At his peak, Lei Jiangjiao could naturally withstand voice of Kanra. But now that he was seriously injured, the 12 curses of the shadow dagger still pervaded his body, making him extremely fragile. With a flash of resplendent light, the concentration sea moon pendant on Yang Feng's chest radiated light, and a cool stream of air entered his sea of knowledge, stopping his headache in an instant. With a thought from Yang Feng, black light shone, and a black battle demon suddenly appeared, attached to him, and formed a black armor. As soon as the black armor appeared, Yang Feng clearly felt that the headache was weakened by more than 70%, and the almost despairing voice of Kanra was no longer ear-piercing. When Kanra saw the sinister black armor, his eyes shimmered gravely, and he uttered, "Battle Demon Secret Method, you're from the Battle Demon sect." The Battle Demon sect was one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, and its 2 great elders were comparable to Infinity Warlocks in terms of battle prowess. There were many disciples of the Battle Demon sect roaming the 36 primary material planes. Yang Feng didn't answer. He pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical ancient devil turned into a stream of black light and shot out. Virtually in the blink of an eye, it exuded advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power and rushed towards Conra. Ancient Devil. Kun Luo furrowed his brows slightly, and a bloodthirsty crimson light appeared in his eyes. With a furious roar, his body was enveloped in a strange crimson light as he engaged in battle with the mechanical ancient devil. Chapter 477. When Kihara Kai saw Conra blocked by the mechanical ancient devil, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared, "Evil God Emissary!" A copious amount of bloody aura rose in the area, formed a strange rune, and sank into the ground. Like a huge whirlpool, a bloody coffin exuding a wicked aura frantically devoured the strange bloody aura. Crack! Along with the creepy sound of the coffin lid moving, the bloody coffin lid opened inch by inch, and the sound of a loud heartbeat reverberated in the hall. A skinny claw covered in green hair suddenly extended from the bloody coffin, exuding a wicked aura. Yang Feng frowned slightly and extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a frightening devour force shrouded Kihara Kai. Kihara Kai's complexion changed dramatically, and he tried to stop Yang Feng, but he couldn't budge. After resisting for less than a breath of time, he was sucked into Yang Feng's hand. Kihara Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said with a mad smile, "You want to use me to control the evil god emissary? It's no use. I will never yield to you. Just kill me." In the Fuso subcontinent, many upper echelons bullied the weak and feared the strong. They were cowards who feared death, and worshipped the strong. But at the same time, there were also many madmen who were not afraid of death. Kihara Kai was one of those madmen who were not afraid of death. Without any superfluous words, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 100+ needles suddenly appeared, pierced Kihara Kai, and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. After more than 100 needles disappeared, another 100 needles suddenly appeared and pierced into Kihara Kai's body. Kihara Kai's body trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with fear. He could only watch as the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered his body. Evil God Emissary, sleep. Suddenly, Kihara Kai was alarmed to find that his body was completely out of his control. He recited an incantation and pointed at the bloody coffin. A blood-red light flashed, and from the blood-red coffin came a mournful howl filled with unwillingness. The blood-colored coffin kept trembling, as if there was a peerless beast ramming into it. Kihara Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a blood mist and entered the coffin. After the evil god emissary inside the coffin absorbed the Moonlight Warlock's blood essence, it regained its calm. The lid of the coffin trembled slightly and was completely closed. The blood-colored coffin trembled slightly, turned into a blood-colored light, and sank directly into the palace. Kihara Kai pointed at Kun Luana and barked, "Kun Luana, retreat." Streams of blood-colored aura were extracted from Krona's body and entered the wall. After losing the blood-red aura as a source of power, Kun Luo's clone's power continued to weaken, and it began to collapse inch by inch. Kun Luo's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a shrill cry, "Kihara Kai! How dare you make fun of me? I will definitely not let you off. I will curse your Kihara family to only be able to give birth to daughters, and after 3 generations, to be completely extinct." Suddenly, Kun Luana's body burst apart, and the remaining power of his body burned and turned into a blood-colored curse imprint that shot towards Kihara Kai's forehead lightning fast. Curses were extremely strange. Once a person was cursed, several or even more than a dozen generations would suffer unbearable pain due to various curses. Among them, sterilization curses were the simplest and most difficult to deal with. Many powerful beings were cursed by such curses, and they never had any offspring. After they died, all their glory turned to nothing. Without a great opportunity, they basically had no chance of rebirth. When Kihara Kai saw the blood-colored curse imprint, he turned pale with fright and screamed mournfully, "Master, save me!" Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a red skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a flame, and slammed into the blood-colored curse imprint. Countless black smoke rose up, and the blood-colored curse mark collapsed inch by inch in the red heavenly fire, but it still continued to advance towards Kihara Sea. My comprehension of the law of fire is still not enough. To be precise, my cultivation base is still too low. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then operated the secret method myriad demonic curse recorded in the taboo text and pointed with a finger, and a black ball of light that seemed to contain endless darkness suddenly appeared. As soon as the black ball of light appeared, a strange devourer force erupted and sucked the blood-colored curse imprint into it. Myriad demonic curse. How come you have this secret method? Didn't this secret method disappear along with the death of the taboo lord? A terrified voice came from within the black ball of light. The second Warlock Emperor Taboo Lord was one of the strongest Warlock Emperors in human history, and he suppressed countless planes. The countless evil gods in the evil god plane were various experimental bodies created by the Taboo Lord. In the evil god plane, evil gods were proficient in all kinds of curses. Even existences far stronger than those evil gods didn't dare to rashly provoke them. Even the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord had never entered the evil god plane. Only the Warlock Emperors of the 6 Warlock Dynasties dared to act unscrupulously against the evil gods of the evil god plane and enslave them to do things for them. In the 6 Warlock Dynasties, what the evil gods feared the most was the secret method myriad demonic curse recorded in the taboo text of the Taboo Lord. The myriad demonic curse could break almost all kinds of curses of evil gods. At the same time, it could absorb the power of their curses. It was a secret method that evil gods detested the most. After the collapse of the 2nd Warlock Dynasty, the countless evil gods of the evil god plane colluded with the Hellions and joined forces with other races to hunt down human warlocks who cultivated the taboo text. Furthermore, the taboo text was completely destroyed, and no one was allowed to cultivate it. Therefore, in the modern era, only some fragments of the taboo text remained, while the peerless secret method myriad demonic curse had disappeared in the long river of history. A secret method of my own. When will I be able to create my own unique secret method like the 8 Warlock Emperors? Yang Feng looked at the myriad demonic curse orb in his hand. With a thought, the black orb of light shrunk and entered his hand. Yang Feng glanced at Kihara Kai, and his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, evil god clone, evil god emissary. I didn't expect that the small Kihara state would hide these 2 trump cards. If I hadn't made sufficient preparations and dealt Kihara Kai a heavy blow, I'm afraid that I would have been in danger. The Kihara state was much weaker than the West Sea state. The Kihara state was much weaker than the West Sea state. Since the small Kihara state was so difficult to deal with and had so many trump cards, then the strength of the West Sea state could be well imagined. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the god armament shadow dagger flew into his hand. He said lightly, "Do you know who I am?" Kihara Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Master, you are Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect." Yang Feng asked, "Did you hear about it from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion?" The Kihara state and the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion were on good terms. Lei Jiangjiao often came to the Kihara state to do business and had a friendship with Kihara Kai for more than 100 years. Lei Jiangjiao was able to meet Kihara Kai smoothly. Kihara Kai immediately expressed his loyalty and said everything, "No, it's the Nishino state." Master, the Nishino state wants to deal with you. We, the rulers of the subsidiary states of the Nishino state, have received orders. If you come to our state, we will find a way to drug you and assassinate you. Yang Feng frowned slightly. The Nishino state? I remember that this is the first time I came to the Fuso subcontinent. How did I provoke the Nishino state? The Nishino state, the Higashino state, the Minami state, and the Kitano state were the four major states of the Fuso subcontinent. There were many small states attached to them. The four major states were the subsidiary states of the Holy Glory state. The Holy Glory state was originally the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent. It ruled the four major states, and then the four major states ruled the countless small states, forming the strange ruling system of the Fuso subcontinent. Without the permission of the Holy Glory state, the rulers of the four major states couldn't ascend the throne and become true rulers. However, it has been tens of thousands of years since the Holy Glory state ruled the Fuso subcontinent. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Holy Glory state summoned an evil god to the Fuso subcontinent. There was an error in the summoning ceremony, and the evil god lost control and killed virtually all the experts of the Holy Glory state. This was the famous evil god Chaos in the Fuso subcontinent. After the evil god Chaos, all the glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts of the Holy Glory state died, and its strength declined greatly. Furthermore, it was cursed by the evil god. Each generation of the Holy Glory state's ruler had a single descendant, making reproduction extremely difficult. It was no longer possible to dominate the entire Fuso subcontinent. The four great nations that were originally extremely respectful to the Holy Glory nation also began to pay lip service to the Holy Glory nation. They made the Holy Glory nation a mere figurehead and fought each other endlessly for territory. The Nishino state had 8 Moonlight Warlocks plus the Nishino state's inheritance secret treasures. It was very dangerous for even glorious Dawn Warlocks to behave atrociously in the Nishino state. In the Tsangji Plain, the fighting strength of human warlocks was determined by the warlock's cultivation base, secret methods, and secret treasures. With powerful enough secret treasures, a few Moonlight Warlocks could suppress a glorious Dawn Warlock. Of course, powerful enough secret treasures consumed a tremendous amount of power. Therefore, the Nishino state didn't dare to offend a glorious Dawn Warlock lightly. Even so, the strength of the Nishino state could be imagined. It was one of the 4 overlords of the Fuso subcontinent. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Feng wasn't willing to offend such a powerful force. Kihara Kai said respectfully, I know a little inside information. Reportedly, the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion's Tsangyue Xiongqian bribed Minamata Shinichi with many precious secret treasures. Minamata Shinichi persuaded the Nishino state's ruler Seijo Yorawa to deal with you. Chapter 478. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, to think that they want to deal with me, how dare they? Aren't they afraid that my teacher will come in person and raise the Nishino state? Yang Feng is a disciple of Huang Yihe. Huang Yihe is one of the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon sect, a peerless powerhouse who has cultivated a virtual world, and his battle prowess is comparable to that of an infinity warlock. Even if the Fuso subcontinent was at its peak and the Holy Glory city was at its peak, it would still be difficult to contend against an infinity warlock. Once Huang Yihe goes to the Fuso subcontinent, he can suppress the resistance of the entire subcontinent by himself. Kihara Kai uttered, for them to dare to do this, they naturally have their own confidence. Reportedly, there are infinity warlock rank existences hiding behind the Nishino state. Yang Feng was startled, infinity warlock rank. No matter which plane it is, infinity warlocks are powerful existences at the apex of the plane, comparable to strong divine force rank gods. The Battle Demon sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud dynasty, but it only has 4 Bright World warlocks. The two great elders Huang Yihe and Wuxian rely on the power of the virtual world and the secret treasures of the Battle Demon sect to contend against ordinary Infinity Warlocks. The strength of Infinity Warlocks can be imagined. In the Fuso subcontinent, only during the most prosperous period of the 8 Warlock dynasties have Infinity Warlocks been born. But now, the strongest powerhouse in the Fuso subcontinent is just a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock. Infinity Warlocks aren't existences that Yang Feng can contend against at the moment. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said slowly, "It seems that I have to leave the Fuso subcontinent immediately. There is already an Infinity Warlock behind the Fuso subcontinent. No matter how confident Yang Feng is, he doesn't think that he can contend against an Infinity Warlock." Kihara Kai uttered, "Master, why don't you ask your teacher?" At the time, the Battle Demon sect's great elder Huang Yihe was a peerless powerhouse who ran amok in the world. He has defeated several Infinity Warlocks. That's right, I also have a background. I'm not like those lone ghosts. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, he revealed a trace of a smile, took out a crystal, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the crystal, and a black radiance suddenly flickered and entered the crystal. Wisps of mist were released from the crystal, condensing into the image of Huang Yihe. Huang Yihe asked, "Yang Feng, what's up?" Yang Feng quickly told Huang Yihe everything that happened in the Fuso subcontinent. Huang Yihe's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Not long after, he calmly said, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Feng said decisively, "I plan to immediately evacuate the Fuso subcontinent and make their plans come to nothing. Even if the other party only sends a bright world warlock, it will be enough to kill Yang Feng and them. In the face of absolute strength, everything seems extremely fragile." Huang Yihe said slowly, "If the other forces are unable to interfere, what would you do?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "If there are no experts above the glorious Dawn Warlock rank taking action, then I plan to have some fun in the Fuso subcontinent." Huang Yihe revealed an unbridled smile, "Good, as expected of my, Huang Yihe's disciple. I have a rough idea of who the people behind the Fuso subcontinent are. Don't worry, I won't let experts above the glorious Dawn Warlock rank take action against you. Go ahead and make a scene." Yang Feng was overjoyed, "Thank you, teacher." Huang Yihe uttered, "However, the sect will take 40% of your harvest in the Fuso subcontinent. Think about it carefully." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "No problem. Once the Battle Demon sect took action, it would consume a lot of manpower and material resources. The huge warlock group the Battle Demon sect wouldn't help Yang Feng for nothing." A black ray suddenly shone in front of the crystal bead, and a fist-sized hole was torn open in space. 2 rays of light flew out of the hole and landed in front of Yang Feng. They turned out to be 2 beads, one red and one black. There was a flash of kindness in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he exhorted, "The red bead is called Void Random Teleportation Bead. It is a level 7 one-time use secret treasure. It can break through the void barrier in the blink of an eye and teleport you to a random place 100,000 kilometers away. One of my spells, the Great Spatial Fissure, is sealed inside the black bead. The power of Great Spatial Rend is comparable to that of a Bright World Warlock rank strike. These 2 secret treasures are for you to save your life. Pay attention to your safety, don't die casually. If you see that the situation is bad, run away immediately. Failure isn't scary. As long as you live, everything is possible." Yang Feng looked at the 2 treasures in his hand and was moved. He said sincerely, "Thank you, teacher." The Void Random Teleportation Bead was a level 7 one-time use life-saving secret treasure. Level 7 secret treasures were extremely rare to begin with. In the Battle Demon sect, there were no more than 3 alchemists who could refine level 7 secret treasures. As for alchemists proficient in the void and spatial domains, they were even rarer. The value of the Void Random Teleportation Bead was extremely high, unless it was a god armament like the Shadow Dagger that condensed all the wealth and essence of the Shadow Prince Mecha's life. Otherwise, even a Bright World Warlock who wasn't proficient in the spatial domain wouldn't be able to seal the Void Random Teleportation bead. Even Bright World Warlocks would bow their heads to powerful alchemists in order to obtain such a secret treasure. That black bead was also extremely precious. There were many secret treasures in the Zhangji Plain that could bear a warlock's spell. However, the higher the warlock's cultivation base, the fewer the number of one-time secret treasures that could bear a warlock's spell. If the secret treasure bead sealed with Huang Yihe's great spatial rend was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price of more than 3 billion magic crystals. For Huang Yihe to give Yang Feng these two most precious life-saving secret treasures, he clearly regarded Yang Feng as his most valued personal disciple. There was no love without reason, nor was there hatred without reason. Prior to this, Huang Yihe accepted Yang Feng as a personal disciple. On one hand, it was because of Yang Feng's perseverance. On the other hand, it was because of the peerless genius Shi Shui's face. He wanted to form a good relationship with the future peerless powerhouse Shi Shui. In fact, he didn't attach much importance to Yang Feng, this personal disciple who wasn't talented enough. It wasn't until Yang Feng defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang in the Battle Demon sect that Huang Yihe really took Yang Feng seriously and regarded him as his personal disciple. He nurtured him with all his heart and even gave him these two precious secret treasures. After exhorting a few more words, Huang Yihe cut off the connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng said, "Kihara Kai, can you trick the rulers of the Black Snake State, the Anto State, and the West Sea State into coming here?" If he could get rid of the 4 subsidiary states of the Nishino State in one fell swoop, it would be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Nishino State. In addition to the 4 subsidiary states, the Nishino State also had countless small states attached to it. However, among these small states, the strongest were only Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, there weren't many Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses, only 1 or 2. These small states couldn't affect the overall situation. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Kihara Kai's face, and he said, "Master, in the Fuso subcontinent, apart from the Holy Glory State, we don't dare to enter the royal palaces of other states at will. We don't even dare to casually enter the palaces of other countries, or else we risk being suppressed." In the Fuso subcontinent, where the 4 states were fighting for hegemony, the subsidiary states of the 4 states were also fighting in secret. If the ruler of the Black Snake State dared to come to the capital of the Kihara State, Kihara Kai would definitely suppress him, and then send troops to annex the Black Snake State. In the Fuso subcontinent, because of the worship of evil gods, there were betrayals, massacres, conspiracies, and blood sacrifices. Although Kihara Kai was the ruler of a subsidiary state of the Nishino State, but he had never been to the capital of the Nishino State. He was worried that once he went to the capital of the Nishino State, he would be suppressed and annexed by the Nishino State. Kihara Kai's eyes turned, and he put forward a wicked idea. "Master, I have a proposal. The ruler of the Nishino State, Seijo Yorawa, has a daughter named Seijo Yatsuki, who is his most cherished daughter. She is also the #1 beauty of the Nishino State. We'll find a way to kidnap her, and then use her to coerce Seijo Yorawa so that he won't act rashly. Then we'll think of other ways to drive a wedge between the other 3 states. We'll take them down one by one." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What's the use of this method?" Seijo Yorawa is the ruler of the Nishino State. Due to their far longer lifespans than ordinary people, many human warlocks didn't value family ties. As the ruler of the Nishino State, Seijo Yorawa had great power, a harem of 3,000, and countless heirs. For him, a woman was nothing more than a symbol. Kihara Kai said, "In the past, Seijo Yorawa fought with another prince of the Nishino State for the position of the ruler of the Nishino State. Although he won by a fluke, but his heirs died, and he was cursed by an evil god, unable to have children for the rest of his life. Seijo Yatsuki was his only living daughter. Therefore, he doted on his only daughter. She was his only descendant. Yang Feng suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Warlocks who have given birth to hundreds or thousands of children naturally didn't value family ties. However, some warlocks who have only given birth to one or two children after untold hardships attached great importance to family ties. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then revealed a smile. There's no need for that. Since the Nishino state wants to deal with me, then I'll use my power to clash with them. Yang Feng said lightly, take me to your treasury. There was a flash of struggle in Kihara Kai's eyes, and he finally said helplessly, yes. Master. Yang Feng came to the Fuso subcontinent in order to obtain all kinds of cultivation resources. Now that Kihara Kai was under his control, he naturally wanted to take over all of his property. He knew very well that if the liquid metal nano-robots hadn't mixed into Kihara Kai's soul, Kihara Kai would have stabbed him without any hesitation. Chapter 479. Wind, Fire, Water, and Earth Crystals, you want to form a virtual world? What great ambition! When Yang Feng entered the Kihara state's treasury, he looked around a little, and then his eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. He picked up 4 small crystal boxes and saw that there were several wind, fire, water, and earth crystals of different sizes inside. Kihara Kai sighed in frustration and took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes filled with jealousy. If I could form a virtual world, then glorious Dawn warlocks might not be my opponent. The countless geniuses of the Fuso subcontinent all want to form a virtual world, but in the end, no one has succeeded. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, all warlocks understood that powerhouses who implanted a plain seed or formed a virtual world were truly peerless powerhouses with far greater battle prowess than those of the same rank. However, powerhouses who could truly form a virtual world were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The Battle Demon sect was full of geniuses, but only 2 powerhouses could truly form a virtual world, Huang Yihe and Wuxia. The difficulty of forming a virtual world could be well imagined. When Yi Yuanyang revealed his virtual world in the Battle Demon sect, countless people exclaimed in admiration and shock. Yang Feng looked at the Kihara state's treasury and raised the corners of his mouth. The Kihara state's treasury is really rich. However, all of this belongs to me now. Kihara Kai could only stand aside and smile helplessly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. With these resources, I can smoothly promote to a starry sky warlock. Yang Feng implanted a semi-plane in his sea of knowledge and let the semi-plane grow and evolve alongside him. The semi-plane provided Yang Feng with terrifying power, allowing him to contend against moonlight warlocks. However, the resources he needed to consume for cultivation also increased geometrically. In order for the semi-plane to evolve into a real world, it needed to devour countless resources. If not for this, Yang Feng wouldn't have been forced to come to the Fuso subcontinent to open up a trade route. Yang Feng came to a secret room full of life magic energy in the Kihara state, closed his eyes, operated a secret method, and turned into a huge whirlpool. Inside the secret chamber, countless low-grade magic crystals flew towards Yang Feng's forehead. A small black hole appeared on Yang Feng's forehead. The countless low-grade magic crystals entered the black hole, and then flew into the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. Countless low-grade magic crystals entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and immediately collapsed, and wisps of life magic energy escaped from the low-grade magic crystals and entered the semi-plane. That demi-plane seemed to have a life of its own. After devouring a large amount of mana crystals, it became even more solid and slowly expanded inch by inch. After devouring about 4 billion magic crystals, a core mixed with the plane origin and Yang Feng's soul slowly emerged in the semi-plane's plane origin land, and various laws are engraved on the slowly taking shape crystal core. After the core was formed, Yang Feng, who was embracing the Kituyu sisters in the Satsuma port, stiffened slightly. Inside the Feisua Plains divine country, Yang Feng's clone, who was building his own divine country, frowned slightly, and his divine eyes, as if traversing countless voids, looked in Yang Feng's direction. It seems that I have to step in. Yang Feng's clone no longer expended divine force and energy to build his divine country. Instead, he closed his eyes, immersed his mind into the level 2 optical computer, and began to manipulate Yang Feng's body in the Satsuma port. In the Satsuma port, Yang Feng's eyes, which were originally somewhat lifeless, became a bit more spirited. Yang Feng embraced the Kituyu sisters and revealed a frivolous smile, saying, "Kaiman Kumasaburo, the 2 women you gave me are pretty good. Today, I'll be merciful and grant you a wish." Kaiman Kumasaburo was overjoyed at once. The goods Yang Feng brought this time were worth at least 3 billion magic crystals. If he could earn hundreds of millions of magic crystals from Yang Feng, he could make up for his deficit. As for the Kituyu sisters, in his eyes, they were just 2 high-level playthings. They were worth at most a few 100,000 magic crystals, and this was still thanks to the bonus of the Phantom Fairy bloodline. Yang Feng showed a playful smile and said, "I heard that the ruler of the Black Snake State, Kurahebe-ko, humiliated you before you promoted to a moonlight warlock. Not only did he snatch your beloved concubine, but he also killed your parents and son, right?" Kaiman Kumasaburo's face instantly stiffened while a wisp of resentment flashed through his eyes. He gulped down the entire cup of tea before him, and then he stretched out his hand and crushed the teacup. He spoke in a low voice, "Yes, that bastard really did kill my parents and son. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. All right. I'll help you and send troops to destroy the Black Snake State. Let's go." Yang Feng got up, embraced the Kituyu sisters, and strode outside. Kaiman Kumasaburo was taken aback, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. He had prepared countless means and various Fuso witches, intending to trap Yang Feng in a land of gentleness and use their beauty to erode Yang Feng's body and will. Finally, taking advantage of Yang Feng's unguarded state, he poisoned him and controlled him. Now that Yang Feng intended to leave, all of Kaiman Kumasaburo's plans came to nothing. Besides, although Kaiman Kumasaburo hated the ruler of the Black Snake State, but the Black Snake State was one of the 4 subsidiary states of the Nishino State, after all. The ruler of the West Sea State would never agree to let Kaiman Kumasaburo fight the Black Snake State. "Sir Yang Feng, I have to keep watch over the Satsuma port. I can't leave here easily. Please allow me to send an avatar to fight with you." Kaiman Kumasaburo waved his hand, and a black light shone, and a handsome young man with a good impression of him appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. "Is this a flesh golem made from Fuso wood?" The Fuso wood was an ancient Fuso tree worshipped in the Holy Glory State in the center of the Fuso subcontinent. The ancient Fuso tree had survived from the Arch-God age until now, and was more than 1 million years old. The reason why the Holy Glory State hadn't been replaced by the 4 major states yet was that it worshipped the ancient Fuso tree, which protected its people. Even Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to underestimate the ancient Fuso tree, so it was impossible to forcibly seize its branches and leaves. However, the ancient Fuso tree would shed some dead branches and leaves every year. The dead branches and leaves were precious materials for refining various secret treasures. The flesh puppet was a puppet avatar refined from the withered branches of the Fuso tree. Once this kind of puppet avatar was successfully refined, it would be vivid and lifelike, as if it had its own soul. If one didn't cultivate a special eye technique, they wouldn't be able to see that it was just a puppet. Yang Feng's mechanical avatar was concealed by the Moonlight Warlock rank Shieling Sea Wolf King, and Kaiman Kumasaburo didn't dare to use spells to look at him. If Kaiman Kumasaburo used a detection spell, the fact that Yang Feng's mechanical avatar wasn't human would be exposed. Many powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank like to get a flesh golem made from Fuso wood, throw it into some low-level planes, and then send the flesh golem to conquer the low-level planes. Planes were divided into 9 grades. Different grades of planes could accommodate different levels of life forms. In grade 9 planes, the strongest life forms that could be accommodated were merely great warlock rank life forms. When moonlight warlocks entered a grade 9 plane, they would be restricted by the plane origin, and their strength would be reduced to the great warlock rank. This was the power of laws. Infinity warlocks could destroy a grade 9 plane. However, if they didn't restrict their strength, they wouldn't be able to enter a grade 9 plane. This was the law of the universe. Only by practicing cultivation until the Warlock Emperor realm could you reverse the law of the universe in a local area and descend to a grade 9 plane with Warlock Emperor rank power. Kaiman Kumasaburo said proudly, "That's right, it's a flesh golem made from Fuso wood." Fuso wood was so precious that every year, the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent would exchange many treasures with the Holy Glory City. The Fuso wood they obtained was basically sold to the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The amount of Fuso wood needed for the flesh golem in Kaiman Kumasaburo's hands was the sum of Fuso wood obtained by the 4 major states in 10 years. It was only through a fortuitous encounter that he obtained enough Fuso wood to refine this flesh golem. Yang Feng took a deep look at the flesh golem. His mind moved, and he cast several detection spells in succession on the flesh golem. The information fed back by the detection spells showed that the flesh golem was indeed human. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. Amazing. The flesh golem was a top treasure for concealing one's identity. If used properly, it would be equivalent to the most terrifying spy. Many powerful beings like to use secret treasures such as the flesh golem to transform into human warlocks and sneak into the human world to learn all kinds of powerful secret methods. Kaiman Kumasaburo showed a proud smile and closed his eyes. A strange fluctuation flickered, and as if it had a soul in its eyes, the flesh golem bowed 90 degrees to Yang Feng and uttered, "Well met, Sir Yang Feng, I am Sanada Fei." Yang Feng scanned with his spirit and found that the flesh golem with the alias Sanada Fei was completely different from Kaiman Kumasaburo in terms of voice, appearance, and soul fluctuations. Yang Feng said, "Let's go." Sanada Fei replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Once out of the lavender manor, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. In the sky, a dark cloud suddenly separated. A dazzling radiance descended from the sky and shone on Yang Feng and company. Under the illumination of the radiance, Yang Feng and company disappeared from where they stood. Chapter 480. When Kaiman Kumasaburo saw the bridge brimming with a sci-fi atmosphere, he was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What is this place?" The North Moon sisters also studied the surroundings curiously as their bright eyes constantly swiveled around. There was a flash of coldness in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, "This is my secret treasure worship. Now let's go destroy the Black Snake State." Several arc-astral warships hidden in the clouds flashed and followed Yang Feng's flagship towards the Black Snake State. The 4 arc-shaped battlestars abruptly stopped 500 kilometers above the Black Snake Country's capital, Colossal Snake City. Numerous hatches opened on their hulls, and numerous starry sky rippers flew out of the arc-shaped battlestars like a tide. The main artilleries of the 4 arc battlestars began to charge. A few minutes later, one after another, resplendent beams of light barreled towards the 9 6-story-tall warlock towers in the Black Snake State's capital. A beam of light slammed into a 6-story-tall warlock tower in a flash, and the warlock tower activated its magic shields. Under the bombardment of the battlestar's main artilleries, the magic shields burst like bubbles. After the beam of light weakened a bit, it slammed into the warlock tower and engulfed it. A frightening shock wave swept in all directions, directly collapsing countless buildings around the warlock tower. After the beam of light disappeared, the 6-story-tall warlock tower cracked. In the next moment, another beam of light slammed into the warlock pagoda and engulfed it. All the warlocks inside were insta-killed by the beam of light. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 Battlestar's main artilleries destroyed 2 6-story-tall warlock towers in the Black Snake State's capital. The Black Snake State's 9-star evil snake troll Great Array was destroyed just like that. Kaiman Kumasaburo instantly felt a wave of coldness in his heart when he saw this scene, and a wisp of terror surged out from within the captain's room. When the 9 6-story-tall warlock towers in the Black Snake State's kingdom combine with each other and exert their full power, they can form a 9-star evil snake troll array and use the power of the 9 warlock towers to summon the projection of an ancient evil god from the evil god plane into this plane. The evil snake troll is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. With the help of the 9 warlock towers, its projection can even contend against a glorious dawn warlock. The 9-star evil snake troll array was the strongest defensive force of the Black Snake State, yet it was destroyed by a blow from Yang Feng's warship. Kaiman Kumasaburo suddenly felt a trace of fear towards the power Yang Feng controlled. When the 4 beams of light blasted out, the warlock towers in the Black Snake State's capital shone brightly, and defensive spells rose in the city. From the 4 arc battlestars, a dense rain of beams barreled towards the Black Snake State's capital. From time to time, some warlocks flew out of the Black Snake State. As soon as they appeared, they were covered by the rain of light and blasted into sieves. At the terrifying speed of Mach 10, the dense starry sky rippers covered the sky like a swarm of steel locusts, crazily flying towards the Black Snake country. Who dares to behave atrociously in our Black Snake State? A roar full of anger reverberated in the Black Snake State's capital, and a 300-meter-tall evil troll serpent covered in black scales with a human face inlaid on each black scale, with a horn on its head, resembling both a flood dragon and a snake, but with beast-like teeth, and a pair of black wings on its back suddenly appeared. The nefarious giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a black mist that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Wherever the black mist passed, the protective shields of the starry sky rippers shattered, and then the starry sky rippers turned into black water that dripped to the ground. The evil troll serpent was an extraordinary life form of the evil god plane. It was a descendant of the infinity warlock rank evil god, the 9-star evil god troll. In the entire evil god plane, there were only 9 pure-blooded evil troll serpents. The 9 pure-blooded evil troll serpents were glorious dawn warlock rank existences comparable to transcendence. The strongest innate ability of the evil troll serpent was serpent venom. In the wake of the serpent venom, all things perished and life withered. Even machines were corroded into a pool of black liquid. Many grotesque snake-like extraordinary life forms flew out from the evil troll serpent, displayed all kinds of incredible innate abilities, and fought with the starry sky rippers. The king of the Black Snake State, Kurahibiko, didn't pay any attention to the fighting around him. His snake-like pupils radiated gloomy demonic light, and each pupil turned into 4 eyeballs. As if capable of piercing through the netherworld, the 8 frightening eyes looked in the direction from which the 4 artillery beams came. The evil troll serpent pupils of the evil troll serpent were extremely powerful and possessed countless mysterious innate abilities. If practiced to the pinnacle, they could even pierce through the netherworld, cross planes, and see what's happening on other planes. Found them 500 kilometers away. They actually launched an attack from 500 kilometers away. Kurahibiko swept the area with his gaze and found the 4 arc battlestars frantically charging energy hidden in the clouds, and stormy waves set off in his heart at once. Moonlight warlock rank experts were already comparable to transcendence. They could attack from hundreds of kilometers away and kill a level 3 warlock that they had locked onto. However, even if it was an attack launched from hundreds of kilometers away, its power would diminish as the distance increased. Moonlight warlocks could kill a level 3 warlock from hundreds of kilometers away, but it was difficult for them to kill a great warlock from hundreds of kilometers away. Hundreds of kilometers away, the Ark Battlestars could launch a fearsome attack comparable to that of a glorious Dawn Warlock. This was simply appalling. In fact, in a vacuum environment, the Ark Battlestars could fire at each other from 10,000 kilometers away. However, in the Zhangji Plain, the environment was fundamentally different from that of a vacuum environment. After calculation, the range of 500 kilometers was the limit of the Ark Battlestar's artillery fire. Any further, and the power of the artillery would weaken too much, they wouldn't be able to break through the 6-story-tall Warlock Tower. Kurohige Ko's eyes shimmered gloomily. What do I do? They're 10 kilometers away. Kurohige Ko's strongest spells, giant snake poison and evil snake pupils, had a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Beyond 10 kilometers, the power of the two secret spells would diminish. His giant snake poison could still poison many ordinary people from 500 kilometers away, but it couldn't even destroy the starry sky rippers. A 100-meter-long snake exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank aura swam to Kurohige Ko and asked, "Your Majesty, what do we do now? Do we send someone to destroy those secret treasures?" This snake was the Prime Minister of the Black Snake State, Kamita Omu. He was one of the 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks of the Black Snake State, and his strength was unfathomable. Kurohige Ko's eyes shimmered coldly, and he shook his head and said, "No, the other party came prepared. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. He defeated the Tai Yi Sect's Holy Son Yi Yuanyang, subdued the Shiling Sea Wolf King, and assassinated Lei Jiangjiao. If we don't draw support from the Warlock Towers in the city, we're not their match. Go ask the Nishino State for help, I'll summon the evil god emissary." "Yes. Your Majesty." Kamita Omu responded respectfully, then changed back into his human form and turned into a stream of light flying towards a Warlock Tower. Kurohige Ko's figure shook, and he returned to his human form. With a flash of black light, he disappeared. The remaining 7 Warlock Towers suddenly shone, and red light exuding the smell of blood suddenly shot out and formed a blood-colored hexagram in midair. A giant blood-red egg slowly rose from the hexagram, and a queer and evil aura diffused from the giant blood-red egg. All of a sudden, a strange heartbeat came from the giant blood-colored egg, which spread throughout the Black Snake State's capital. Except for the places protected by the Warlock Tower's barriers, everyone below the official Warlock rank in the Black Snake State's capital bled from their facial orifices in an instant, and they spat out their hearts with malevolent expressions. In an instant, the 3 million people in the Black Snake State's capital died, and the hearts and blood essence they spat out flew into the giant egg from all directions. When Yang Feng saw this, his face flickered, and he uttered, "What a ruthless method." When the Kitamoto sisters saw this, their beautiful faces paled, and they felt cold all over, and they tightly held Yang Feng's arm. Kaiman Kumasaburo said with a smile, "That's normal. Isn't the value of those lowly mortals to be used by us? It's their honor to die for us mighty warlocks." Yang Feng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were already existences comparable to gods, and they had a lifespan of at least 4,000 years. In the eyes of many Moonlight Warlocks, mortals were nothing more than ants. No matter how many mortals died, they didn't care. Human Orthodox dynasties such as the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kader Dynasty had extremely strict restrictions on warlocks and formulated strict laws. Even Moonlight Warlocks couldn't massacre mortals on a large scale, or else they would be suppressed and killed. However, subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, which believed in evil gods, had no scruples. They treated mortals as ants and used them unscrupulously. In the Zhangji Plain, many cruel secret treasures such as soul stones, which could only be refined by slaughtering a large number of humans, came from subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent. Chapter 481. After the giant blood-red egg absorbed the hearts and blood essence of 3 million ordinary people, its heartbeat suddenly accelerated by a lot. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the giant blood-red egg cracked open. A 100-meter-long crimson-red snake covered in flames and covered in countless scales, each of which had a human face in pain. It had a pair of wings on its back, a horn on its head, and the face of a beautiful woman on its forehead suddenly flew out from the egg, giving off an evil, strange, and terrifying aura. The giant snake was an evil god emissary, one of the underlying forces of the Black Snake state. Guided by the Infinity Warlock rank evil snake troll, the Black Snake state refined an evil god emissary using a drop of his ordinary blood plus 10 million ordinary people, 30,000 level, 3 warlocks, 1,000 great warlocks, 100 starry sky warlocks, and a quasi-moonlight warlock as sacrifices. As soon as the evil god emissary was born, it possessed intermediate moonlight warlock rank strength. With the support of the 7 warlock towers, it could even contend against pinnacle moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. The only weakness of the evil god emissary was that it had to fight with the support of the 7 warlock towers, and its radius of operation was limited to 10 kilometers outside the capital. As soon as the evil god emissary was born, it sprayed a stream of blood-colored flames from its maw and swept towards the starry sky rippers. The blood-colored flames were extremely strange. As long as the starry sky rippers were touched by them, they would burst into flames, and then be burned into a pool of molten steel that fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of gunner robots fired wildly at the evil god emissary with Gauss rifles in their hands. Countless beams of light slammed into the evil god emissary and set off ripples, yet they couldn't harm it in the slightest. The evil god emissary turned around and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and a strange blood-colored flame fell from the sky and swept towards the gunner troops. In the midst of the blood-colored flames, countless gunner robots were burned to ashes, leaving behind a large area of scorched earth. Long live! Long live! Long live your majesty, long live the evil god emissary! Seeing this scene, countless warlocks in the Black Snake state's capital shouted excitedly. As for the death of the 3 million mortals, they did not feel anything at all. Instead, they were immersed in the strength of the evil god emissary and were extremely excited. In the Fuso subcontinent, the concept of the strong being respected was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, much more serious than in many places on the Zhangji plain. The monarch of each country had to be the strongest person in their clan. Even if the strongest person was a piece of trash who knew nothing but cultivation, he could still be the monarch of that country. The evil god plane's evil gods were cruel, sinister, cruel, violent, and cruel. But because the evil god was strong enough, it became common in the Fuso subcontinent to worship the evil god. As long as one was talented enough and continued to sacrifice, the evil god would give one more power. On the other hand, ordinary cultivation was too difficult, and the cultivation speed was too slow. If Yang Feng hadn't gone on expeditions and seized countless precious cultivation resources, and had instead chosen to practice cultivation step by step, then with his original cultivation aptitude, even with the help of an optical computer, he still wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation until the Great Warlock realm. There was a flash in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes, and he uttered, "The evil god emissary has no corporeal body. It is an embodiment of magic. It is impossible to kill him. Only by exhausting his magic power can he disappear. Sir Yang Feng, what are you going to do now? Retreat? Or surround the Black Snake state?" Yang Feng turned around and looked meaningfully at Kaiman Kumasaburo, saying, "The evil god emissary also has a weakness. He has an evil god core inside him. If the evil god core is destroyed, he will collapse completely. The 7 warlock towers that summon the evil god emissary are his weaknesses. Every time a warlock tower is destroyed, his strength will weaken by a fraction. As long as 3 more warlock towers are destroyed, he won't be able to maintain his existence." Kaiman Kumasaburo smiled awkwardly, saying, Sir Yang Feng, you are really knowledgeable. As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. However, the evil god core of the evil god emissary can be moved. Without the power of a level 7 spell, it is impossible to destroy the evil god core in one blow. Besides, the 7 warlock towers are not that easy to destroy. Kaiman Kumasaburo's voice had just fallen, when he recalled the 2 warlock towers that were destroyed by Yang Feng, and he became even more embarrassed. As a warlock of the Fuso subcontinent, he naturally didn't want to see the evil god emissary so easily destroyed by Yang Feng. Otherwise, if the West Sea state were to face Yang Feng in the future, the evil god emissary would be unable to display its strength, and that would be despairing. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, in fact, it isn't difficult to destroy the evil god emissary. Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes showed a look of disapproval, but he didn't speak. The evil god emissary was one of the trump cards of the Fuso subcontinent's major states. How could it be so easily destroyed? Yang Feng ordered coldly, retreat. The mechanical legion that lost more than 100,000 battle robots quickly retreated from the Black Snake state. Only the 4 battle stars, relying on their range advantage, fired a rain of light beams barreling towards the Black Snake state's capital. The dense rain of light shot in 4 directions. Under the cover of the rain of light, small warlock towers were smashed one after another. When each warlock tower was blasted apart, the evil god emissary issued a strange voice, rushed towards the warlocks inside the warlock towers, opened its maw, and swallowed the Black Snake state's warlocks one by one. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the Black Snake state's warlocks changed dramatically, and they flew out of their warlock towers and turned into streams of light flying towards the 7 warlock towers. Help! No! Don't eat me! Miserable screams came from the Black Snake state's capital. With a sinister expression on his face, the evil god emissary merrily hunted the Black Snake state's warlocks who fled in all directions. Every time the Black Snake state's warlocks was devoured, the evil god emissary showed a look of delight, and its aura strengthened bit by bit. Yang Feng looked at the evil god emissary devouring the Black Snake state's warlocks and said with a faint smile, an evil god emissary is a double-edged sword. If there are no enemies, then it will hunt its own people. I just need to keep up the pressure on the Black Snake state. The evil god emissary will collapse by itself. Kaiman Kumasaburo watched as the rain of light blasted apart the small warlock towers in the Black Snake state's capital one after another, and he nodded silently. In the Black Snake state's royal palace, Kurahibiko watched as the evil god emissary devoured the Black Snake state's warlocks, and his expression turned very unsightly. He asked coldly, how did the Nishino state respond? Kamita Omake wiped his cold sweat and said, the Nishino state has agreed to send reinforcements. Minamata Shinichi told us to hold on for 1 day. A frigid expression on his face, Kurahibiko cursed, and a fierce killing intent soared into the sky. 1 day? Damn it! These damn beasts! The warlock towers guarded the Black Snake state's aristocratic warlock families, as well as the elites and foundation of the state. It didn't matter if 1 or 2 aristocratic warlock families died, but now dozens of them died, which hurt the Black Snake state's vitality. The dozens of warlock families were destroyed, which meant that the Black Snake state would lose more than 10 starry sky warlocks within the next 100 years. When Kurahibiko thought that he provoked such a strong enemy, he felt hatred for the Nishino state's ruler. The Nishino state's capital, Saikyo Imperial Palace, in a palace. A tall, handsome man dressed in a purple robe sitting on a throne looked coldly at a man of medium build, elegant temperament, and dressed in a black robe. The man in a purple robe was the ruler of the Nishino state, Seijo Yorawa, and the man in a black robe was the prime minister of the Nishino state, Minamata Shinichi. Seijo Yorawa said indifferently, Minamata, the Black Snake state has just sent a request for help. Minamata Shinichi showed a confident smile and said, I already know, and I have summoned Kinoshita Makoto and Onamiwa. The two of them will lead a team to the Black Snake State. The West Sea State, the Black Snake State, the Kihara State, and the Anto State have always paid lip service to our state, so it's good to let them suffer a bit. It's best if the Black Snake State and Yangfeng both suffer losses. That way, we can take the opportunity to bring the Black Snake State under our control. Although the West Sea State and the other three states were subsidiary states of the Nishino State, but they also had their own independent will. Normally, they would obey the Nishino State's orders. But once the Nishino State weakened, the first to retaliate would be the West Sea State and the other three subsidiary states. Seijo Yorawa frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. To be able to force the Black Snake State to ask for help, has Yangfeng's strength reached this point? Minamata Shinichi uttered with a smile, "Your Majesty, don't worry. With Yangfeng being so overbearing, the West Sea State and the other three major states will feel insecure. At that time, the Nishino State will gather the strength of all states and quell Yangfeng in one fell swoop. In this way, that sir will be very happy. His grace will be enough to let you break through your bottleneck and promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock. In the future, you will unify the Fuso subcontinent and become its true master." Seijo Yorawa's eyes suddenly flashed with a scorching shade, "Glorious Dawn Warlock." Seijo Yorawa has been trapped in the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock realm for more than 1,000 years. Although he has collected countless elixirs to break through bottlenecks by relying on the Nishino State, but he also knew that his success rate in breaking through to the glorious Dawn Warlock realm was less than 10%. The reason why Seijo Yorawa attacked Yangfeng this time was because a powerhouse promised that if he could kill Yangfeng, then he would be given a bottle of precious elixir that would increase his chances of promoting to a glorious Dawn Warlock by 30%. Chapter 482. Human warlock cultivation was a process of continuous evolution and metamorphosis into a higher life form. The further one progressed in warlock cultivation, the more difficult it became. Even if a level 3 apprentice warlock failed to break through to an official warlock, their soul would only be slightly injured, but they wouldn't die. As long as they recuperated for a few years or a dozen years, they could recover. From level 1 warlocks to level 3 warlocks, they wouldn't die. However, once a great warlock failed to break through to a starry sky warlock, their soul would be severely damaged. Without some precious elixirs, they wouldn't be able to break through to the starry sky warlock realm again. If a starry sky warlock failed to break through to the moonlight warlock realm, there was a 60% chance that they would die and a 40% chance that they would survive. If a moonlight warlock attempted to break through to the glorious sun warlock realm, there was a 90% chance that they would die and a 10% chance that they would survive. The higher the realm, the fewer the number of warlocks. The Tsangji Plains Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank experts were the foundation that Tsangji Plain accumulated over thousands or tens of thousands of years. If Seijo Yorawa could promote to a glorious sun warlock, not only would his lifespan increase greatly, but he would also have the chance to unify the Fuso subcontinent. Naturally, he couldn't refuse such a condition. Seijo Yorawa asked solemnly, "Have the Ogre Hound and Mountain Ape returned?" The Ogre Hound and Mountain Ape were two moonlight warlocks of the Nishino State. Instead of guarding the Nishino State, they traveled the Fuso subcontinent in search of opportunities. When the 8 warlock dynasties were at their peak, the Fuso subcontinent had given birth to Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. In the Fuso subcontinent, relics of ancient warlocks could be found from time to time. The resources of the Nishino State were barely enough to support the 8 moonlight warlocks. If they wanted to improve their cultivation base, the moonlight warlocks could only travel around and look for opportunities. Since the Nishino State was going to suppress Yangfeng in one fell swoop, Seijo Yorawa began to recall the moonlight warlocks traveling outside and suppress Yangfeng with the greatest force. There was a dignified look in Minamata Shinichi's eyes. the ogre hound is ready to return, but there's no response from the mountain ape. It's very likely that he has been killed. Seijo Yorawa's face sank, and he said coldly, "Killed? Who attacked him?" Even in the Battle Demon sect, one of the 10 great sects, a Moonlight Warlock would receive great attention. For a state like the Nishino state, the 8 Moonlight Warlocks were equivalent to 8 pillars. The death of a Moonlight Warlock was equivalent to a broken pillar of the Nishino state. Minamata Shinichi, there's no information at the moment. Just as Minamata Shinichi and Seijo Yorawa were discussing, a 100-meter-long flying boat made of levitating wood directly rose from Saikyo's flying boat port, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the Black Snake country. Just as the black airship flew 500 kilometers out of Shijing, 2 incomparably thick beams of light shot out from 2 archetype interstellar battleships 500 kilometers away, instantly bombarding the black airship. A magic shield appeared on the black flying boat. But before it could hold on for a breath of time, the magic shield collapsed, and the 2 light beams swallowed the flying boat, destroying nearly half of its surface area. A dense rain of light fell from the sky like meteors and swept towards the wreckage of the black flying boat. With flashes of magic radiance, warlocks flew out from the wreckage of the black flying vessel, and then were shredded to pieces by the dense rain of light. Who is it? Which bastard dares to ambush me here? I'll tear you to pieces. A violent roar spread from the wreckage of the black flying vessel, and Junior Moonlight Warlock rank life force field metamorphosed and strengthened, climbing from the Junior Moonlight Warlock rank to the Intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank. A pitch-black one-eyed evil ogre suddenly appeared. It was a 100-meter-tall transcendent creature with 2 horns on its head and a single huge eye on its ferocious and terrifying ghostly face. One-eyed evil ogre was an ogre demonic creature of the evil god plane. It had a tyrannical fleshly body and terrifying recovery ability. Its single eye could see 360 degrees and see through many illusions. It was a kind of extraordinary life form that wasn't proficient in curses, but possessed a powerful fleshly body. The 2 interstellar battleships kept firing all kinds of cannons at the one-eyed evil ogre's body, but they only managed to break the one-eyed evil ogre's protective skin. The flesh of the one-eyed evil ogre squirmed, and the small wounds healed quickly. Damned ants, I'm coming to tear you apart. The ogre eye that has transformed into a one-eyed evil ogre flashed fiercely, and it blurred into motion and shot towards the 2 battlestars, leaving afterimages in its wake. An ashen face, Kinoshita Makoto, whose right half of his body was blasted to pieces, roared, "Anami wa, since the other party dared to ambush us, then there must be an ambush. The best course of action is to withdraw to Saikyo immediately." The Arc Battlestar's main artillery was extremely powerful. Kinoshita Makoto was only grazed a little, yet he was already seriously injured. If he was hit by the main artillery, he would be insta-killed. "You trash, if you want to go back yourself." From midair came Anami-wa's ferocious roar. Kinoshita Makoto's face flickered, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray of light shooting towards the ground. Once he landed, he could cast various spells to evade the battlestar's scanning. At the moment when Kinoshita Makoto was about to land, a 100-meter-long sword suddenly emerged from the ground and slashed at him with the force of a bolt of lightning. Kinoshita Makoto, who has just used his life-saving spells, could only watch helplessly as the 100-meter-long sword smashed his life force field and cut him in half. A man with a giant sword in hand, an unruly temperament, and a cheerful smile on his face stepped forward, grabbed Kinoshita Makoto's head, crushed it, and pinched the moonlight core in his hand. When Yang Feng's clone saw this scene, he was startled. Who is this person? What an overbearing spell! What an exquisite timing! The appearance of the man with the giant sword was not within Yang Feng's expectations. Kinoshita Makoto was a junior Moonlight Warlock. Even though he was seriously injured, but to be able to insta-kill him was by no means simple. The man with the giant sword swept the Nishino State's warlocks with a glance, and then blurred into motion and flew towards Onami was incarnation of the Cyclops Evil Ogre. At this moment, 100,000 starry sky rippers rushed towards the Cyclops Evil Ogre. The Cyclops Evil Ogre smiled ferociously, pulled off his left hand with his right hand, and twisted and changed into a huge wolf tooth club. His severed left hand healed at an astonishing speed. The Cyclops Evil Ogre suddenly rushed into the midst of the starry sky rippers in an instant, and the huge wolf tooth club turned into a storm that slammed into the starry sky rippers. Boom! 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 Huge explosions rang out incessantly. Under the attack of the one-eyed evil ogre, the starry sky rippers exploded crazily. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. The Cyclops Evil Ogre flew towards the two arc battlestars almost in a straight line. Evidently, he knew that fighting the starry sky rippers was meaningless. In the end, he would only be destroyed. As soon as the man with the giant sword flew into the sky, tens of thousands of starry sky rippers blocked in front of him, and countless electronic eyes stared at him. The man with a lascivious temperament said with a smile, "Hey, I have no ill intentions. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Lang of the Bright Moon School. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I'm here to help you. If we were to fight and kill each other, wouldn't it be a laughing stock?" Yang Feng mused. Jiang Lang of the Bright Moon School? Jiang Lang of the Bright Moon School was the eldest disciple brother of the previous era as well as the most outstanding genius of the Bright Moon School in the past century. If nothing unexpected happens, he has a 90% chance of promoting to a Glorious Dawn Warlock and a 30% chance of promoting to a Bright World Warlock. Although he couldn't compare to freaks like the Tai E Sex E Yuanyang and the Battle Demon Sex Shi Shui, but he was still recognized as one of the peerless geniuses of the younger generation. A starry sky ripper uttered, "So it's senior disciple brother Jiang. In that case, please help me get rid of that guy, senior disciple brother Jiang." The tens of thousands of starry sky rippers scattered and turned into streams of light shooting towards the warlocks of the Nishino state. Jiang Lang glanced at the starry sky rippers, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. Interesting, these mechanical golems are so strong. And there are so many of them. The starry sky rippers can reach a maximum speed of Mach 10, which is much faster than that of many moonlight warlocks. Unless moonlight warlocks use spatial teleportation spells or other spatial spells, they may surpass the starry sky rippers in terms of speed. Jiang Lang has traveled a lot in the Zhangji Plain, but this is the first time he has seen such a powerful and numerous mechanical golems. The Cyclops Evil Ogre killed its way to a place 100 kilometers away from the Arc Battlestar as if there was no one there. Vast Junior Moonlight Warlock rank Ancient Dragon might suddenly gushed out, and the mechanical black dragon descended from the sky and belched a dragon breath beam barreling towards the Cyclops Evil Ogre in the form of a black beam. The Cyclops Evil Ogre was fighting the starry sky ripper. Caught off guard, it was hit by the dragon breath cannon, and half of its body was vaporized. The Cyclops Evil Ogre roared in pain. "Damn it! You beast! Damn it!" The Cyclops Evil Ogre Onami roared wildly, took out a palm-sized bag, opened it, and a blood essence containing the flesh and blood essence of 1 million ordinary people entered his mouth. Chapter 483. After Onami was incarnation of the Cyclops Evil Ogre devoured the blood essence, countless granules surged in his vaporized wounds, and his injuries healed in an instant. The Cyclops Evil Ogre was an ogre extraordinary life form that wasn't proficient in curses and spells, but it had the terrifying innate ability to devour flesh and blood essence to instantly heal any injuries. If a terrifying transcendent creature like the Cyclops Evil Ogre went to a place with a lot of people and killed them, it would be able to recover its strength. It was an extremely troublesome ogre extraordinary life form. Since the starry sky rippers were robots, they naturally didn't have flesh and blood for the Cyclops Evil Ogre to devour. Therefore, it could only devour the blood essence of mortals that it had prepared beforehand. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. Blood essence. The Fuso subcontinent is really a subcontinent where evil gods run amok. Even things like blood essence can be seen everywhere. Mortals were the foundation of the world of warlocks. All warlocks started out as mortals. Therefore, in orthodox dynasties such as the Great Cloud Dynasty, although the status of mortals was far lower than that of warlocks, but it was absolutely impossible for them to be crushed like ants. Once the evil warlocks who carried out massacres in the Great Cloud Dynasty were discovered, they would be besieged and killed by countless powerhouses. Subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, however, were far away from the emperor, and believed in evil gods. This was why they could unscrupulously use the flesh and blood of mortals as materials to refine all kinds of wicked treasures. When the Cyclops evil ogre Onami transformed into recovered, he issued a tyrannical roar, and suddenly shot out. He crossed the distance of several kilometers, appeared above the mechanical black dragon, and mercilessly slammed his club at the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon's electronic eyes flashed, and a level 6 energy shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of it. When the huge wolf tooth club slammed into the energy shield capable of withstanding level 6 spells, the huge wolf tooth club burst out with strange runes, forcibly smashed the level 6 energy shield, and then slammed into the mechanical black dragon. Countless parts splashed from the mechanical black dragon's body, and the mechanical black dragon dropped from the sky and fell to the ground. Countless starry sky rippers suddenly flew out and slashed at the one-eyed evil ogre that Guo Mu had transformed into. Countless wounds appeared on the one-eyed evil ogre's body, and blood splashed everywhere. Onami Wa, who had transformed into a one-eyed evil ogre, wanted to follow up his victory and destroy the mechanical black dragon, but he could only wave his mace and destroy the starry sky rippers that approached him. Jiang Lang stood in the void and looked into the distance, quickly analyzing, if nothing unexpected happens, this Cyclops evil spirit is dead. These mechanical puppets are truly terrifying. The one-eyed evil ghost that Guo Mu had transformed into was almost invincible, and the wounds on his body healed almost instantly. But every time he healed an injury, the power in his body would be consumed. If he continued to accumulate like this, he would eventually run out of power and die. Currently, Oni Moa's consciousness was completely dominated by the one-eyed evil ogre that he had transformed into. His body and mind had completely transformed into a ruthless one-eyed evil ogre that loved to kill. He had no notion of escaping at all. Victory was victory, defeat was death. This was the inherent weakness of extraordinary life forms like the one-eyed evil ogre. Although evil god warlocks were extremely powerful and cultivated at an astonishing speed, but they had two major weaknesses. However, evil god warlocks have two major weaknesses. The first weakness is that their growth is limited, and they are restricted by the evil god they believe in. Evil god warlocks who believed in Moonlight Warlock rank evil gods could at most grow to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The second weakness was that they were easily dominated by the will of the evil god and turned into a puppet of the evil god. Or, like Onami Wa, they were completely dominated by the will of the one-eyed evil ogre and turned into a killing monster without a will of their own. I'll send you on your way. Taking advantage of the moment when the one-eyed evil ogre destroyed a dozen plus starry sky rippers, Jiang Lang slashed out with his sword, and a transparent sword ray turned into a solitary bolt of lightning shooting towards the one-eyed evil ogre. With a flash of light, the one-eyed evil ogre was split in two in an instant, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out from its body. The fleshly body of the one-eyed evil ogre was split in two, but countless granules extended from the two halves in an attempt to fuse together again. The most terrifying thing about an extraordinary life form like the one-eyed evil ogre was its resilience. Many extraordinary life forms that were much stronger than them would be exhausted to death by them. As if locusts, countless starry sky rippers pounced on the one-eyed evil ogre and slashed at it. A copious amount of flesh and blood splashed, and the one-eyed evil ogre was chopped into countless pieces in an instant. When Jiang Lang saw the one-eyed evil ogre being dismembered by countless starry sky rippers, he couldn't help but shudder. After a breath of time, a starry sky ripper with a moonlight core in its hand flew out of the one-eyed evil ogre and arrived in front of Jiang Lang. This is the Bright Moon School's strongest offensive secret method, Bright Moon Sacred Sword. What a powerful secret method! As expected of the Bright Moon School's strongest combat secret method. Senior disciple Brother Jiang, you're really amazing. No wonder you're the Bright Moon School's eldest disciple brother of the previous generation. Yang Feng's voice came from the mouth of the Starry Sky Ripper. At the same time, the Starry Sky Ripper extended a mechanical arm and handed the moonlight core to Jiang Lang. The Bright Moon Sacred Sword was the Bright Moon School's strongest offensive secret method. It was an invincible magic sword that absorbed a copious amount of metal elemental particles and moonlight energy. With the Bright Moon Sacred Sword, the founder of the Bright Moon School once rampaged through the world, slayed several infinity warlocks, and established the foundation of the Bright Moon School. In the Battle Demon sect, there was no secret method that could compare to the Bright Moon Sacred Sword in terms of offensive power. However, the Battle Demon's secret method, the fundamental secret method of the Battle Demon sect, was extremely profound. In terms of comprehensive power, it was slightly better than the Bright Moon Sacred Sword. The Bright Moon Sacred Sword was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to practice. In the Bright Moon School, no more than 3 people in each era had successfully practiced this sword art. For Jiang Lang to be able to practice this secret method, he was indeed worthy of the name of a genius. Jiang Lang said with a self-deprecating smile, "Genius? Junior disciple Brother Yang, I'm far worse than you. When I was in the Great Warlock realm, I had to expend tremendous effort to deal with a Starry Sky Warlock. You actually defeated that monster Yuanyang in the Great Warlock realm. Compared to you, I'm not a genius at all. I'm just a relatively hardworking ordinary person." Yang Feng said, "Senior disciple Brother Jiang, I plan to flatten the Nishino state and then replace it. What's your plan?" Jiang Lang's eyes lit up, and he said with a somewhat unrestrained smile, "Flatten the Nishino state? What a big move. That's really interesting. It just so happens that I have some grudges with the Nishino state. I'm very interested in flattening the Nishino state, so let me join in. The Fuso state's Fuso cerulean nymphs taste pretty good. After flattening the Nishino state, I want 100 Fuso cerulean nymphs to have a good time." Yang Feng said, "No problem. Senior disciple Brother Jiang, please preside over this place and block the Nishino state's reinforcements. I'm currently besieging the Black Snake state. After I take down the Black Snake state, the Nishino state, the Kihara state, and the Anto state will behave themselves." Jiang Lang laughed heartily, "Great. We killed 3 moonlight warlocks of the Nishino state, so it's bound to become more well-behaved." Yang Feng asked curiously, 3 moonlight warlocks? Jiang Lang played it down. "When I was traveling in the Fuso subcontinent, I took a fancy to a woman. In the Nishino state, a son of a bitch called Yaman Ape came to fight with me over a woman. Since he couldn't win, I killed the woman. I couldn't take it anymore, so I also killed him. Now the Nishino state only has 5 moonlight warlocks left." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly when he heard that. What an amazing guy. In a fight between moonlight warlocks, the loser could often use various secret methods to escape. At the time in the Satsuma port, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat Kaiman Kumasaburo, but he wasn't sure that he could make him stay. In the Kihara state, Yang Feng used assassination methods to plot against Kihara Kai, which was how he suppressed Kihara Kai and took control of the Kihara state. For Jiang Lang to be able to slay a moonlight warlock, his strength could be well imagined. Yang Feng said, "Then I'll leave this side to you." Jiang Lang said with a confident smile, "No problem. With the help of your mechanical golems, even if the 5 of them come together, I won't be afraid. By the way, how many mechanical golems are there in total? How many can they be destroyed? Yang Feng replied, there are about 2 million mechanical golems. As long as the 2 motherships aren't destroyed, then it doesn't matter if the rest of the golems are destroyed. There was still an indifferent smile on Jiang Lang's face, but raging waves were set off in his heart. 2 million mechanical golems. And such powerful mechanical golems, how extravagant. It seems that he should have obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. When the 2 million starry sky rippers and other battle robots swarmed forward, even Jiang Lang would have to retreat. Although the Bright Moon Sacred Sword was extremely powerful and had extraordinary destructive power, but it also consumed a lot of energy. At his peak, Jiang Lang could only slash out 20 times in a row. Jiang Lang looked at the dense crowd of starry sky rippers and mused, meteorological spells. Only a powerhouse proficient in meteorological spells can use secret treasures to destroy these 2 million mechanical golems. Otherwise, I can only use human lives to fill the gap. The Nishino state's capital, Saikyo Imperial Palace, in a palace hall. An anxious voice came from outside the hall, and a warlock rushed into the hall in a sorry state, knelt in front of Seijo Yorawa, and shouted, Your Majesty, bad news. Your Majesty. An ominous premonition welled up in Seijo Yorawa's heart, and he shouted, What's the matter? Speak. The warlock said tremblingly, The reinforcements we sent were ambushed and wiped out. Kinoshita Makoto, Anami wa, and Sir, are dead. Seijo Yorawa suddenly felt his vision darken, and he slumped on his throne. Chapter 484. The Nishino state originally had 8 moonlight warlocks. Among the Fuso subcontinent's 4 major states, it was one of the strongest states. Now that the Nishino state lost 3 moonlight warlocks at once, its status fell to the bottom of the 4 major states. In the Nishino state, there were many powerful existences similar to evil god emissaries. Many of these powerful existences were even stronger than moonlight warlocks. However, those powerful existences were like the evil god emissaries and had all sorts of restrictions. They could only be used a limited number of times, or they consumed a lot of energy. They were unable to leave a certain place. Only moonlight warlocks could go to various places to suppress rebellions and fight for the rights and interests of other forces. Moreover, as long as a moonlight warlock existed, they were a deterrent to other forces. The Fuso subcontinent's Holy Glory state had many powerful secret treasures left over from the ancient warlock era. Even if a Glorious Dawn warlock went to the Holy Glory state to behave atrociously, they would be quelled if they weren't careful. However, the Holy Glory state only had 2 moonlight warlocks. Therefore, although the 4 major states still treated the Holy Glory state as their master on the surface, but in private, they didn't attach any importance to it. Seijo Yorawa had originally planned for the worst, which was to lose a moonlight warlock at most. Now that his reinforcements were ambushed and the mountain ape was slain by Jiang Lang, the death of 3 moonlight warlocks pained him greatly. A frigid look in his eyes, Seijo Yorawa stared at Minamata Shinichi with frigid killing intent. Minamata Shinichi, who looked like he had aged by decades, said with a bitter expression on his face, It's all my fault. I misjudged Yang Feng's strength. I didn't expect that in addition to his moonlight warlock rank strength, his golems would be so powerful. He hides his strength so deeply. Seijo Yorawa uttered coldly, Now is not the time to talk about this. Minamata, contact them immediately. Ask them to send Glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouses to suppress Yang Feng. Otherwise, with Yang Feng's vengeful nature, the Nishino state will be destroyed at his hands. A bitter expression on his face, Minamata Shinichi responded respectfully and retreated, Yes. Your Majesty. Looking at Minamata Shinichi's lonely back, Seijo Yorawa couldn't help but feel regret and murmured in a low voice, was my decision wrong? After accepting the bribe from Tsangyue Sea Pavilion, Minamata Shinichi told Seijo Yorawa everything. In fact, it was Seijo Yorawa who made the decision to deal with Yang Feng. When he thought that 3 Moonlight Warlocks died in this battle, Seijo Yorawa felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Minamata Shinichi came to a secret room, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at a 3-eyed, peerlessly handsome evil god statue. A black magic light fell on the evil god statue. The third eye of the evil god idol opened and released a gray ray that condensed into a crystal mirror in the void. From the crystal mirror came a strange voice that was neither male nor female. "Minamata Shinichi, what's the matter?" Minamata Shinichi uttered respectfully, "Sir, Yang Feng's strength is far beyond our imagination. Yang Feng has just ambushed and killed 3 Moonlight Warlocks of the Nishino state. At present, we are unable to ensure that we can suppress him. Please send a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse or above to suppress Yang Feng. We will prepare the best offerings for you." The strange voice that was neither male nor female uttered discontentedly, "What a bunch of trash. You're one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent, yet you can't even deal with a puny great warlock. How useless." Minamata Shinichi lowered his head with a respectful expression. Even though he was scolded as trash, his mood didn't fluctuate. The strange voice that was neither male nor female uttered, "I see. I will send a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse or above to suppress Yang Feng. I need 100,000 16-year-old virgins, 200,000 16-year-old virgins, and 3 million healthy men with abundant blood essence. Go and make the preparations." Minamata Shinichi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, sir." Yang Feng was only a great warlock, yet he already possessed such terrifying power. Once he grew up, who knows how terrifying he would be. Minamata Shinichi didn't care about the lives of a trifling 3 million ordinary people. If he could kill Yang Feng, then even if half of the Nishino state's people died, Minamata Shinichi would give the order without hesitation. The Black Snake State's capital. Kurahebe-ko stared at Kamita Omu with a cold gaze and enunciated each syllable. "What did you say? The reinforcements sent by the Nishino state were wiped out?" A pained expression on his face, Kamita Omu replied with difficulty, "Yes. Your Majesty, Kinoshita Makoto, Anami, and 2 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses sent by the Nishino state have died, and the reinforcements they commanded have been wiped out. Only 2 Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses luckily escaped. The Nishino state won't be able to send us reinforcements in a short time." As if he had fallen into an ice cave, Kurahebe-ko suddenly felt cold all over, as if he was frozen. Kamita Omu said, "The Nishino state also told us to ask for help from the West Sea state, the Kihara state, and the Anto state. I just sent a request to the 3 states." A glimmer of hope ignited in Kurahebe-ko. "What did they say?" Kamita Omu smiled bitterly. "The West Sea state said that its ruler is in closed-door cultivation, the Kihara state said that its ruler is injured, and the Anto state is willing to send a small force to assist us. Yang Feng took the initiative to attack the Black Snake state and wipe out the Nishino state's reinforcements. The West Sea state and the Anto state were scared out of their wits, and they began to withdraw their forces and defend themselves. No one was willing to send people to assist the Black Snake state." Kurahebe-ko thought about it from another perspective. If he was the ruler of those states, he would never send Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks, Starry Sky Warlocks, and Great Warlocks to the Black Snake state to throw away their lives. Kurahebe-ko asked solemnly, "How long can the evil god emissary last?" Kamita Omu's spirit shook slightly, and he replied, "With our current treasury reserves, we can still last for half a year." Kurahebe-ko heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, the main artilleries of the 4 arc battlestars suspended in the clouds shone brightly, and resplendent beams barreled towards a 6-story tall warlock tower in the Black Snake state. The evil god emissary instinctively felt a threat to its life. Its huge body twisted, and it blocked in front of the warlock tower. It raised the fingers of a hand, and a bloody shield covered in countless human faces appeared in front of it. The high-powered positron artillery beam that could destroy mountains slammed into the bloody shield in a flash and pierced through it. The remaining force blasted open a huge hole in the body of the evil god emissary. A bloody mist surged, and the wound on the evil god emissary's body healed by more than 70%. The most troublesome characteristic of evil god emissaries supported by warlock towers was that they were difficult to kill. In the Black Snake state, even quasi-glorious dawn warlocks would be exhausted to death if they fought an evil god emissary in the Black Snake state. After the positron artillery beam disappeared, half a breath later, another beam fired from the same direction and angle, slammed into the same part of the evil god emissary, pierced through it, and slammed into the 6-story-tall warlock tower. With a blare, the level 3 warlocks inside the 6-story-tall warlock tower spat out a mouthful of blood due to the tremendous shock. Almost in the next moment, another beam of light shot out from the same spot and angle. The evil god emissary could only extend its hands to block. The beam smashed the hands of the evil god emissary, slammed into the 6-story-tall warlock tower, and blasted open a crack. When the last beam fell from the sky, the feet of the evil god emissary twisted, blocked in front of the beam, and were blasted into pieces by the positron artillery beam. The beam slammed heavily into the 6-story-tall warlock tower and blasted open numerous cracks. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Black Snake State's warlocks surged with despair. Anyone could see that when the 4 astral warships fired their main artilleries, the 6-story-tall warlock tower would be destroyed. A bloody mist lingered, and the evil god emissary, whose hands, feet, and chest were smashed, quickly twisted and restored to its original form, but there was no more cheer. The eyes of the Black Snake State's warlocks shimmered with despair and fear. Kamita Omu was silent for a long time before saying with difficulty, "Your Majesty, our defensive array will be destroyed within a day. We no longer have the power to resist the invasion of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Your Majesty, please escape. Otherwise, once the array is broken, it will be very difficult to escape." Kurahebe-ko looked at the warlock towers that were full of cracks and could collapse at any time, and his eyes flashed with a touch of despair. He was very clear that it was only a matter of time before the remaining 7 warlock towers were destroyed. Even if he transformed into an evil giant snake, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the astral warship's main artilleries. "Yang Feng, I am Kurahebe-ko, the ruler of the Black Snake State. Why do you want to attack my state?" Kurahebe-ko's voice suddenly sounded in the capital of the Black Snake State. Walking on air in his human form, he walked out of the royal palace and looked in the direction of the 4 astral warships 500 kilometers away. From a starry sky ripper came Yang Feng's mocking and strange mechanical voice, "Don't you know the reason? The Nishino state ordered you to eradicate me, so I'm just killing you before you do it." Chapter 485. Sure enough. There was a flash of bitterness in Kurahebe-ko's eyes. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Sir Yang Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. The Black Snake State has never intended to harm you. As of today, the Black Snake State will sever ties with the Nishino State. Please stop attacking the Black Snake State." Yang Feng sneered, "Now that things have reached this point, do you think I will stop? In a day at most, I will be able to destroy all the resistance of the Black Snake State." There was a flash of madness in Kurahebe-ko's eyes, and he barked, "If you forcibly attack the Black Snake State, then I will activate the final trump card of the Black Snake State and sacrifice the 13 million people in the Black Snake capital to the evil god 9-star evil troll snake. You will get nothing. The 13 million people in the Black Snake capital will die because of you." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the human warlocks in the Black Snake State shimmered with fear, and they turned into meteors fleeing in different directions. A rain of light shot by the 4 battle stars slammed into the human warlocks and tore them to pieces. Yang Feng said coldly and flatly, "The 13 million people of the Black Snake State are now my enemies. If you kill them all, then that's your problem. I won't feel anything even if they all die. However, they will all be my property in the future. If you kill them all, I will kill them all. If you kill them all, then I will find a way to kill all descendants of your bloodline." When Kurahebe Ko heard Yang Feng's indifferent and callous words, he felt a chill in his heart. If it was someone with a strong sense of justice, they might compromise with Kurahebe Ko because of the lives of the 13 million people. However, Yang Feng was clearly a person with a firm will and a heart of stone. He didn't care about the lives of the 13 million people. This method couldn't threaten him at all. Kurahebe Ko finally gave up hope and sighed slowly. "The Black Snake State can surrender to you and compensate you for your losses." Yang Feng said flatly, "Since you're willing to surrender, then that's for the best. I can give you 2 choices. The first choice is to leave the Black Snake State with your subordinates and cronies, as well as your personal property. The second choice is to become my subordinate and be at my disposal. No matter what you choose, the Black Serpent Nation will cease to exist from today onwards." Kurahebe Ko's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally let out a long sigh and said, "I choose the first one. I will bring my people and leave this place." If Kurahebe Ko continued to resist, then except for Kurahebe Ko and a few Starry Sky warlocks, no one else would be able to leave the Black Snake capital alive. As long as one was alive, anything was possible. Not long after, Kurahebe Ko brought all his trusted subordinates and quickly evacuated from the Black Snake capital. A large number of Starry Sky Rippers and other battle robots flew into Black Snake capital and began to clean up the remaining resistance forces and suppress the rebels. At the same time, the huge mechanical army poured into every corner of Black Snake Country like a tide, taking over the authority of Black Snake Country and maintaining order. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng has already used robots to maintain his rule in many areas. Therefore, although it was somewhat troublesome to govern the Black Snake State, but it appeared somewhat calm. When the Black Snake State was destroyed by Yang Feng, the West Sea State and the Anto State felt a chill in their hearts. They privately sent envoys to express their goodwill to Yang Feng. Yang Feng assembled about 4 million battle robots and advanced into the Nishino State. Under the assault of the 4 million Starry Sky Rippers, one city after another of the Nishino State cities were captured. Countless warlocks affiliated to the Nishino State were killed, and the entire Nishino State was caught in artillery fire. Jiang Lang sat on the 2 battle stars and was responsible for intercepting the Nishino State's reinforcements. After losing 3 Moonlight warlocks, the Nishino State could no longer send reinforcements. Instead, it withdrew its forces and recalled the warlocks stationed in various places. Within a valley in the western capital was an incomparably spacious square. At the center of the square was a blood-red altar. Countless mysterious runes were carved on the blood-red altar, and at the same time, the heads of evil gods that emitted an evil aura were carved on it, causing one's heart to palpitate. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were escorted into the valley. They looked at the evil altar with fear in their eyes. In front of the bloody altar, Minamata Shinichi silently recited an incantation. One by one, the executioners dragged the mortals forward. As the mortals struggled, the executioners cut off their heads. A copious amount of blood gushed out of the ordinary people's heads. The evil god heads around the evil altar opened their eyes and inhaled the blood of the ordinary people. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were beheaded, and a copious amount of blood gushed out and entered the evil altar. The evil altar suddenly trembled, and a blood-colored pillar of light soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, and formed a blood-colored staircase in the sky. A 3-meter-tall evil god with a sinister face, a horn on the head, and a sinister smile on his face, a black carapace, and exuding glorious sun warlock rank might slowly walked up the bloody staircase. Minamata Shinichi looked at the evil god exuding glorious sun warlock rank might, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Once the glorious sun warlock rank evil god joined the battle, coupled with the assistance of the Nishino State's warlocks, they had a great chance of quelling Yang Feng. Black-horned ogre. To send such an existence, it seems that you're really determined to get my disciple. Following a sneer, a twisted hole strangely appeared on the bloody staircase, and a huge claw tore the bloody staircase and extended its hand towards the evil god with a horn on the head. The glorious sun warlock rank black-horned ogre was just about to resist, when a black ray ejected from the claw and landed on the forehead of the black-horned ogre. A twisted and strange rune appeared on the forehead of the black-horned ogre, and he trembled slightly, unable to budge. In front of the black giant claw, the glorious sun warlock rank black-horned ogre was powerless to resist, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Huang Yihe, you dare to touch my people? Do you want me to wipe out your battle demon sect? An earth-shattering roar came from the other side of the blood-colored staircase, and a giant hand covered in green hair and terrifying people stretched out from the other side of the blood-colored staircase and grabbed at the black claw. Gujalolo. If you have the ability, then come from the evil god plane. At that time, I'll capture you myself and suppress you in the battle demon sect's demon-subduing tower. The giant hand formed from Huang Yihe's spell slapped the giant hand covered in green hair and shattered it, and then grabbed the glorious sun warlock rank black-horned ogre. Gujalolo was an infinity warlock rank evil god of the evil god plane, and he possessed terrifying power. In terms of power alone, he was even superior to Huang Yihe. However, Gujalolo attacked from the evil god plane, separated by a great distance. Since Huang Yihe attacked from the Zhangji plane, he could naturally break Gujalolo's attack easily. As soon as the black-horned ogre was captured, the bloody staircase collapsed in an instant. Crack! A huge crack appeared on the scarlet altar. As if an invisible force pervaded the altar, the blood-colored altar crumbled inch by inch and turned into countless fragments that scattered about. When Minamata Shinichi saw this scene, his face flashed with an abnormal flush, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood that spilled on the ground. His eyes shimmered with despair. Is the Nishino state going to perish? Damn it, damn it! That damnable Huang Yihe actually dared to capture my subordinates. Truly damnable. Countless fragments of the blood-colored altar suddenly flew up, and countless wisps of blood mist swayed, forming an incomparably distorted image. From that distorted image came a furious roar. Minamata Shinichi, I'll send you Yang Feng's location. Immediately send everyone from the Nishino state to kill him. Kill him for me. I'll go to the Zhangji plane with the 9-star evil troll snake and help you restrain the battle demon sex people. Kill Yang Feng for me. I want him dead. Accompanied by a crazy and distorted roar, everyone near the blood-colored altar, except for Minamata Shinichi, collapsed one by one, and all their essence and blood were extracted. A copious amount of bloody chi condensed in the void and formed a 1,000-meter-long bloody demonic eye constructed from countless strange runes. The scarlet demonic eye floated in the Fuso subcontinent like a scarlet sun. It emitted traces of scarlet light that were hard to be seen by the naked eye and spread in all directions in the Fuso subcontinent. In the center of the Fuso subcontinent, in the center of the Holy Glory Nation, there was a 10,000-meter-tall tree that pierced through the clouds. Its lush branches and leaves were like a green canopy, full of beauty and mystery. The tree shook slightly, and rays of gentle green light enveloped the entire Holy Glory Nation. The strands of bloody light disappeared as soon as they came into contact with the gentle green light. In the entire Fuso subcontinent, except for some mysterious places with powerful barriers, all the places were permeated by traces of incomparably strange bloody light. In the hull of a battlestar, Yang Feng's mechanical avatar was sitting on the bridge. A strange bloody light silently fell on his body, yet his mechanical avatar didn't seem to see the bloody light. The instruments in the hull didn't respond. A gloomy and cruel voice said coldly, "That's not it. It's just an avatar." Chapter 486. The Kihara state, in a secret room, Yang Feng, sitting on a jade bed, is condensing a starry sky core. Countless mysterious runes intertwined with his soul, and formed a crystal core-shaped starry sky core. A formidable life force field revolved around Yang Feng. A bloody thread quietly passed through the layers of barriers and touched Yang Feng's life force field. It issued a sizzling sound, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. The life force field of warlocks was an innately powerful barrier that could resist all kinds of attacks. Whether it was sound waves, spirit, soul, curses, or other attacks, they would be weakened and offset by the life force field of warlocks. An incomparably cold voice echoed in the void, filled with joy, "Found it. So he's here." In the valley, Guglaro's voice sounded again, full of cruelty and ruthlessness, "Found him. I have found Yang Feng's location. I'll send you his location now. Kill him. At all costs, use the power of the Nishino state to kill him. Kill him and offer his body and soul as a sacrifice, and I'll give your ruler a secret treasure that will increase his chances of promoting to a glorious Dawn Warlock by 30%. In the sky, the several thousand-meter-long bloody eye collapsed, twisted, and turned into a bloody ray that landed on Minamata Shinichi's forehead and formed a strange bloody rune. Minamata Shinichi's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart filled with lingering fear. The Kihara state. Yang Feng's original location is actually the Kihara state. In other words, the Kihara state has been secretly subdued by him. What a fearsome scheme. If the Kihara state stabs us in the back at a critical moment, then we'll be in danger. Although the Kihara state, the Anto state, the West Sea state, and the Black Snake state were far weaker than the Nishino state in terms of strength, but they all had long legacies and had Moonlight Warlocks and Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks guarding them. Once the Kihara state switched sides at the most critical moment, even the Nishino state may not be able to bear such a betrayal. Minamata Shinichi's eyes shimmered with determination, and he strode toward Saikyo. Yang Feng must be eradicated. The Kihara state's capital, the Ryuan city. Seijo Yorawa strolled in the Rito city, his body shrouded in a strange light. He strolled in the city, but no one could see him. Minamata Shinichi, the Ogre Hound, Katsuragi Kojiro, and Moonlight Ogre Slayer, the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank experts followed Seijo Yorawa and strolled through the Sasa city like ghosts. Seijo Yorawa walked to the front of the Imperial Palace and looked at the high palace walls. His eyes flashed with self-mockery, and he said indifferently, "I never thought there would be a day when I would become an assassin." Although Seijo Yorawa was a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank expert, but ever since he became the ruler of the Nishino state, he hasn't fought anyone. No matter what he wants, the 7 Moonlight Warlocks will defeat all enemies and offer everything to him. Now, as the ruler of the Nishino state, he was forced to personally act as an assassin, which made him sigh with emotion. Minamata Shinichi said bitterly, "It's all my fault." Seijo Yorawa said with the demeanor of an emperor, "Minamata, we made that decision together. You're not the only one at fault. If I'm at fault, then I'm the one to blame." Minamata Shinichi was moved. He has followed Seijo Yorawa for more than 1,000 years. He watched as Seijo Yorawa led the Nishino state from the weakest of the 4 major states to the top of the 4 major states. If it wasn't for provoking Yang Feng, the Nishino state might have become the leader of the 4 major states in the future. But now, everything has come to naught. Under the attack of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, the Nishino state was in a precarious situation, and could be destroyed at any time. Yang Feng has already built a large number of munitions factories in many places in the Kihara state at the same time. Once the munitions factories are completed, Yang Feng will be able to produce a large number of Starry Sky Rippers from the Kihara state. That will be the day of the decisive battle that Yang Feng has chosen. As one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent, the Nishino state's underlying strength is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Now that victory is within Yang Feng's grasp, he naturally has to advance step by step. On one hand, he uprooted the Nishino state's local forces, and on the other hand, he accumulated his own strength, ready to launch a shocking blow at any time. Sensing the danger of the situation, Seijo Yoruwa dispatched quasi-moonlight warlocks to lead the royal guards to attack the Mechanical Legion. Starry Sky Rippers were everywhere in the Nishino state. Every time they were dispatched, there would be more than 10,000 of them. Although the Nishino state's royal guards were powerful, but they suffered losses every time they fought the Starry Sky Rippers. Over time, the Nishino state's royal guards suffered heavy casualties, and half of them were killed. Yet, the number of Starry Sky Rippers didn't decrease. Seijo Yoruwa felt like a noose was wrapped around his neck, tightening inch by inch. In the end, he could only agree to assassinate Yang Feng himself. Seijo Yoruwa's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the Imperial Palace's wall. Detection spells fixed in the Imperial Palace instantly fell on Seijo Yoruwa and broke the distorted light shield. There's an assassin. When the Kihara state's royal guards patrolling the city wall saw Seijo Yoruwa at a glance, their complexion changed dramatically, and they shouted. Loud and clear alarms rang throughout the entire Imperial Palace. The ogre hound smiled ferociously and silently recited an incantation, and black light shone. In an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter-tall hound covered in long black fur, with a huge horn on his head, and shrouded in demonic chi. The ogre hound transformed into the evil god Plains unicorn Evil Ogre Hound. The unicorn Evil Ogre Hound was born with a powerful fleshly body. After reaching adulthood, it possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. Although the unicorn Evil Ogre Hound wasn't proficient in spells, but its ogre hound teeth could break countless defensive spells. Even if it was a glorious Dawn Warlock's magic shield, it could still bite through it ferociously. After the ogre hound transformed into the unicorn Evil Ogre Hound, the 4 Moonlight Warlocks Seijo Yoruwa, Minamata Shinichi, Katsuragi Kojiro, and Moonlight Ogre Slayer blurred into motion and flew onto its back. The unicorn Evil Ogre Hound blurred into motion and rushed towards Yang Feng's secret chamber, leaving afterimages in its wake. The warlock towers in the Imperial Palace flashed, and magic shields suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Seijo Yoruwa and company. The unicorn Evil Ogre Hound slammed its horn into the magic shields, and the magic shields capable of resisting Moonlight Warlock rank attacks shattered one after another. The unicorn Evil Ogre Hound not only had powerful teeth, but the horn on its head could also destroy countless powerful defensive barriers. With a flash of magic light, fire elemental particles surged, and a 100-meter-long arrow shimmering with green flames shot towards the unicorn Evil Ogre Hound. Evil ogres like the unicorn Evil Ogre Hound feared lightning, fire, and light the most. The green flame arrow was called Thunder Fire Green Light. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock, they would be seriously injured or even purified into ashes if shot by the Thunder Fire Green Light. Seijo Yoruwa raised his eyebrows slightly. With a flip of his hand, a level 6 secret treasure, black fire bottle, engraved with countless mysterious runes, appeared in his hand. A huge devouring force gushed out from the mouth of the black fire bottle and instantly sucked the flame arrow into it. Your Majesty Seijo, why did you break into my imperial palace? Although the Kihara state is a vassal state of the Nishino state, but the imperial palace isn't a place where you can break into at will, Your Majesty Seijo. With a flash of green light, Kihara Kai appeared on a rockery 500 meters away from Seijo Yoruwa and company. Looking at Seijo Yoruwa's group of 5, his eyes shimmered with anger, and he asked coldly. Kihara Kai, don't waste your breath. Our purpose today is to kill Yang Feng, who is hiding in your imperial palace. If you are willing to help us, then we can let bygones be bygones. Besides, the Nishino state can exempt the Kihara state from paying tribute for 1,000 years. At the same time, we can agree to 3 requests that are not too excessive. If you are not willing to help us, then you don't have to help either side. We can let bygones be bygones, and the Nishino state can exempt the Kihara state from paying tribute for 100 years. If you insist on being enemies with us, then I, Minamata Shinichi, will do everything in my power to kill everyone in the Kihara state and offer them to the evil god. Even if I have to chase you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will kill all your children and grandchildren. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Hurry up and make a decision. Minamata Shinichi's words were as sharp as knives. Kihara Kai smiled bitterly. If he had a choice, after listening to Minamata Shinichi's words, he would definitely choose not to help either side, or even stab Yang Feng in the back. However, countless liquid metal nano-robots have been implanted in his body, and he has no control over his life or death. Even if he wanted to betray Yang Feng, he couldn't do it. Kihara Kai shook his head and flattered, since you already know, then there's nothing more to say. Sir Yang Feng is the master of fate, the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent. It's my honor to serve him. I will never betray him. Evil god emissary, show yourself. A blood-colored coffin suddenly emerged from the palace, and a strange heartbeat came from the blood-colored coffin. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.